Sebring International Raceway at 3.5 miles and a former World War II airfield is fast through 1, then heavy on the brakes through 2, 3, 4 and 5, opening up at Big Bend and under the bridge, into the hairpin at 7, up the Fangio Straight and into 10 and 11, which is Collier, then a right turn at Tower, Bishop is 14, Le Mans 15 and 16, and then the Ullman Straight is a long, long run all the way to the final corner, which is Sunset Bend. And that is a lap of Sebring International Raceway.
As you can tell, I like to go fast. Our race team is really well prepared. We like to look good, but we also like to dress good, and that's why we shop at Franklin Road Apparel. I own the company, and I wear the clothes that we sell in that store. So check us out. We carry all the top brands: Baldwin, John Barbados, Billy Reed, Goodman brand, and on down the list. So come see us, Franklin Road Apparel, Franklin, Tennessee.
If your tooling isn't quite ready and you need parts, and you need more parts than just a few, or if your run is just not that big, look to the experts in low volume production, three-dimensional services. Whether it's 10, 100, or 1,000 parts, we can meet your needs. And if it's 10,000, we can do that too. Three-dimensional services delivers high-quality parts for short runs, 70% faster than industry standards. Three-dimensional services. Prototype, production, proven.
Menards is the Midwest's ultimate home improvement store. Family owned since 1958, Menards is the one-stop shop where you always save big money. Get the Midwest's best selection nationwide when you shop online at menards.com. We make it easy to complete your projects around the house, big or small. From hardware to plumbing or paint to appliances, we carry it all. Visit menards.com today to save big money at Menards.
Save big money at Menards.
Hello and a warm welcome to Sebring International Raceway. It's an absolutely glorious day here in Central Florida as we get ready for our feature race of the day, which is TA, XGT, SGT and GT. And this is where Trans Am's tradition began and continues in 2022. It all started here in 1966. It's America's longest running road racing series. And this is, without doubt, another fantastic period for the championship. It's had its ups and downs, as all motor racing series do, including COVID, but we have come out of it, and we have never been stronger in so many ways. And we only have to take a look at the grids as the drivers get ready, and the national anthem is played. And it's traditional here at any motor race in the United States, the national anthem signaling the chance for the racers to get in their cars and get ready for the signal to go racing. It's a huge field once again in our TA, XGT, SGT, GT race grid. Some new names, but some familiar faces. And when you look at some of the names, like Paul Menard, yes, connected to the Menards grocery stores and stores across the Midwest. David Pintarak, who's also been a long-time member of this Trans Am field. He is back once again in TA in his Ford Mustang number 57. Although feeling a little under the weather, he may not make the full 100 miles. It's hot out there. It's going to be tough. Just ahead of him, the new colours, a new team for Tommy Drisi, who, again, is another one of the drivers that has been so much a part of Trans Am in the last 10 years. But then there's names like Boris Said, who've raced from NASCAR to IMSA. Now, those are the best seats in the house. There's the hotel right by turn 7 at the hairpin. And if you get a balcony seat there, you're doing good. We look down on a full paddock of cars because, of course, SVRA and Trans Am in action today. But we start with this feature race. The conditions couldn't be better, really. The old circuit, which was an airfield back in the day, back in a World War II airfield, in fact. And it continues to be one of America's iconic tracks. Talking of iconic, we've got our own Ben Sissel. And he will be down on the track in a few moments' time. We'll get to him. But in terms of the qualifying and the lead up to this race, well, it was an interesting qualifying held yesterday afternoon in very similar conditions. Here's a look at the qualifying. And winner here last year, and again on the pole, our current champion, Chris Dyson, with a 157.838 in that number 20. Jim Weed, Altwell Ford Mustang, has the pole position as we get ready for our first feature race of the weekend and of the season, I may add. Perfect conditions, as we've mentioned already. A good field. Great to see Lee Saunders here, back in that Viper, the famous 84. And likewise, we've got Billy Griffin back in GT. Good to have him in. But we've got some new faces. Danny Lowry also here. Luca Mars, watch out for him in SGT. I talked to Lee Saunders. He's worried about him. So, without further ado, I mentioned Ben Sissel. Let's get down to the grid and find out what the latest is. Over to you, Ben.
Thank you, Jonathan. So happy to be here at the Sebring Speed Tour for the start of the Trans Am season. And it's so fitting because Trans Am started here in 1966. And talking about Trans Am history, in the Greg Pickett kind of paint scheme livery sponsorship, the Jim Weed, the champion from 2021, Chris Dyson, pole winner, and he beat the record by about a minute and a half. But we've got spoiler here, Martin Raginger, all the way from Austria. He had a great race with us in Atlanta a few years ago. Then here we go. In third, we've got NASCAR legend Paul Menard racing for FranklinRoadApparel.com, where we get our great shirts. Then we've got Ken Twaits here with Franklin Road. And now Simon Gregg with the Peter Gregg Foundation, usually in this car. How does it feel to be a spectator? Do you want to be in the car?
Yeah, I'm missing driving today, but I wish Martin good luck. It looks like he's got a good starting position. The series is doing well. I'm excited to get to drive the cars later on in the season. I'm going to be doing half of the races this year.
Nice. Well, Simon, we miss you, but love having you here. Love all you're doing in the Peter Gregg Foundation to help us out. Thanks for coming out, Simon. Yeah, let's come back through. Because I want to point out some things here. Amy Ruman was talking about the tires. She's super excited about these tires, but this is the first time that I've seen kind of these louvers here. So Bob Ruman, are you guys seeing a difference on the tires and this front end setup you've got?
Yes, it's much better than what we had before. We were suffering with the lack of front aero, and it's come back to us now.
Nice. I love it. Bob Ruman, Amy Ruman, two-time champion, the privateer family of the McNichols Metal Service Center. Tommy Dreesy here in a new Paul Gentilozzi car, new to him. So much fun to watch. We've got about a minute on the grid. So here we go. David Pinterick, we're going to have to move quick, Tony. David Pinterick, Wally Dallenbach Jr., Chacron from Panama, all the way from Panama, Richard Grant. We've got Lee Saunders here, former SGT two-time champion. Boris said, who didn't get to qualify. McCallion, Billy Griffin. We've got Milton Grant back here. Todd Naparowski back in his awesome, I love that Camaro. Milton Grant. Luca Mars. Look at this Luca Mars Mustang. You know Jim Farley's got to love that race for RP. And then Milton Grant. Unbelievable here, Tony. I'm so excited to be back at Sebring. But Jonathan, I'm going to send it back to you, buddy.
Yeah, perhaps just as wise because they're roaring into life. Ben Sissel, as always, doing the business. He'll be up here to join me, and I'm hoping that maybe Adam Andretti, of course, who's a former TA racer, he is racing currently in TA2, their feature race tomorrow. So stay with us. We get ready to go racing to start the season here in 2022. Lot to play for. Chris Dyson looking for back-to-back. He's been the runner-up several times, and when he finally got the championship last year, the emotion poured out of him. And I think he has every intention of trying to do exactly the same again, but new teams, new faces, and faces that we're well aware of, like Kent Thwaites. What a story Kent Thwaites is. Came from XGT, won the first XGT championship in 2020, jumped into a TA car last year, learnt his way, and now could well be a contender for this. He's qualified with his teammate, 3rd and 4th, and he learnt a lot from what Maynard was doing yesterday, and that is why Thwaites is right at the sharp end in 4th position, and just behind him, Tommy Dreese. Spoke to Tommy just before the start of this race, and Tommy, with an older car, he says he's got a new team this year. He's left the Burton team, and he's got Paul Gentilozzi, who of course is the most, well, he's won 31 races. He's the most successful Trans Am driver of all time, even ahead of Mark Donoghue with 31 wins, and Paul running Tommy Dreese this weekend and for the season. They're hoping to get an updated car before the season finishes, but Tommy can never be counted out, the great character that he is. Good crowd here, as always. We just had a grid walk to allow the fans to look at the cars. There they are, all lined up, getting their photos. They've had their selfies, but out go the roar of these beautiful 850 brake horsepower plus cars. If you're wondering where Ernie Francis Jr. is, he's gone on to different pastures. He's now racing in single-seaters, funnily enough, here in Florida this weekend at St. Petersburg in Indy Lights, our 7-time champion. And that opens it up, you could say, for somebody else to take the limelight. Chris Dyson certainly hoping to do just that, as he did at the end of last season. We're on board here with Paul Menard, and what a history he had. Cup history, of course, and a distinguished career in NASCAR racing, just like Boris said. So we've got some names that many have heard of before, like Amy Ruman, like Tommy Dreese, and of course the Boris Saids and Paul Maynards of this world, but maybe one of the youngsters, or even Martin Rajinger, who is of course from Salzburg, Austria. I've watched Martin's career in Asia for many years. Very, very good racer. He's raced here at the 12 hours. He's raced at the Nürburgring 24 hours. He's done a lot of IMSA. He's done a lot of sports car racing. He came in to do some Trans Am last season. And, well, to say he didn't do bad, a 1st and a 2nd, that's not a bad entry. And he did the job that he was expected to do. But what it did do was get his interest in racing Trans Am. He loves it. And he's used to racing the very high-powered, but all the gizmo, Porsches, etc. But he loves this kind of racing. Tommy Dreese on board. We'll hear from here. Ben's just joined me. Great deal of anticipation. What was the atmosphere like down?
I think jubilation would be the way. I think everybody's so excited to get this thing started. Got a great record-breaking crowd here at the Sebring Speed Tour. And I was with Paul Menard. So Ken Thwaites and I live about a mile from each other in Franklin, Tennessee. Right. And Ken called me and said, Paul Menard's going to be here looking at the car getting fitted. And I walk in, Paul Menard's in Ken's sim, and I roll my cameras and turn. Of all the tracks he's ever raced and all the great things that he's done, like winning the Brickyard 400 in NASCAR, never raced a Sebring. Oh. And look at how quickly he is coming into his own here at Sebring and this new Franklin Road. FranklinRoad.com, some of the greatest apparel you'll ever buy. Make sure you go to FranklinRoad.com for your men's apparel, high fashion, but with a little bit of a motorsports flair as we ride on board with Paul Menard.
The big story of the winter, and it will be the big story literally in 2 minutes' time, the tyres. You talked to the Rumans, you talked to Bob about it and how they're getting better aero. The reason why they've gone from 60 to 18-inch tyres. Now, that's more in line with most high-performance race cars, but we didn't have it in Trans Am. We do now. What do you think, and what have you heard the difference will be with these bigger tires at the back?
Well, if you can believe it, with these 850 horsepower behemoths, everybody's saying it's faster with more control. And we're seeing it with the times, because it's almost a 2-second difference from last year, and the weather isn't that much of a factor. It's a lot like last year, and I think as the drivers get more and more used to it, the better. And I was talking to Chris Dyson and Amy Ruman. They're kind of our real technical drivers in the series, both champions as well. The sidewall being smaller lets them kind of do a lot more input into the suspension, into the actual suspension parts and the geometry, where they had to use to in years past with the 16-inch wheels, they had a deeper sidewall. The circumference really didn't change in the size. So that's what it is. It's a little bit easier to adjust the suspensions, but the biggest thing is they can put bigger brakes. Bigger brakes means better stopping power. Cool them a lot better. There's more space there behind the wheels. So once everybody figures out their brake packages, I think we might see 4 to 5 second differences in their times.
Yep, Pirelli, the 18-inch P0, and according to Pirelli, it improves drivability and allows, as you just said, for bigger brakes on the race cars. But, of course, that also gives you a false sense, because we've seen so many races here at Sebring in Trans Am and in TA. Oh, that's not a good look. What's happened here?
That is Paul Menard, Eau Claire, Wisconsin, right there at Franklin Road. He might have wanted to just get one more shout out to his sponsor. Yeah, I don't know. That looks like it's an electrical issue. I hope we can get out there. This Sebring safety team is probably going to have to put this under a double yellow, do one more pace lap. But this safety team under Billy and Matt Muha is the quickest. They will get him removed, and we will get this show on the road. That's really unfortunate for Ken Thwaites and Paul Menard with Franklin Road Apparel, franklinroad.com. But there he is. There's our champion in car, Chris Dyson, coming around 14, 15, 16.
Like so many racers in Trans Am, a huge history in the Dyson family. They hail from Lime Rock. We'll be going there later in the year. Chris Dyson made himself a fantastic and worthy champion and put on a heck of a show. Let's just go back a year. What a race he put on last year. He had to come from the back.
Yeah, so he made the decision to change tires, which means in Trans Am that you have to start at the back of the grid. But he felt so good about his setup that he started at the back of the grid and put on an absolute show. Really kind of the start of his championship season. Greg Pickett, Trans Am legend, a winner. If you believe different decades of Trans Am, is supporting his car. His dad, Rob Dyson, motorsports legend, was here on the grid. I kind of get starstruck when I'm around Rob Dyson, as a huge Dyson fan as a kid, and here they are pulling him off. And I think we're only going to have to do one more lap under pace, which is really just speaks to the Sebring International Raceway safety crew. Thank you, gentlemen and ladies.
Yep, gives us time to set it up more. I'm going to watch that day-glow yellow Poncho Weaver prepared Boris Said car, because Boris did not qualify. They had a shunt, in fact, and I was talking to Poncho, and they had to basically replace the rear end of the car, and so not the preparation they wanted, but Boris Said, a veteran, semi-retired, let's put it that way, because he's been in and out. He runs a dealership in California for cars, but he loves his Trans Am, and basically he says if Poncho Weaver wants to prepare a car. Now, Tommy Dreesy is in the pit. That's not good news. I asked him before the race. They were having intermittent electronic problems. So this could be what we're seeing here, unless it's something new. But either way, that's an old car for Tommy. They're bringing a new car, an up-to-date car, later in the season, but that's not the drama. By the way, 80% of the team he's got are the team he had last year, so he brought the team with him.
This is unbelievable. That's the Paul Genelosi of Tommy Dreesy, and that's Richard Grant.
Richard Grant,
no. This is, we talk about Sebring being rough, but it's usually rough under race conditions, not under yellow flag pace laps. But look at the Sebring staff. They've got enough staff to go out there and bring in the cars. We love that. There's Amy Ruman there. Wally Dollenbach.
Good opportunity for Wally Dollenbach and Amy Ruman, because with Menard out of this race, or at least hoping to get back into the race, but he won't start from his grid position as we head down the Fangio straight on the warm-up lap. As you say, we had no problems like this in practice or qualifying, and then suddenly come race day, and we've got several cars. Dreesy is out, Maynard is out, and Richard Grant is also parked up. So 3 cars already in trouble here at Sebring. Fantastic shots from the drone as they head towards turn 10 and Tower.
And ladies and gentlemen, if you like your orange juice in the morning, chances are it comes from within about a 5-mile radius of where we are here in Central Florida. Beautiful weather for the start of the Trans Am Series presented by Pirelli 2022 season. There goes Ken Thwaites, Wally Dallenbach, David Pinteric in that always red, white, and blue car. Jose Chacron from Panama. Jose, it's so cool to be here. And also, I want to say, he broke in practice, and Claudio Burton, just like the paddock always does in Trans Am, said, well, Jose, I'll give you my car. Have at it. How cool is that?
Yeah, this is what I like about this series. It really is like it was back in 1966. Racing for fun, but racing seriously with some very serious racers. The talent of field out here is quite impressive. Now, Tommy Dreesy's got back going again. Now, I don't know where he'll rejoin. I presume he'll start at the back of the grid, will he?
Yeah, he'll have to start at the back. Exactly. That's per the rules. We've had this before. We had a car spin at 7 under the pace lap, and I heard on the radio, but no, per rules, the lights are out. They have to come to the back, and I don't know if back to the grid anyway.
Yeah, it's going to be a flying start for him,
Chris Dyson coming down this long straight.
Well, here we go then. The start of the season here for 2022. TA, but also XGT, SGT, and GT. And the TAs, the faster cars, will lead them away, led by the champion, Chris Dyson. The safety car will come off through the bumps at Sunset Bend. Dyson will try to hold off the far-charging Ragginger, who's known as Raggy. What can the Austrian do? Away we go then! 22 is underway. On your right-hand side is the champion, Chris Dyson. Under pressure already from the 59 of Ragginger, but doesn't quite make it. Good start from Boris Said, too. He gets away well. The 9 of Jose Cochran from Panama also gets a good start. We're on board with Thwaites as they dive towards the first big braking area, and that's turn 3. Good clean start, Ben.
It really is. Now they're in the twisty bits. Now look at this, Jonathan, the different surfaces here at Sebring. I went out and was putting in the brake markers the other day. I counted 6 different surfaces at Sebring, which means 6 different adhesion patches possible around this lap. 3.74 miles.
This has always been the challenge of
Look
Sebring.
at Boris.
Boris Said under braking towards the hairpin, goes past Ken Thwaites.
All the way in 3rd.
Nicely done. And away goes Boris Said. It won't take long for him to get to the sharp end. Doesn't matter that he didn't have qualifying. That's the way Boris rolls. And Boris Said was a vast experience in all forms of sports car racing, especially here at Sebring. If anybody knows Sebring, it's Boris.
Unbelievable. So here we go. The big 3 in the top 3. Ford, Chevy, like Trans Am is supposed to be. How cool is this, ladies and gentlemen?
Yeah, like we said, Martin Ragginger may not be a familiar name to American audiences, but he has been around the world racing in sports cars for many a year. Has raced here in the States, I may add. Not in Trans Am that much, but when he did, he was 1st and 2nd, and I think that was at Atlanta, as he helped try to help win the championship, or at least bolster the championship, as we go on board with the leader, Chris Dyson, down the Ullman Straight, and looking fine fettled at the moment. And they didn't have a DNF last year. I hope I haven't put the muckers on them. But Dyson's team were superb last year, and they're aiming to do it again.
Looking at his body language, Chris Dyson just looks relaxed, like he's on a trip to the grocery store to pick up some milk for his family. Doesn't look like he started a race here defending his championship. That car must feel really good. And then look at our GT cars come through here. I love this beautiful Race for RP car there, the number 50 of Luca Mars, all the way from Pennsylvania. Welcome, Luca Mars. Love having you. There's Billy Griffin, GT champion,
GT
2020.
Champion, yeah.
And that's Lee Saunders, 2-time SGT champion in that Viper.
Yeah, Lee Saunders, of course, from Florida. This is home race, and multiple champion in that Viper. And it's a really strong car, that here with the long straights. You've got the Ullman Straight. That Viper is a missile, especially in Lee's hands. But he did say, I'm watching in my mirrors for Luca Mars. The kid is quick. Look at the gap they pulled on Boris Said, although Boris is starting to get away from Ken Thwaites and try to see if he can get on level terms as they go in to the hairpin.
Watch Wally Dallenbach. Now, this is a 2-time Trans Am champion, 85 and 86, and then he moved up to the NASCAR series. But he's been racing with us quite a bit in our Vintage Series, SVRA, and winning every race he enters with John and Debbie Cloud, so he's got a lot of experience in this car.
Yeah, we thought he was going to be on the older 16-inch tires, but he's not, right?
He's on the 18s. Yeah, I had gotten a memo a few weeks ago he was in the 16s, but no, he's on the 18s as well and just loving it.
So just to explain, this is a 27-lap race, or, as you can see the clock ticking down, when the clock gets to 0, whichever comes first, because we can have delays if there's yellow flags or safety cars, and that's how it works in Trans Am. So it's a race against the clock or against the lap count. And it's a 27-lap race, led by Dyson at the moment. Austria's Martin Raginger is in second place. Boris Said in third with some work to do. Ken Thwaites fourth from Nashville, Tennessee. Amy Ruman, another champion from Trans Am, is fifth. David Pintarik is sixth place. Wally Dallenbach Jr. is seventh. Jose Cochran from Panama is 8th. Lee Saunders 9th. Then Bob Michelin in 10th. And Danny Lowry 11th. Luca Mars up to 12th already.
Look at the sparks there as Boris Said comes around Big Machine Spike Coolers, turn 17, as now we're getting into our GT class. Lee Saunders doing the best that he can to keep Luca Mars behind him. Not sure if he's going to be able to. And that's Bob McCallion from Seal Beach, California in that white Mustang, followed by Luca Mars. And there's Billy Griffin. Look at this beautiful car there. Bridge Hull, number 42 of Danny Lowry, racing two different classes with us this weekend.
Yeah, Danny Lowry currently in 12th position in that Ford Mustang.
No, he's in the Porsche.
Sorry, Danny Lowry in the Porsche, yeah.
Look at these two factory. Jim Farley was drooling over these. We had the CEO of the Ford Motor Company in our fan walk because he's here racing with us this weekend. And I'll see him on the podium all weekend long because I know him as a race winner, Jim Farley.
Ken Thwaites having a look for a moment there before the hairpin.
Boris is in second.
Yep, Boris is up to second. He's got ahead of Raginger. No problems there for Boris Said. Now goes in pursuit of our leader, Chris Dyson. A spin for Pintarik.
David Pintarik turns it around there at franklinroad.com, turn 7 here at Sebring International Raceway, getting a look, got it started back up in that Kreider Racing.
Luckily, there was nobody else involved. I think it was on his own. And as you can hear, the car, it sounds fine. Now, this is going to be a good battle between the Austrian and the American.
Two totally different approaches. If you know Boris Said, he likes to move people out of his way. No holds barred. Raginger, a Porsche driver, a little bit unfamiliar with these cars. Not as familiar as Boris. Going to probably play the tactician game and let the race come to him. But watch Dyson's language, body language. That car looks like it's totally comfortable to Dyson. Look at the lead that he's got.
Now, I know they've had some testing, but we really don't know how these larger tires are going to handle the 27 laps. It's, it's a 70-minute race. Here's a replay of Pintarik going round. Yeah. Oh, and he might have got a tap from behind. Might have got a tap from the number 9. That might have been Jose Cochran just touching the rear of Pintarik there. Now, Boris Said under pressure again from Raginger. Here they come, side by side, down the straight here at Sebring.
Watch them hit the brakes here. Watch the front end of the car go all the way down to the splitter, making sparks.
On board with Thwaites. He's just behind this battle. Headed towards turn 2 and 3. 2, very much a kink, but 3 and 4, heavy braking.
I got to brag on my boy Ken Thwaites, franklinroad.com. He is so serious about this racing. I know that he's a busy man in his private life, but he is loving this. Went from a 1-car team to a 4-car team, and he has really stepped it up. Put a ton of work into this, and it is showing. He is so fast right now.
Raggy getting ragged as he tries to put the pressure on Boris Said. Yeah, I couldn't agree more. It's a wonderful story, Ken Thwaites. He started in XGT in basically production Audis. He had 2 Audis to run. Used to rent one out for the weekend, won the XGT Championship, and has never looked back. Did TA last year and is now very much a factor in this TA Championship and looking to make a real inroad here this season. Raginger does go through and passes Boris Said.
Back around in that 59 SG Simon Gray car. There's Boris Said. Now, a little Trans Am history. I believe Ken Thwaites was telling me in his youth he beat Tommy Kendall for a Pro Formula Mazda when they were both up and coming. And then work happened to Ken, and he went to work, and now he gets to come out here and play with us. As Boris Said, locks up his brakes a little bit there going into turn 14.
Yeah, Ken had a sabbatical of 10 years without racing before he came back a couple of years ago, and now he's right at the sharp end again. So, what can Raggy do from second place now? He's got a lot of work to do, though, if he's going to try and catch Chris Dyson, who is gone.
Something's going on with Boris's car.
You Vic.
Boris has lost a little bit of pace. His brakes there into turn 15. It doesn't look right. The rear end of his car looks a little loose.
Well, they have repaired that rear end overnight, and that could be the thing. Some sparks flying up as well.
Oh, Ken looking inside, but there's Wally Dallenbach Jr., two-time TA champion. Legendary.
He hasn't lost any of his pace, has he?
No, not at all.
He should
Super
be working on the
competitive. Look at
farm
this.
in
He's looking
Colorado.
inside. Looking inside Ken at Mission Foods turn
Nicely
3.
done. Yeah, I think you're right. I think there's some problems there just ahead for Boris, but we'll see how quickly the mighty Wally Dallenbach. Of course, his brother Mike works for the series.
He does. I don't know if they're brothers or cousins.
Cousins, I think, yeah. I'm sure they'll be tuning in
But
Colorado.
look at Amy Ruman. This group of cars, they aren't getting away from each other. And Amy Ruman, two-time champion, McNichols Chevrolet Corvette.
She's stuck with Chevrolet for a few years now. And like you heard from Bob, the aero package didn't really work that well for them on the 16-inch tires, and now it's a lot better, more competitive. And we know Amy, she's a former champion, can do the business, and she hasn't lost any of her pace, so I expect to see her at the sharp end for a lot of this season.
Yeah, and probably in this front group of cars, probably the most privateer team in TA.
Yep.
Doing really well. Her dad, Bob, raced in the series. Her sister is a racer, and Amy's a two-time champion, so it is in the blood. But the most competitive in the family is Bob's wife.
Oh, yeah.
She is holding it all together.
And if you ask any of the Dallenbachs, they'll tell you this is the best racer, too. Now, Luca Mars, one of the youngsters we haven't talked too much about yet, but he's just popped into the top 10, getting ahead of Lee Saunders, the former SGT champion. So, Luca Mars, the kid, making his name, and up to 9th place in the number 50.
Now, I think there's something wrong with Boris's car, but he can make that car really wide. Now, look at this. These two raced each other in all kinds of different series.
Oh, yeah.
NASCAR, Trans Am, and back in Trans Am, having just a blast.
And probably IMSA as well.
Yeah. You're right. Now we're on board. Oh, there's Tommy Dreesy coming back in.
Yeah, Tommy had to start at the back. If you remember on the warm-up lap, the number 8 Lucas Slick Miss car had some problems. I spoke to him while you were doing your grid walk, in fact, and he said that he said, if you see me having problems, because I've had an intermittent electronics problem, and they did just seem to check it over when he came in, and, well, that doesn't sound that good, to be honest.
That sounds... Something's going on with
something's not right.
The ignition on that. So it might be the... yeah, you can hear it kind of cutting in and out. I can't tell if that's a microphone sound or if that's his engine, because his engine seems to be running really well.
Yeah.
I think that's microphone. I think that's the audio pickup from his in-car.
One thing I can tell you, it might be a resplendently painted bright blue metallic, but it's an older car, and that always means that there's a potential of a problem. But he's going good. He's got to the back of the pack at least.
Let me just say this. As a longtime Trans Am fan and a fan of motorsports, it is great to have Paul Gentilozzi back in our paddock with Tommy Dreesy. Unbelievable. You see the fuel venting out of the back of his car there, but Paul Gentilozzi, welcome back.
Yeah.
Running for the championship with Tommy Dreesy.
And the most successful Trans Am man of all time, really.
From almost every perspective.
Yeah, 31 wins.
Team driver, series owner. Unbelievable. There we are, back with the Jim Weed, Chris Dyson. Unbelievable. Altwell Ford Mustang. Greg Pickett, if you're watching this, I hope you're super proud of your boy Chris Dyson.
You know, I wouldn't want to kart against him. I wouldn't want to go Trans Am racing. I wouldn't want to try to get to the Buffy before Chris Dyson. He's automatic, isn't it? He's so smooth. Every lap is almost identical. That's why he does a lot of coaching as well. But he is one of the finest American sports car racers and Trans Am racers we've got. And he's still very much of an age where he could go on for many, many years to come as a champion. But it's very hard to compete against a guy who doesn't really make mistakes. Their record last year spoke for itself. They finished every race.
Unbelievable. And here we go. Great shot there of the mixed class racing. The Porsche in his mirrors knew he was coming in as he comes into Franklin Road. Turn 7 here at Sebring. And I got to, watching this, I got to give it up for my friend. I really miss Ernie Francis Jr. in the series. I love what he's doing in Indy Lights and can't wait to watch him. I know we're going to see him in the Indy 500 in a few years. Cool to see. But don't you miss seeing Ernie out there battling with Chris Dyson?
I do, and I know that at some point on the other side of Florida at St. Petersburg, whether it be after qualifying or before qualifying or whenever he's got a moment, Ernie will tune in, and I know that we wish him well at St. Petersburg.
But look at that. That car, Stevie Dix, his crew chief mechanic, really has set that up because this track is a lot rougher than the images that we're seeing coming from it. His splitter isn't bouncing around a lot. Whoever did the setup on this car, this is by far the best setup I've seen at Sebring. I've never seen a car go like this at Sebring. Chris Dyson, I know he's raced here many times in many different series, but if we can get a shot of him coming down here.
That was Bill Grant just going through shot in the SGT Championship. Here's your leader.
Here's the roughest part of the track, and look at this. He's tracking so well.
Yeah, you see the
The
brakes
cars
there.
go so smooth. Nice job.
Well, he was sensational here last year, and he's looking to do it again this year. Look at the competition. They're nowhere in sight. And that Ullman Straight that's a long walk.
Ladies and gentlemen, that's Wally Dallenbach.
In second place.
Yeah.
Now let's watch him come through the Sunset Bend. Yep, there you see the bouncing curves. There's the blue dot you were talking about, and they're both on that line. Boris said still in contention with Wally. But we'll look at the times as they cross the line. Dyson last time out a 2:01.6. Dallenbach a 2:02.3. So not only is Dyson leading, but he's pulling away at the front. And the gap between Dyson and Ragginger, half a second at the moment as we go back with Ken Thwaites.
Look at that. Boris is really wide in some turns. I don't think he meant to take that apex that late. But he's still going really fast as Ken Thwaites comes up behind him, behind the Franklin Road turn 7 here at Sebring. And there's Paul Menard back out. That's great.
Yeah, so they obviously towed him back. He had a problem on the warm-up lap where he literally came to a stop. So they literally towed him back, and obviously they cranked it back up again and had a look at it. But he's back out there. Let's see his lap times and see what he can do. Now remember, points-wise, everybody pretty much scores points. At least 1 point. There are points for lap led and points for the fastest lap.
Just got a report from a friend down in the Franklin Road team that they had to go to Menards, the greatest hardware store in the world, to get some parts, put it in the car, and back up and running as Paul Menard.
And I'm delighted that coming into the booth, we said it might happen, and it has. Former TA man and current TA2 championship contender, watching as we are, Paul Menard taking on the field from the back, Adam Andretti. Adam, delighted to have you on board. We had a lot of work together last year as we looked at TA. You're now in TA2 with a massive entry, three-dimensional services. What have you noticed so far? What have you seen? Well, we're celebrating where it all started here at Trans Am back in '66, so we've got a bit of the Andretti's here. We've also got Kerry Hitt. He knows what he's talking about when it comes to Trans Am racing. He continues to be a stalwart of the championship. This is your form of racing. What do you see?
I wish I would be out there right now, but with the new tires this year, the 18-inch tires, the cars are a lot quicker, they're more stable. I think there's going to be some fantastic racing throughout the year.
Adam, you heard about these 18-inch tires. Obviously, you're doing TA2, so it doesn't matter to you. But would you have liked to have a go at this era of tires?
Absolutely. The compound that they brought. Not only just we've been focusing a lot on the profile of the tire and the 18-inch wheel part, but really, Pirelli changed the whole compound around this tire. And the compound is so much nicer. It seems so much racier, too. Like, there's going to be true fall-off, and there's going to be that old fall-off that we used to see out of our Trans Am Series tires. So I honestly, it's one of those things where I'm envious for the TA2 cars. I would like to see that compound get brought over to TA2 and throw a little mixture into the TA2 field, because in TA2, just like in TA, we've been on that same compound for so long that everyone starts to get used to it. So it'd be nice to get something thrown in the mix, just like this is done, and it might help level out this playing field.
great to have big names like Paul Menard coming in very competitively, as you'd expect.
Yeah, Paul's great. I mean, I'm a big admirer of him and his family. You know, I'm born and raised in Indianapolis, and they have such a strong history there at the Indianapolis Motor Speedway and the support there. So I know one of actually my most special times, even as a race fan, was observing Paul Menard win the Brickyard 400.
Yeah.
Because I knew how much their family had put into some success at Indy and never really quite got to celebrate the true fruits of that victory. And with Paul, he was able to deliver. And to see him here in the Trans Am Series, I echo your sentiments completely, Jonathan. He just adds to the depth, not only in the talent pool, but just in the personality pool as well. He's a great human being to be around, and great presence too from Menards as well. And then you got Amy Ruman. I think this new tire is going to be a bit of a revival for her, Kerry. Yeah. What do you think?
Yeah, I think it's going to be good. The other great thing about the tires, and on the old tires that we ran, the 16-inch tires, the sidewalls had so much flex to them that I know specifically at Road America, at the end of the straight, as you get into the braking zone, there's that dip. Well, we couldn't understand why we were dragging, we were hitting, because all of the data told us that we shouldn't have been on the ground, and then we realized what was happening is the suspension was totally compressed, and then you went over the bump, and it was the sidewalls and the tires were flexing. So it was... I know that Amy, for one, did not like those tires at all. They just didn't work on her car.
Yeah.
But I think this 18-inch tire is the ticket.
Great to have the inside of two current drivers. Kerry, why aren't you out there?
Well, you know, the supply chain is empty right now.
Yes.
And we've made some great changes on the car. I just wasn't able to get enough together quick enough, and I thought, we'll just sit this out.
Kerry Hitt has obviously been racing in Trans Am for a long time, but you also have another role. You're a big part of the composite and the bodywork of these cars. What have we got? Tell us a little bit about that side of things.
Okay, well, Advanced Composite Products is my company, and we've built the bodywork for all of the TA cars that are out there. We aren't building the C7 Corvette, but we're building the Mustangs, the Challengers, the Camaro, and of course the Cadillac. We've updated the Camaro, the 2022 Camaro now. We've updated the front of it, so that's got some new aero stuff on it. The Ford, I'm not sure what we're going to do on it. It's pretty good right now. They've not been doing bad at all. So we've got a couple of ideas we're looking at. Possibly maybe the Toyota. A lot of Toyota motors out there, and the motors in this class are kind of a hand-me-down from the NASCAR.
Sure.
And they're not using them. They got warehouses full of them. So why don't we see if we can get some more cars and get some more manufacturers into the series?
I think you just made a new story there. I like the idea of that.
Yeah. Okay.
Very cool. And of course we've got Poncho Weaver in terms of a chassis anyway. Poncho very much heavily involved in helping with the new Gen 3 car in NASCAR.
Yep.
So we've got a lot of talent here in the paddock. Talking of which, Adam Andretti, how are you set? TA2, you used to race at TA, but this is a very big season for you.
Yeah, it is. It's a big season for all of us. I mean, there's a lot of growth here within the series. Got a lot of great support here, and with Franklin Road, big supporter, and also Big Machine Vodka, and then personally on our side with Three Dimensional Services Group, and there's just a ton of just buzz around the Trans Am Series period and around these SpeedTour race weekends, and with great cause. Not only is the exposure at its all-time high, but beautiful livery of Tommy Greasy as always there in the Rocket Sports car there. But that's a really good-looking car here that they brought here, and I know that it looked like they started off with their issues a little bit behind the 8-ball. Paterick, who his weekend has not been without, when the Kreider Racing Ford Mustang has not been without drama.
You know what, guys, as we're talking, we've sent Ben down to the pit lane where he belongs in many ways, because he's always about it, but he's found out the latest on Paul Menard's car. He's with his chief engineer. Down to you, Ben.
Next, hopefully we can get some cautions and get our laps back and maybe get up there and race for the lead. We've got a fast car. The Chevy Camaro's really fast, so hopefully we can keep a good pace with the leader.
What's your driver saying now, Mason?
He hasn't said a word. He's just worried about lap times, keeping pace with Dyson. And, obviously they're pretty fast, so we just got to get back up there and catch them.
Nice. Mason Jennings, you heard it. Back to you, Jonathan.
Yeah, we missed the first part of that, Ben, but we get the idea. Maynard is out there. He's not saying a word, but you can see he's on good lap pace. And I'll leave it to the drivers to explain what you're seeing as we go on board.
Great, Adam. Well, I mean, you're accelerating, up to like 167 miles an hour. You saw they're hard on the brakes, down a few gears here to get through turn 1. Let the car set, but then you're hard back on the power. It's a really fast corner there. Little kink here they call turn 2, hard on the brakes for turn 3, back down into low gear, probably second or first gear in these cars. Up into the carousel. Carousel here is turn 5 as you come out of here. It's hard under the bridge. You can see a little hiccup there. He couldn't get quite to the power. So accelerating through turn 6 here down the straightaway into the famous hairpin here, turn 7. You got the hotel there on the left-hand side. Hard on the brakes down into first gear. And as he rotates the car again, just plant the power, be hard on the power all the way to turn number 10. Just a great little historic track here. He's hard on the power. Again, like I said, all the way up here to turn 10. Turn 10, another hard braking zone. Not much, got to be committed there. There's not much room for consequences there if it goes wrong. Again, you could, idea here is just be hard on the power again, be able to stay full throttle all the way through the kinks there to the left, and then you're going to come into turn 13 here again, low speed corner. As you come out of 13, you do accelerate through probably the fastest part there. Would have loved to stay on board to see go through Big Bend, but we got to get to Boris Said here in that Poncho Weaver special, the Technique chassis, the number 2. Technique is that company that you were talking about, Jonathan Green, that's actually building that Gen 3 Cup car. It's all robotic welders. It's quite fascinating stuff.
Currently.
All right, here I am with legendary builder Poncho Weaver, the builder of the Boris Said car. You said he's having a little problems. What's going on?
Well, we had a wreck yesterday in practice before qualifying, and rear end was a bit skewed out, and we had to heat it up with a torch and a forklift to bend it back. So it's pretty close, but it's not exactly right, and we are having some rear brake issues at the present time. Nice. So just trying to hang on to third.
Rear brake issues for Boris Said, but if anybody can do it, who said? Boris Said. Back to you, Jonathan.
Thanks, Ben. Yeah, I didn't know he used the brakes, Kerry.
Do we use brakes?
No, I didn't know that Boris.
Oh, yeah, no, not a lot. Poncho's on there. It's interesting, the stuff that he does in the cars that he builds. He's just a fantastic fabricator, and he does it in the basement of his. Of course, the basement of his house.
It's a big house.
Oh, yeah.
It's a pretty special basement.
Yeah, it is.
Sure.
Very much so.
And to that point, too, they may be struggling with rear brake issues and won't be able to do anything with Chris Dyson with his current pace. But he is on pace if he holds his pace, Kerry, to be able to hang on to that podium position, especially the gap that he has back to Ken Thwaites as being around 4.5 seconds. So that's plenty of gap that he can go in there and just kind of do what Boris does and save the car and bring it home. But Chris Dyson in this Jim Weed special here, Ford Mustang, is just setting out the pace out here and just absolutely putting on a clinic.
And if you're wondering what Jim Weed is, well, it's part of the Altwell sponsorship that carried Chris Dyson to championship circle last year, and it's just another side of that. In fact, it's an energy drink that is part of the Altwell group, and so they put that on the car, and he's advertising hard at the moment because he's doing the business. He's a long way ahead of Wally Dollenbach, and Kerry, it's good to see Wally out there as well, isn't it?
Yeah. He's doing really well. Being out of the seat for a while hasn't really affected him. Ken Thwaites is doing a really good job. He's improved a lot. I think he likes these new tires. I heard reports that he was kind of getting used to them. They had a little trouble trying to dial the car in. And once looks like they're starting to get it dialed in pretty good. I think he's going to do a good job.
Kerry, you've been at this for a while. It takes time to learn these cars. They are monsters at the best of times. 850 plus brake horsepower. Not a lot of help. But the way Ken has gone from production racing, he took 10 years out of racing. If you've been impressed how quickly he's got up to speed.
Really well. This year they're going to have the bigger brakes also. With bigger tires, you can have more space to put the bigger brakes in. So the cars are not only going to be accelerating faster and going around corners faster, they're going to be able to go deeper into the corners and stop a whole lot quicker.
Yeah, I was talking to Ken yesterday. He was comparing his data with Paul Menard and saying that there was a couple of corners where he was losing 5 miles an hour And it's a big factor, isn't it? The gathering of data. If you've got a really good teammate and you've got 3, Adam, it makes a big difference to how you go about it.
Oh, for sure. I mean, it's huge. I mean, we're sitting in there, and you know, I've got 2 championship drivers in TA2 that I'm getting to see exactly where I'm missing. It's humbling, but also at the same time, it tells you exactly where you need to go to work at yourself, and it's something that they're human. So and what they're doing is human. And I feel like I'm on the same level as them as an athlete, so it's just the matter of applying it and getting it there. But you don't know and that's the beautiful part about having that as a teammate is that opens up that exposure and gives you that idea and lets you know where you are losing the time. So for sure, having a teammate like Paul Menard is only going to up Ken Thwaites' game, and it's only going to bring it to another level. So I'm happy to see that that's all developed and again adding another classic great talent to the paddock with Paul but it's also going to definitely bring up that game of Showtime Racing.
Well, I'll tell you what, he is flying. He's 16th at the moment, but his last lap at 2:01.5, he's very much on the pace and so much quicker than the men in front of him. Dyson, for example, last lap at 2:02.055. How far can he get with 45 minutes? It's sometimes easy to forget that this is a sprint endurance race in many ways.
Absolutely. It's a sprint from start to finish.
Yeah, I remember talking to Adam about that last year. I hadn't really given value to the fact that you're racing for a flat-out 1 hour and there's no let-up.
Correct. Yeah.
It's not like the endurance racing, mindset. Where,
get a couple of other drivers to take over.
Yeah, or you got to save it because you got to make it 24 hours. So you have to produce speed without being abusive. Where we kind of run these Trans Am cars into the ground, as Kerry can attest to. They have to be gone through completely after each event. I mean, a lot of times after each session, you'll see a lot of these teams, the ones that have the best luck with attrition, we call it luck, right? But that's when more like best preparation is they'll have these things torn down almost completely between sessions.
Well, let me ask you this. We often talk about management of tyres in a 100-mile race or an hour-plus race. What will it be like with these bigger tyres? Will it have the same attrition, or will we start to see them slip and slide?
I'm not sure. Oh, Amy.
Oh, Amy's slipping and sliding.
Yep.
Amy Ruman in the 23 McNichols Corvette spins it round, gets it going again, or keeps it going again, and gets back out on the track. Can she turn that round just about? Yes, she does.
Well, she's got a good eye for that. I'm sure she knows the corners of her car very well. But yeah, that's a shame to see, and that might be the answer you were looking for, Jonathan. To your answer to your question was, how long is it going to last? How long is that group level going to last? Are we starting to see slipping? Because right now, none of us know. Correct. Nobody knows, because this is the first 100 miles that we've ever put on this new compound and this new construction of this Pirelli tire. So this is really kind of the only one that may have an idea would be Dyson, because of all the tire testing that they've done. But even he doesn't know, because he was doing it just laying down his own rubber, not the rubber of a whole field of TA and GT cars out there.
That comes into factor, absolutely.
For sure.
Let me ask you this, Adam. You've been out there. What about, we always talk about the bumps, but they don't change. What about the track surface in terms of grip out there? Because it hasn't been used in a while. We did some testing here. The 12 hours hasn't been here yet. That's a factor, so it hasn't been used for a while.
There's no grip out there right now. I'm going to go ahead and be just completely blunt. It's we're skating out there. The track temperature's at 110 degrees, which is ridiculous. The sun's beating on it very hard. And we have a very inconsistent wind right here in Central Florida today. So to say that the track conditions today, Jonathan, are tricky would be an understatement. In practice, it felt different from lap to lap. And that's kind of the most frustrating thing about a race weekend, I believe Kerry could attest to, is when you find yourself in a racetrack that you're chasing the conditions of the track all day long, and we've been chasing or all weekend long, and that's what we've been doing, is chasing these conditions. So it's very interesting, but the grip levels are rather low.
Well, we're looking at this youngster, Luca Mars, and so far putting a very clean set of heels on that number 50. He's currently in 9th position from Pennsylvania in the Race for RP Ford Mustang, a sponsorship we saw last year make an appearance at Nashville. But still learning his way, but he, like many, going for that Peter Gregg Foundation, $20,000 available to those between 14 and 24, $20,000, pretty handy to a teenager.
What were you guys doing at 14? Were you going for 20 grand?
Yeah, I was going for 20 grand and had the responsibility of about 20 people looking behind me. No, I was probably losing my keys, losing anything that I was supposedly belonging to, and being late for school and missing my tie. That was about
it.
Yeah.
There's your 14. That's Jonathan Green's 14, ladies and gentlemen.
There's more to that, but
right.
We haven't got time.
When I was 14, they didn't think that people that young would be able to drive cars. So I think it was 20 or 21, I believe is what it was. Yeah, so
I believe that. It's totally changed. I mean, in TA2, one of the kids in Scott Lagacy's camp is 15 years old.
Yeah.
And I was giving him a little bit of business there on the pre-grid before going out. So I'm not picking. I said I just wish I was 15 again.
Yeah.
And I said, man, I know at 15 I wasn't in a TA2 car, so God bless him, and he's making the most of the situation, doing a great job out there.
Just to remind you, different classes. We have the TA class. That is the 850 brake horsepower plus cars, Trans Am as it's called. Then we have SGT, this car here that you see Lee Saunders in, a Dodge Viper, a production-based car, and that's very much part of the history. That's how Trans Am began, because it was a race between Europe and America in mostly production cars. Sometimes the smaller displacement production cars from Europe would show up in California at Riverside or wherever and take on the muscle cars of America and beat them. They didn't like that much, and so Mustang and Chevrolet and everybody else started making sure that their cars were not only fast but nimble, and hence Trans Am developed. And now we've got this sort of racing, so we continue the tradition of continuing with both production cars and the TA, the silhouette TA cars. But effectively, and you're the body man, we've got a very powerful engine with a composite body on top.
Yes, exactly. And you can change. You can take the same chassis, it's the same wheelbase. That was one of the challenges. Is you take a car and you want it to look right proportionally, but you have 102-inch wheelbase. So we move the wheel well openings to the wheelbase to match it, and then build the rest of the car. It's gratifying at the end to see them because they all look really cool.
Yeah, and, Adam, we've talked in the past, a lot of the reason that the likes of Luca Mars and several of the youngsters coming into Trans Am, you'll be up against some of them yourself in TA2, but the reason is NASCAR has now gone to a lot more road racing, and I mentioned the names, Chase Elliott, we had Bill Elliott coming in before here not too long ago, but a lot of these youngsters now honing their skills with a view to going to NASCAR.
Yeah, I mean, I believe they're up to 7 at the Cup level, is 7 road course races. So that's a pretty impressive number, considering not long ago they had 2.
I think it's going to be great for road racing, because years past, the problem with road racing from a spectator's point of view is you would pick out the corner and that would be the one you would watch and you couldn't see what else is going on. But with these Rovals, and they have a grandstand and you can watch the whole thing. So it's going to be, I think it's going to be more exciting than watching the cars just kind of go around in a circle. I think road racing is finally come of age.
Oh, I agree. And I think another added element to that, and because I caught myself doing it, and before I got up here to the booth, was, well, shoot, I'm going to grab the best seat in the house here for a minute. I want to enjoy the start of this race.
Yeah.
And that's the thing now with modern technology and the live streaming that we have here, especially in the Trans Am Series. You could come here and be a part of the live action. You have your spot on the track, and you could get all the action live. Right on your phone, right on your tablet, whatever you want to use to get that visual. I mean, it's pretty spectacular. I was actually in the RV eating lunch. I'm like, oh, I was supposed to be up there in the booth. I need to find the booth. And so I was hitting up my good friend Ben here, hoping he wasn't going to be too busy. And as always, he was able to get back to me and get us where we need to go. But that short-term race car driver mentality, I forgot where we did this last year, so couldn't quite find it. But happy to be here and love watching these races, and they're just so exciting. We see Wally Dallenbach coming up on a slower GT car. I believe that's Todd Naparowski.
Yeah, Naparowski, good story too. Coming in and making a name for himself, as we see Patarik.
Oh, Patarik.
Well, I had been told before the race that he was not 100% fit. He's up in years, shall we say, and his 57 number, it's close. But he wasn't 100%, and obviously they're looking in the car, so he had a little spin as well, but he's been a long-time adversary of yours.
Yeah, he just got over COVID, too.
Well, that could be another reason, yeah.
Yeah, and they've not had an easy weekend, and that'll wear on you, too, and they've been struggling intently with, trying to work the gremlins out of a brand-new car. When they figured that was a moot point, they went ahead and went to their old tried he had used for many years, and just kept struggling to just get something underneath him this weekend. So hopefully, again, he'll go back. He'll heal up 100% from COVID and get his body back to where it should be, and they can get the car sorted, and we can hopefully see him at the next couple rounds in Charlotte and Atlanta.
It takes time. People don't realize the amount of testing that has to be done in a new car before you can even get it to the point where it's ready to run the race, and then you got to worry about making it competitive. So it's just the back scene that people don't see. They see the cars on the racetrack, but they don't see the hundreds of hours that are put in the shop, and then the times that are put in the racetrack testing beforehand, so you can get the car ready to get out there.
Well, I can't tell you how many people I've talked out of racing for that stat. Just let them know. You see the glitz and the glamour and the celebration, but that's one team that gets to celebrate, and it's a lot of hours that you don't see of blood, sweat, and tears that goes into this. It's a sacrifice from everybody, not just the people that work on it, but also the. It looks like Boris is slowing down here. I believe.
That Challenger is going to challenge no more, I don't think. He slowed right down and is cruising, and I think we'll probably...
Is that a right front tire going down?
Actually, yeah. Look by the looks of the shape of the car.
You
would know better than anyone.
Good eye there, Kerry. Great eye.
It looks like a flat, doesn't it?
Yeah, it does.
What a shame.
Yeah,
so he had rear-end problems with the fact that they had a crash yesterday. Meanwhile, Chris Dyson. And I'll let you two listen to the sound of that car, but it sounds pretty darn good to me.
Oh, the Dyson cars just sound special when they come across the line. They always do as they're at full song, and you get to hear that Ford V8 just really absolutely scream every bit of its 850 plus horsepower.
Yeah.
And I'm guessing, knowing the Dysons, that 850 plus is definitely
probably.
But the beautiful car there, the Jim Weed Special, and I know that Chris is just really excited. He's focused. He had to miss the last round last year, and he missed basically all of the winter of testing. He got a little bit going in here right at the end of the month of January, and got a couple days in and got back. But you're right, that's a right front that's right down here on Boris said, as he's trying to limp his way back home. But that's a shame. That's going to cost the podium, but for the celebration for Ken Schwaitz, as that legitimately puts him on a podium position finish, and what a great job for if they can hang on to this for that Franklin Road Apparel Chevrolet Camaro. That'd be a great showing for Showtime Motorsports.
You mentioned Todd Naparalski, and of course the man from Michigan. He's got a good history, but not here necessarily in Trans Am. He's raced a lot of different kinds of racing, and is up there in terms of experience and time racing, but new to Trans Am, and we're delighted to have him, and currently in 13th position in that 39, as we once again take a look at Chris Dyson.
Yeah, that thing's just hooked up on a rail here. They're going to, Poncho's guy's going to get to work
straight
here
to
on
work
the right
on that
front.
right wheel. You're absolutely right.
Yeah.
And it is. Puncture on the right front.
So you are allowed air jacks and center lock hubs, as Kerry Hitt demonstrates. He has that on his Trans Am car, and so you are allowed the things. But since these cars, we don't do pit stops generally unless you've had a problem like this. Poncho likes to bring a car in at a little bit lighter budget, so he uses an ASCAR 5 lug pattern here that you see them with, and also just uses a standard jack. But right now is when you really like, because it's
make a huge
it's
difference.
up, buzz, tire on, and you're out of there in probably about 8 seconds.
Interesting, Boris Jr. Boris said, watched his son in the Miata Cup, and I'm just looking at Luca Mars and Tyler Casera, who have all come from the ranks of the Miata Cup, and I'm sure there's a lot of Miata drivers thinking to themselves that they could never be a Trans Am driver, and we've got proof in the likes of Luca, in the likes of Boris said Jr., that these guys can do that type of racing and then come through. Tyler Casera, the best example. Luca Mars more recently, and he's out there now. Tyler, unfortunately, not having a competitive day in his new car yet, but we'll see how he goes. It's going to be very interesting to see just how he goes, but what a jump he's had as Tyler.
It's a good, I think it's a good format to learn. Ernie Francis Jr. was racing Miatas, and it teaches, it's a momentum type thing, and it really teaches you to get as much out of the car as you can. And when you transfer those skills to a car with a lot of horsepower, I think that those skills really help hone the driving skills of the driver.
Absolutely, I couldn't agree more, Kerry. And I mean, the list of names goes on and on and on. Gar Robinson was in Miatas. Yeah. I mean, there's just the list you can continue with. But Yeah, it's a special learning, and I always joke around that a TA2 car is going to be out of the 500 horsepower because it's a momentum car, it's a heavy car. 500 horsepower sounds like a lot, but for a car that's 2.5 tons or more, it's not.
So what is the weight on that?
We're 2680. That's what our weight is.
Okay, it's close to the TA car, but we've got way more horsepower.
Yeah,
too,
exactly,
so
exactly. So you can. I always said that about the TA car. That's why a guy like me like the TA car so much is it hides your mistakes.
Yeah,
the TA2 car, your mistakes are compounded. Corner by corner because of the lack of power and. No, the relative lack of power, because it's 500 plus horsepower, still plenty of horsepower. But yeah, I believe that's also a big part of that translation is the TA2 car is very similar in that aspect about the momentum and rolling that momentum. And
that kind of goes back to when you were talking about having the teammates that they go out and you can. With data as we have it today, what's really great is you don't have to think, well, where am I losing the time? You can see exactly where it is, and now you can go out and concentrate on that corner and try to get better.
For sure. Yeah. I just wish there was one corner.
Yeah, well, true. Yeah.
When you got 17 of them, you got to work on it. You're working at every one, but no, I tease. But yeah, it's I kid because I just have so much respect for the two guys that I have inside that Peterson Racing tent. And Doug Peterson, again, this is a great racetrack for him. He's had some very strong finishes in TA2. But we're looking here at Luca there, right?
Yeah, Luca Mars, that's the number 50. Yeah.
And
he's another youngster coming through, and he's been an excellent karter over the years. National championships, FIA International Vice Champion, I think, and also MX5. He's been an MX5 Cup driver as well. So another smaller displacement. But like you say, you can learn momentum in those sorts of cars, can't you?
I would say on any given weekend, nothing's going faster through the corner than a Miata.
Yeah.
On any given weekend. Formula One cars don't go through the corners. A slow speed corner as fast as a Miata does.
It's a good point.
But it's good little action there between the GT cars. As I believe Luca was putting Todd a lap down there.
Well, you're listening to Adam Andretti and Kerry Hitt. I'm Jonathan Green, and we're watching the laps fall away here in the first race of the year. The Maynards. Chris Dyson leading the way. Luca Mars in GT. We've got several classes out there. TA, of course, the fastest. The big 850 horsepower. And then SGT, XGT, and GT. As we take a look at the SGT of Luca Mars, the number 50, the youngster.
And we haven't even thrown a shout out here to Jose Cochran. He's there right there in the top 5. This is a name that I'm not seen on our roster here in Trans Am yet. So to come out here, and I don't know if this is his debut or not, but he's definitely not a perennial contender. So to come out here and be inside the top 5, he's in. I believe that's Claudio Burton's car, that number 9, if I'm not mistaken.
Yes.
And so he's out here and he's put in a really, really good running. And I know that they're going to be, as we take a look at him right here, coming into turn 17, hard on the brakes. But that's a good-looking package there, and hopefully they can hang on and get a good finish for themselves there.
So we've got a long season ahead, and several drivers like Tommy Dreese falling by the wayside, and we hope that they can get back up to speed. Paul Menard had a problem on the on the out lap before the race even got started. They dragged him back to the pits. They checked it over. He's back out there and is trying. He's on race pace, no question about it, but still down in 15th place. So he'll try to get some points. Most people score just by being out there, but the big points obviously go to the sharp end, and that's where Chris Dyson is holding off Wally Dollenbach at the moment. But it's been a good battle between the two of them.
Sebring's like the only place you'll go to because the track is so violent on the cars that you'll go back to the paddock, shut it down, everything's fine. You go to fire it up for the next run, the next circuit, nothing works. Everything's been shook loose. You're like, that happened to me yesterday. We were running fine. We come in to make a change. Halfway through the practice session, shut off, go to fire back up to see what the change did, and car won't fire. So it's just this place will really shake a car to its core for sure.
You can't get an idea for how bumpy it is unless you're in there. Especially coming around that through turn 17. I've been watching the cars here, and they kind of take them over and they bounce it a little bit, but that thing there's sort of a sweet spot if there's any there's quite a big bump there, but there is kind of a sweet spot that it's the less of a bump than the rest of them.
Yeah,
but,
you get the lesser of the two evils.
The lesser of the two evils, exactly.
You could get a headache instead of an upset stomach. That's
there you go.
basically what you could get out of 17.
That's the way of putting it. Right.
Yeah. Because you're going to get one or the other.
Yeah.
But it's, I mean, I always said if you need to, this is the best place to test a seat if it fits right.
True.
Because you're going to find out where any hot points are. This is going to be the track that's going to tell it to you.
Yeah.
Well, we've just shuffled through the SGT class. We're looking at third place Bob Michelin, and he is currently third in SGT, chasing down Lee Saunders, who you saw in the red and black Viper 84, and they're all chasing Danny Lowry, who is leading SGT, who is second in SGT, and Luca Mars leading the way in the number 50, hence the reason we've been focusing on the youngster, not just because he's new, because he's leading as well. But here comes Bob in the 52.
Bob looks like he's running a pretty wheel there. It's a really good-looking car. It's a very close in livery, I believe, between the 50 and the 52, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, very similar.
As I watch him drive through the paddock. But that race for RP is a great cause, something to look into if you haven't and you support our great sport. But that's definitely one of those wonderful causes to look into.
It's a muscular disease.
It is a muscular disease, and it doesn't get it hasn't gotten a lot of attention. So it's we've got one of those that we share in the paddock here that has that suffers of that. So definitely great to support that. Love to see it out there, making the laps and doing it in a successful manner too.
Guys, we talk about how Trans Am's got this huge history, but I love the fact that here in 2022 we really do have a calendar that is, well, I mean, nobody can challenge against it. We go to all the iconic tracks. Have either of you got favourites where you look at the calendar and go, I'm glad we're going there again?
Yes, all of them.
Yeah. I was going to say, it's really hard to pick one out. Because each one had.
No, that
that's not good.
Looks
That'd
like
be Paul Menard.
No, is that Menard?
Yeah, that was Paul.
Oh,
yeah, that was the 5 car, right?
Yep.
Yeah, Paul.
And in he comes, Paul Menard, former NASCAR hero and well-known name and well-known family name, of course, because of the stores.
Well, I hate to see that for Paul.
He was pushing on.
Obviously has great ability, has a great packager at Showtime Motorsports. So just hate to see that to be their debut together, and this is the result of it. But he knows that he's got the speed. Going to go to a couple tracks I feel he's going to really thrive at. Charlotte Roval he's going to be very good at. Oh, a lot of oil there.
Yeah.
That is pretty catastrophic. But Charlotte Roval I think he's going to be very strong at, and also Road Atlanta I think is going to definitely suit his style. So you have not seen the last of this wonderful racer in Paul Menard. We're going to see more and more of him this year. But we'll get I'm sure Ben is down there or someone's down there trying to find the scoop on what's going on with that number 5.
Well, I don't think you need too much information.
It looks done.
It's dropping its guts quite literally, and sadly, the Franklin Road car coming to the end of the road, certainly for this weekend.
We got 2 laps left just like that, and the podium seems to be hanging strong with Chris Dyson out well ahead, and then you got Wally Dallenbach and Ken Thwaites rounding out the top 3. Jose Cochran in 4th and Amy Ruman finish the top 5, and this is a battle for 5th right here between Tommy Dreese and Amy Ruman. Tommy has run down Amy, and this is right here a battle. This is going to be pretty epic if the pass has shown us anything, right, Kerry?
Yeah, it's interesting how Tommy and Amy always end up at the same part of the track.
It doesn't matter what race it is.
I know
why that is.
Yeah.
They don't even have to be racing in the same series together, and they find a way to be on the track in the same place.
I think so.
They've had some run-ins. I think of Brainerd a couple of years ago or last year. But, yeah.
Well, I hope this goes clean, and this is some good racing here. But with 2 laps to go, this is going to get pretty strong because I know Amy is one of the hardest cars to pass in this TA class. So this is going to be pretty. And that was one of the opportunities down there into 7. If she gets a good drive off of 7, it's going to be hard for him to do anything in turn 10, and she did.
Yeah, there's a pretty good gap right now. He's got to get a little closer before he can do anything.
Right, yeah.
Here comes Ken Thwaites in 3rd position. So as we get down to the final few laps, it is Dyson a long, long way ahead of Wally Dallenbach and Ken Thwaites in 3rd place. Jose Cochran in the first run, really, really impressive. But we've had quite an attrition rate both at the start of this race. No problems for this man, Ken Thwaites, at the moment.
Yeah, it's just, everyone's in there, right? With 2 laps to go, when you're in your position here at Sebring, all of a sudden that rattle wasn't there that's there now. You know, all of a sudden I smell some gear oil. I didn't smell that before.
Yeah.
Oh, man, did I hear a flutter in the engine? I wasn't there before. You know, this is, and Sebring, like I said, I'm not harping on the track. It's part of what it is. We all know what it is. I'm not picking on Sebring. I don't want anyone to get me wrong, and I certainly don't want anyone at Sebring to get me wrong. They're a wonderful group here, and they put on a great event all the time, and we get to come back for 5 more years. You know, that was announced to us this morning, so that's exciting, and because we definitely love coming to race here at Sebring. But on board here at Ken Thwaites, holding a pretty wheel here with 2 to go. But he's, especially when your teammate has a problem like Paul did, that's another thing that'll eat at you too. You know, is that right? You know,
exactly.
Well, it's physically sapping, and I would have thought that the laps versus the time will be a preference to someone like Ken. This is the final lap, and amazingly green for the whole time. That's why we have that either or for the race distance, because sometimes we get a lot of caution and we want to get more racing in. Sometimes it's a case that it's green, like we have. White flag is out, and everybody on their final lap, and here is Chris Dyson, who has, let's face it, guys, let's just talk about Chris, put on an immaculate show yet again. He did it from the back last year. He's done it from the front this time.
Yeah.
He has not put a wheel wrong in that classic, you know, Chris Dyson methodical, just perfect style. He has hit every single mark. As you see him right there, just absolutely nails the apex there in 13, gets that great drive off. He's driving every lap like he's got someone breathing down his neck, and he does it. And what I'm looking at here, Kerry, is you know, you're looking at right around 2.5 seconds is what you're going to lose in lap time. You know, from the beginning of the race to the end of the race. Chris is showing that that's on this new tire. So what everyone's looking at now as competitors because you're going to be chasing Chris Dyson for this championship, as he's about to show if he navigates 17 successfully, is we know what we have to do. We have to make sure that we don't lose any more than that over a 100-mile run.
Right.
He's given us that data, so you have to use what he's giving you in this race completed today and apply it to your future runs.
Dynamic Dyson is going to do it at Sebring. He comes out of the final bend, and there's the checkered flag to greet him. A superb run by the champion, Chris Dyson, who takes the checkered flag, and he's a country mile ahead of the opposition. Wally Dollenbach, Ken Thwaites. I think what might have been some of the competitors that could have challenged him harder, it doesn't matter. Dyson will take it any which way. It's been a brilliant run by him. The team have been superb. They haven't rested on their laurels over the winter. In fact, they probably worked harder. And coming across the line is Luca Mars to take the win in SGT. What a moment for him and Forge Line. Congratulations to the youngster in the number 50 Ford Mustang. Race for RP. And he does defeat so many greats. Boris said, unfortunately, will finish 8th overall. He did get back out after that puncture and that rear end problems. Maynard having problems. Likewise, no problems for Lee Saunders. He takes a podium in SGT.
Wally Dollenbach coming here to cross the line, get his second place finish here, and overall and in TA, and then hopefully Ken Thwaites, we should see him navigate here for 3rd overall and round out the podium in TA.
And in GT, good run once again for the former champion Billy Griffin in that same Ford Mustang that he won with Griffin Auto Care Sheehan's Towing. Well done though to Dyson. That was an immaculate performance, and I think as racing drivers, that's a good day at the office, right?
It was a good day. Yeah. You know, it's a tribute to the drivers who are able to run the green flag lap, a full green flag race, because and there have been a number of them. I know there were some of them that I was out there with, especially on the hot days, kind of wishing that maybe we'd get a little break, you know, but there was no yellow and it would go a full course.
Well, my thanks to Adam Andretti and Kerry Hitt, who have joined us here in the booth. Kerry not racing this weekend, but he'll be back in action. Adam will be in action. He is racing in TA2, and that's going to be in a very impressive race. But Chris Dyson, that's the man who wins the feature race. The first round of the Trans Am Championship for TA, and he has basically picked up where he left off. The champion, putting on a championship performance there. Sadly, problems for Tommy Dreesy, for Boris Said, and a few others that could have challenged him. Likewise, Martin Raginger. I think if we see more of him, he will challenge Chris Dyson. So Dyson not giving it on a plate. There's never a case of that when you're racing, but certainly helped a little bit by the fact that some of his rivals not able to make it all the way to the end to challenge him.
Yeah, definitely. Paul Menard showed lots of speed. He
Yep.
showed lots of speed all day long, and even when he was back up against the wall. But here we go. Round us out our top 10 here.
So Chris Dyson with the win for the Jim Weed Altwell car. Wally Dollenbach for Ultimate Headers in second. Ken Thwaites to the Franklin Road Apparel car in third. Jose Cochran of Panama and Burton Racing takes fourth. Amy Ruman in the McNichols Chevrolet Corvette takes fifth. Tommy Dreesy sixth. Luca Mars seventh, wins SGT, as you can see. Then Boris said Lee Saunders second in SGT. Billy Griffin, the first man across the line for GT in the Griffin Auto Care Sheehan Touring car. A little further down, Danny Lowry, Todd Naparalski, then Bob Michelin and Milton Grant, Paul Menard, David Pintarik, who also retired, Martin Raginger likewise, and a DNS for Richard Grant, who didn't make the start either. Well, we'll hear, I'm sure, from Chris Dyson in a moment. Ben Sissel will get down there, and we'll hear from what should be a rather elated Chris Dyson. It's always a long, long time away from racing, the winter, and it doesn't matter whether it's 2 weeks or 3 months.
I love that classic Dyson paint livery that he has on the helmet.
His father, of course, a great racer, and we'll be going to his home of Lime Rock very soon. And a quick check once again on those results. Chris Dyson with the victory.
Oh, there's Dad right there.
Yeah, there's Dad.
Here.
Yeah.
Hey,
Rob,
I didn't know Rob was here. That's awesome.
Yeah.
That's beautiful embrace.
He was actually checked in on the way in. I saw him this morning. He's given a lot to the racing, the sport of racing.
Oh,
the whole family has. It's been
So Bob Dyson, the first man to greet his son, Chris Dyson, and we may hear from both. He's got the Racer.com helmet on as well, the sponsorship from them, and we'll hear from the Altwell sponsored car. Let's head down to Ben Sissel.
Chris, match got it.
I can't believe it. Chris Dyson, what a start. Defending champion, what a start to the 2020 season. I was watching your car early on. It just seemed like it was perfectly dialed in. Describe the race to me.
Oh, Ben, it was just fantastic. You know, we got out front early, and the car, you know, I tried to take it easy and just hit my spots, but we could start to gap the field, which was fantastic. I've got to thank everybody at CD Racing. I'm so grateful to have Altwell and Jim Weed with us this weekend, putting them in victory lane. What a way to start the year. And to have my daddy here with me, it's just absolutely fantastic. So just hi to the family at home. So grateful to the team, so grateful to the guys. And here we go. Great start to the 22 season.
It is. Now, Rob Dyson, racing legend. Racing is one of the hardest things to do, but today you guys made it look easy. How's it feel to watch Chris win like that?
Well, like you say, it's never easy, and Chris did a terrific job. Fortunately, good weather, the cars were great, competition was super. No real problems out on the racetrack, and it was great competition. So, you know, I'm really proud of him. Really proud of him.
Now, when you're out here watching this, are you texting with Greg Pickett, another Trans Am legend, telling him how it's going?
Well, yeah, I mean, we all kind of have a social network, I guess, if you will. And ironically, the older we get, the faster we work.
Yeah.
No, but it's great. It's great. It's terrific. The Trans Am is a terrific racing. It's great product. The cars are terrific. They're safe. They're fast. And they're also available to more people. And the technology is well controlled, so more people can get into it with smaller crews, and it's really a great series.
And we were talking about it too, Chris. The thing that I know that you love is the parameters around a TA car is very minimal. This is not spec racing. You can actually innovate in the TA class.
Well, no, I mean, you're right, Ben. This is actually one of the few series, I think, in the world where the team can really continue to evolve the car. And, you know, the morale of the story is, you know, just get faster if you're not good enough. And that, you know, in an era of BOP racing, this is a breath of fresh air.
Nice. I love it. Chris, congratulations. Way to start the 2022 season. Where is Luca? Oh, my goodness. Let's hear it for Luca Mars, ladies and gentlemen. We've got the crowd around us. Luca, what a show. How was it out there?
Yeah, it was really hot out there. From the beginning, I was just in the back. I was just got by as many people as I could at the beginning. I just tried to run fast, consistent laps. It was a great race. The car handled great. The Ford car was on rails. The core guys did a great job setting it up today. I'm really glad I was able to win. It was a last-second decision to come to this race, and I'm glad I came. It was a great race.
Well, I tell you what, Jim Farley is here racing with us, the CEO of the Ford Motor Company. I know he's watching, Jim, and I know that you're super excited to see a car that rolled off of your factory winning the race. Luca, unbelievable. I could tell you're hot. Tell me about the conditions out there.
Oh, I mean, yeah, it's blazing hot out here. I just kind of put that out of my mind, just focus on running clean, fast laps, just keep maintaining my lead, growing it over the race. And I mean, yeah, my teammates, we did good. I think Billy won too, and Bob came second. So the Ford cars, they were great today. I'm just glad I was able to come out with the win. It was a fun race.
Very fun race. It's a fun race. That doesn't say enough. Unbelievable. Here we are at Winner's Circle for the Sebring Speed Tour. We've got a great crowd, great sponsors, record-breaking. Let's hear it, crowd. I love it. Back to you, Jonathan.
Thanks, Ben. Yeah, great scenes here at Sebring, and it's great to be able to go to a Bob Dyson and then to a young Luca Mars in that Ford and doing the business. So excellent stuff by all of them. Well, it was a long race, it was a hot race, and there was a lot going on, really, for the first round of the championship, and it all got underway without some taking the start line. At the start, though, Ken Thwaites got away well, but Dyson got away better. Good challenge from Martin Raginger on the left-hand side in the 59. And Tarek got spun round in the 57. But he would keep going. Problems for this man, Boris said, in the Dayglow yellow with the rear end of the car and also a puncture. Paul Menard looked good early on, but he too would suffer out. Likewise, a spin for the McNichols 23 of Amy Ruman. Eventually, one wheel on his wagon not working, for Boris said. And likewise, Maynard throwing dirt and oil over the track, but it didn't stop. The Jim Weed man of the moment, the number 20, our champion and winner again at Sebring, Chris Dyson.
First of all, the Trans Am Series presented by Pirelli would like to thank Sebring International Raceway for letting us come and start our season again here.
Podium procedures, and as they do, it's a chance for us to give out one of our big prizes of the weekend, and it is our TA Chill Out, Keep Cool move of the race, and, well, there's no real argument. It has to be Chris Dyson. That was a smooth operator at the wheel of the number 20 today, and as cool as you like, he just did his job and didn't get challenged, didn't get bugged by anybody else, and just kept the laps going, pulled away at the front, got through the traffic he needed to, and that's why he is our TA Chill Out, Keep Cool move of the race. Chris Dyson. So, high above Sebring, we look down and reflect on what was an eventful TA race, no question about it. And my thanks to Kerry Hitt and to Adam Andretti. And as we look high above from the drone, it's time for a break. We'll take a short break here from Sebring. We'll be back with more action very soon.
Speed, endurance, desire. For 160 years, Motul has helped engines and drivers go faster, further, and stronger. Tested in the heat of battle, driven with passion, with one aim, to give you superior powertrain protection and performance. Motul.
Welcome back to Sebring, and as you saw, a multi-field of different classes in that last race. We've just seen what happened in TA. Let's take a look at what happened in SGT. Well, once again, the SGT start just behind the T8s, but it wasn't long before they were battling with each other and for position, including Luca Mars in the Ford Mustang, and his first run at it, and he put on a good show. Bob Michelin, though, on form as well, but no one could stop the race for our P-Man. Luca Mars coming out on the Mazda Cup and into Trans Am and putting on a show, quite frankly, and not even our former champion, number 84, Lee Saunders, in the Dodge Viper from Florida, could stop the youngster. Still a good performance by him. He gets on the podium, but Luca Mars flashes his way to the checkered flag and wins at Sebring. Okay, so more action to come from our SVRA coverage as the day continues, including some very special, what we call all stock cars coming up later in the day. Plus, there's qualifying from Trans Am in TA2. So plenty of action to come. Stay with us on our live stream. We'll be right back. My thanks again to Adam Andretti and Kerry Hitt. We'll take a short break. We'll be back in a few minutes' time.
As you can tell, I like to go fast. Our race team is really well prepared. We like to look good, but we also like to dress good, and that's why we shop at Franklin Road Apparel. I own the company, and I wear the clothes that we sell in that store. So check us out. We carry all the top brands: Baldwin, John Barbados, Billy Reed, Goodman Brand, and on down the list. So come see us. Franklin Road Apparel, Franklin, Tennessee.
Lightweighting means reducing mass and consolidating parts. No one tackles these design and tooling challenges better than three-dimensional services. We'll provide flexible tooling solutions, including integrating parts, reducing design complexity, or even design changes. We're the go-to source for rapid manufacturing and low-volume production. Trust three-dimensional services to develop the most efficient approach to meet your lightweighting challenges today. Three-dimensional services. Prototype, production, proven.
Menards is the Midwest's ultimate home improvement store. Family owned since 1958, Menards is the one-stop shop where you always save big money. Get the Midwest's best selection nationwide when you shop online at menards.com. We make it easy to complete your projects around the house, big or small. From hardware to plumbing or paint to appliances, we carry it all. Visit menards.com today to save big money at Menards.
Save big money at Menards.
So welcome back to our coverage of SVRA and Trans Am, part of the SpeedTour for 2022. As we look down high above the famous Sebring circuit, we turn our attention now to Group 5A, 7 and 11. We're joined by Ben Sissel once again in the commentary booth, and possibly Kerry Hitt. And always good to get some insight. Ben has been part of SVRA for many years now and knows the runners and riders very well indeed. But we have a lot of returning drivers, as always. They love their weekends of SVRA, and once again, bumper fields throughout. Very hot here at the moment in Florida. It's been very dry as well for the last couple of weeks, so dusty out and offline. And an interesting group of 5A, 7 and 11, and some really interesting cars, from Chevrons to Fords to Lolas, and the old Audi R8. There you see it. Certainly nothing odd about that. Travis Engen has wheeled that particular silver grey Audi R8 LMP for many a race. And as you can see, this full field going through now, and they are at the moment just doing their sighting laps before we go racing. And then pace car comes off, green flag waves, and away we go then. And John Reisman in the Coyote Corvette pulling away at the front. The 09 of Adam Lindman in another one of the Coyotes, just slotting into my favorite, the 82 of Hobart Bubba in the Lola T70 Mark III. Beautiful car. And we've got so many different marks out there as we go high above turns 2, 3 and 4, heading towards the bridge for the first time. And already the lead is starting to spread out. And SVRA, I think, compared to many of the championships, really does give these drivers plenty of time on track throughout each and every weekend, and it's a packed schedule as well. They're racing every other, pretty much, practically weekend. And those that decide they want to keep racing can race on the West Coast, they can race on the East Coast, and all over the States, including where we finished the season at COTA. So if you're interested, you can go and get yourself an historic license and start racing some of these cars. Maybe not the R8, but something a little less powerful or a little less demanding. As we take a look at that lovely 98. That's James Farley talking about. And of course, he has to be racing a Ford. Well, it's a Lola. It's a Lola Ford. A Lola T298 in green. 2 litre. He did a 210.413, and as we mentioned, Jim, a regular here in SVRA. And he likes to see who's racing the Fords and what's going on at the sharp end. And one of his cars, or at least a Ford Mustang, won the last race in SGT. So that would be pleasing to Jim. Nice little spin there. Good work by our cameraman, Ron. And the fizz just went out of the 09, the Pellegrino. Justin Frick in the Osceola PA. Just getting a quick spin round, but he's okay. Once again, there comes that Lola T70. That's like I said, it's like a mini Ford GT, isn't it? Lovely. GT40, brilliant. And then just behind him, let's have a look. As they come into that last corner, yeah. Oh, it's a puncher, that's why. Okay, right or left rear punctured, and the other cars doing a good job to avoid Adam Lindman in that white 09 of Justin Frick, I should say. Lindman, of course, in the Coyote. He's further up the field at the moment. John Reisman then leading the way in the red and white Coyote Corvette DP. Here's a good battle starting to form here. Most of them know the Sebring circuit, having raced here before. And that's the 24 in 10th place. Ibrahim in the Rolt RT41 SR. And that Rolt a 1995 car. Through goes the Lola, and he's being chased by the 07. That's Jack Mucha in the Swift JMS from 206. And if you're interested in how the groups come together, it's always a case of who shows up and how they try to give parity of cars that will run roughly on the same kind of laps, which is why you get quite a diversity of cars. Everybody racing for their own lap times. It is a race, but they try not to get overly close. These are, well, in some cases, priceless. Andrea Robertson in the Ford Doran GT, that silver and red car you're seeing just behind Jim Farley there. And that is a battle for 5th place at the moment. The race being led by John Reisman in the Corvette DP. Bouncing off the Sebring surface, coming into the hairpin. That's the 34 of Glenn Bryant in that Lola T from 1988. All white. And here's another little battle starting to erupt between the number 8, that's John Delane, in the Chevron B21, and the number 7, by Ralph Damacchia. And that's the 1998 Cabia Sports 2000, silver and red. And putting a handy little battle on between the pair of them. Reisman just doing a 1:55.9. We don't look too closely at the lap times per se, because they're all very different cars, but it's always nice to know, especially if you're a friend of the driver out there, just to see how he's going, compare times to how you go around Sebring or how you've gone on Sim. But the leader at the moment, his last lap at 1:55.982. He's pulling away at the front, some 21 seconds ahead of Travis Engen. First look of Michael Moss in the number 99. And a Lola T70 Mark IIIB, that one. Moss qualifying 18th for this race with a 2:20.071. I'll bet that is not an easy car to drive over these bumps. Suspension wasn't they had decent suspension, but really to go at pace around here, certainly know your teeth are in your mouth by the end of it. But they're all putting on good times at the moment. Andrea Robertson just doing fast lap of 2:16.1. So everybody's starting to go green. Glenn Bryant doing the same in 13th position at 2:20.2. And each car, each group, and each group of groups, is that, you understand what I mean? Because we've got 3 groups out here, 5A, 7 and 11. They get 2 races per weekend and a fair amount of practice time as well. So good track time, and that's really the important thing to historic drivers. They know each other well, they've raced against each other. We do get some good racing. And they are racing, there's no question about that. The T-shirts in the back of the paddock say, we don't watch art or put it on a wall, we race it. And that's exactly what SVRA is all about. Tony Pirelli, again, most importantly, putting on a great schedule for these drivers throughout the year, including pretty much most of the iconic tracks in America. David Jacobs. Now, David Jacobs, for those that know your alpine skiing, will know that he is a very, or was a very handy skier. And he founded Spider Gear. If you know that gear, as I do, you've got a lot to thank David Jacobs for. I might go and thank him for my Spider jacket that I bought a few years ago. Very good stuff. So, alpine skier turned racer, David Jacobs. Delighted to have him on board here this weekend. Familiar name to skiing, maybe not so much to racing, but great to have David out here in the Chevron B19. Minute shot now, the 44. Linwood Staub, and behind him the 33. We've seen a quick glimpse of him before now, and here's a good little battle, and that's Travis Engen going through on this very pretty 8A. Mr. Johnson in the Tiga SC87, very low to the ground. You'll certainly feel the bumps in that. Ralph Lamacchia in the Carbier Sports 2000. I mentioned him earlier. And there's the 54, Dominic Incantalupo in that Orica from 2013. We've had a few Oricas out there over the time in SVRA. Very popular, as you can imagine. So cars from all the way back to 1969 with a Lola T70 from Michael Moss, and all the way up to what, 2014, John Reisman in the Corvette, leading at the moment, and that's probably the most up-to-date car of those cars out there, but even 2014 now seems a long time ago. And throughout the weekend, we'll be showing you pretty much a cross-section of all the cars involved and all the groups involved in SVRA this weekend. Try to give them a little bit of internet time, for sure. Through goes the 213. That's Tim Roberts, our first look at the Lola B07/90. Black and red. And there's 44, Linwood Staub again in that Swift DB2. Pretty little colours. That Swift from 1987. And if you're tuning in for the first time, we will be showing pretty much a cross-section of all of SVRA throughout the weekend, and at every SVRA weekend. I'll be joined by Ben Sissel. He's currently down doing the, you wonder where he is, he's down there doing the podium for the last race from Trans Am. And Kerry Hitt, likewise, will be joining us again in the booth. And we hope to bring some interesting folk, maybe Jim Farley at one point, into the booth to chat a little bit about these cars. Tony Pirelli will make an appearance at some point, the man who organises all of this. And again, has been working around the clock. He doesn't take a winter off. He basically gets back to work straight off Dakota in November. That's Chris Nussbaum in the 103, that black Toyota WSR. Trying to get through all the cars so we get a glimpse and everybody gets a little bit of TV time, internet time. That was fun. It's the 07 Swift. We saw him earlier slightly. Jim Farley just going through out of 7 and up the Fangio straight. But I think that's our first look at Glenn Bryant in the Lola T88/90. The all white, and there's the Chitin. You don't see these logos anymore now that tobacco sponsorship no longer part of motor racing. Well, not officially anyway. Very distinctive blue though. Chitans, and likewise this one. See the heat haze from that long Almond Straight. It's been very warm here over the weekend and perfect conditions really. Now the one thing all of these drivers have to be really aware of is the differentiation in speed at times between some cars and others. You've got different marks obviously and different displacements out there, and the one thing that they teach you about historic racing immediately is to be aware of what's coming and about what you're doing, because some of the faster cars can approach down that back straight before you know it, they're upon you. Somebody else goes wide at the exit of Le Mans and has got into trouble as we follow the 103 through the bend under pressure. That's Chris Nussbaum in the Toyota WSR, and passing him with ease is the 33 of John Reisman. And he's got a substantial lead too. And again, he is circulating in the 208s. Although his best lap of 1:55, so he's knocked it off a little bit. No need to overdo it. There's Travis Engen, the man in second place in that fantastic Audi. And if you are here or get a chance to see that car, because it does race around the United States, and it's great because it has all its victories, both in America and around the world, and some of the great drivers from Le Mans, from WEC and from IMSA have driven that car, and well worth a look. It's a prized possession, although I think just coming in early as we take a look at the 09. The 09A of Adam Lindemann in that Coyote Corvette. So two Corvettes leading the way at the moment, or at least at the sharp end, and here's one of them, Adam Lindemann. He is third at the moment. I mentioned Ben. How did the podium go?
Podium was great. Great Trans Am race, but this is the stuff I'm most excited about. There he is right there.
I know, we've been watching him.
Jim Farley.
He's having a good run.
Every time I hang out with Jim Farley, I hung out with him at dinner last night, he is having the most fun here. It's like I become more and more of a fan of him because he is such a fan and supporter of motorsports. I know Jim Farley, the race car driver.
Yeah.
The rest of the world knows him as the CEO of Ford. But, you know, he's here on his days off racing. He won an Enduro here with another vintage group a couple months ago.
He's got a few days off.
Yeah, but just a few days off. You know, he's just here Saturday, Sunday.
Yeah, true. I picked out my favorite for this one. That's the 82, that Lola.
Oh, it's a beautiful Lola. T70.
Yeah.
I think the lines of those T70s, unbelievable.
Well, you got here for the finish, but it's been pretty much a cakewalk for Mr. Reisman.
I do want to thank the Robertsons for bringing out those beautiful Ford GTs. So cool. I got to visit their shop at a VDCA event a few years ago at Road Atlanta. So generous, huge supporters of motorsports, and those Ford GTs are just so pretty.
Oh, yeah. And for the color scheme, I was saying it's nice to see that Gitan logo down again. Famous French tobacco maker.
That is a pretty car.
Cigarette de France. De France.
That is in the Sasco, under the Sasco 10. Is that Peter McLaughlin? Who's the driver? I don't have my sheet in front of me.
No, it's, well, we've got him down as Ralph
Macchia. That is a beautiful car.
So, as they reach the end of their first outing for Group 5A, 7 and 11, delighted to have Ben back with me. He'll stay with me. We'll also get Kerry Hitt up here in a while to get his thoughts. But we'll take a short break. We'll be back from Sebring in a moment.
Hawk Performance packs 100 years of friction dynamics into every product. Backed by Carlisle Brake and Friction, the world's premier innovator of industrial brake and friction components, Hawk leverages R&D tools and motorsports experience to deliver uncompromising performance on the street. There's no reason to settle for less. Choose pads that are race-proven and street-legal. Find the Hawk Performance brake dealer near you at hawkperformance.com.
Welcome back to Sebring. It's a nice breeze at the moment, and that's just helping. I haven't been outside much today, but Ben Sissel alongside me has, and it's a nice hot day out there, but that breeze is helping, isn't it?
Oh, yeah, there it is. My favorite car in vintage racing, Larry Ligas. 1961 Jaguar XKE, or as it's really called, the E-Type. Now, I got to brag on Larry. I was talking to him the other day. We made a video of him here just a few years ago that Ashley Ongst, our PR guru, shared. Over 2 million views. And when I was putting the cameras on his car, he said, you know, I need 15% of that. So, Larry, come up to the 3rd floor. I'll give you your check. 0% of 0 is 0, but true to my words, I'm going to write you a check. Oh. Wallow Bertschinger in that 19 Chevrolet Corvette Grand Sport. Beautiful. Look at the roll bar and that. The lines of this. The Grand Sports have long history here at the 12 Hours of Sebring. This is a Chevrolet track, but there is our 2020 Trans Am GT Championship car that's now in SVRA.
That's right.
John Strauss, 2013 Ford Boss 302. Looks kind of like a slime green. I got to talk about these cars here with JR3, these 131 Tyler Sharon. It's a 2020 BMW M2. Air conditioning, automatic transmission. That sounds like a race car somebody with my age could really handle. John DeGainer there. That's his dad that just whipped off his hat. It's his dad's car, but it's the shade. It's funny. He whipped that off like he wasn't supposed to see that. But that is a Devon with, I believe, a 327 Corvette small block. John DeGainer has a big crew of facility and employees that always come out and have a big party at Mid-Ohio, so we expect to see them there. Patrick Sessions, Chevrolet Corvette. Just 2 days ago, I rode up the elevator with him, and he had a split window on the back of his car, and I asked him if he was here, and there he is. Ooh, I don't know. I also really like this car right here, Gary Moore.
Oh,
so,
Gary Moore's been a regular,
if
right?
you're watching on social media, we recommend, I'm going to be monitoring SpeedTour.tv. All right, people. Ford, Chevy, Dodge. What's the best? Porsche, Jaguar. What do you guys like? Tell us why.
Ah, that sounds good.
That does sound good. Put the camera in there, a little thumbs up there.
Although I can't see the 72 on my...
Craig Ross, 1970.
Oh, there he is. Yeah.
Look at this Falcon. That's Jeff McKee, and what I know is Frank Markham's Falcon. Dorsey Schrader raced that with it a few years ago in the V-Rock Championship. Had a lot of fun. Now, so excited that Shannon Ivey is back with us in this kind of Trans Am era prepared Hawk Performance. Beautiful Camaro. Shannon Ivey's been away from us for a while through COVID, but that's a 1967 Chevrolet Camaro SS. And a cool story about him, he's the crew chief, mechanic. He does everything on it. So in our Enduros, he has to drive it back to... Oh, there was just an accident in our grid. You see that?
I did see that.
That was such a BMW move to hit our cameraman.
I can't believe he did that.
There's that reputation of BMWs just hitting things, and there he goes. He hits our cameraman.
I didn't think he was in gear. How he managed to do that, I'll never know.
That is my boy Bill Glavin in the 12A 2020 BMW M2, and he's the one that told me this is the way to go. Air conditioning, automatic transmission, no more heel-toe shifting, 400-plus horsepower, just fun stuff. And look at how happy all these drivers are to go out on our grid. Look at this Mustang. That is a really well-prepared Mustang. That was on our electric billboard advertising the Sebring Speed Tour last year, and I saw them out there taking pictures one night of their car on our digital billboard on the street. That's
Mark Hannafin.
Mark Hannafin. Look at that. Split bumper Camaro. So what's your favorite, Jonathan?
I don't know. I do like that. Well, I think I'm going to go with the Stingray. I quite like it.
Which Stingray?
I thought I saw a Stingray.
There's a few out there, yeah.
Oh, which one? Oh, I see. Well, the one you pointed at.
The 63.
The one
split window.
Split window, yeah.
If you're new to cars and you want to impress your friends, if you ever see a Corvette with a split rear window, you can be, oh, that's a 63 Corvette. And they're going to think you're so smart knowing that, but it's the only year that Corvette made the split window. So there you go. When you go to car shows, you can impress all your friends. Say, that's a 63.
Ah, well, we haven't seen Scott Borchetti yet in that 69 Chevrolet Corvette, and that absolutely, just the sound of that. We've seen it many a time, and many a time it's won, and it's on pole position again. That's got to be one of my favorites. There's no question.
Yeah, and I've got the history here that I'm gonna share with everybody here pretty soon.
Good job. Whoever puts the flags up does a good job here.
Yeah, you know, our set decorators, they do a really good job. We added a lot of
team,
banners,
right?
and
a team of 6.
Yeah, I wish. That is me and Jared Kahlo setting those up. But it's a good problem to have when we keep adding and adding sponsors and marketing partners. It's so much fun. There is Scott Borchetta.
Yes, and he's got the number 1 on, I'm glad to see. Of course, he is, current champion and multiple champ.
He is the champ of Group 6
How many
that
times
car.
Has he won it?
I believe this is his 3rd time.
Okay.
In only, I think 3 years, maybe 4 years.
Now, they have changed the paint scheme, but there's a reason for that on that Scott Borchetta 1969 Corvette. And in a moment, Ben will regale us with it.
Yeah, the cool thing about that car, and, he's another Nashville guy. He went back to the paint scheme of that car from 1971, raced by Kurt Wetzel.
Okay.
Unbelievable job. Dylan Hellman, his crew chief, just painted it. It was in the paint booth last week. He had to heat it up to cure it. They had the guy come in and add the decals. There's that Bizzarini. Look at that thing. But let's stay with that number 1 car, champ Scott Borchetta. That is just such a pretty car. Kurt Wetzel raced it in Europe. He won the Avis 50th year race, and this is kind of a tribute to itself.
It's a great
Scott was able to get it. It was a Tony DeLorenzo car, but not an Owens Corning car. Didn't have the Owens Corning paint scheme, wasn't with their team, but it was a Tony DeLorenzo car.
Okay.
And the owner, Kurt Wetzel, was a Pan Am pilot and was able to fly trips from Europe over to America and get certain parts for it. It's kind of an advantage to the racers there.
Yeah, a little bit of extra baggage, huh?
Yeah, I'd say so. And look at that Bizzarini.
I do like that.
How cool is that? That's so cool to have out there. I don't have them on my sheet, though.
Yeah, you do. Oh, no.
Then I'm not seeing it.
So, as always with SVRA, we'll go round with the safety car. And when the lights go off, which they have now, we should be racing very soon. And you will see, as is norm, probably Scott Borchetta heading off into the distance. But
Wait. We cannot count out Jerry Robinson in that 2010 Dodge Viper.
That's very true.
Mr. Mopar or No Car. I think he's a high up in the Mopar Club of America. And he will give, that V10 will give Scott Borchetta a run for its money.
I agree. Here we go then, out of Sunset Bend as we look at Group 6 and 12A. Over 30 cars involved in this. Always impressive to see so many cars in just one of the group sessions. Green flag waves and away we go.
Can you connect me to the SpeedTour? I can't even get on the internet.
Good start from Borchetta, holds the line nicely, and through goes the 37. And that's Claire Schwendemann in the Corvette Roadster who gets a run on Jerry Robertson as they all dive through. And the Jinket 2, very dusty off line, and certainly if you put a wheel down, headed towards the first big braking point, and everybody safely through there and through 3 and 4.
That Mission Foods Turn 3 has been quite treacherous all weekend. The brake markers that I put up there were destroyed yesterday during TA2. Look at that. Claire Schwendemann.
I know. Doing a really good job.
Our neonatologist from Dallas, Texas out there. Oh, 2 Texans going at it.
A neonatologist?
Neonatologist. He works on premature babies. So his hands are invaluable. And then I see him out there taking apart his car with his own hands, and I'm like, oh, man, come on.
Maybe he's a smooth operator. There you go.
Maybe. A little Sade.
Yep. Schwendemann, though, getting ahead of Robertson at the start there. You saw it for yourselves. And continues to be there. The field already spreading out. This plus 30 car field.
Look at that Grand Sport there. I believe that's a Dunthoff Motor Racing out of Dallas, Texas car, as is the Claire Schwendemann car. There's John DeGainer in that Devon with, I believe, a 320. Look at this. BMW 2 Series versus an E-Type. That is 50 years of technology difference.
Very different.
Cougar, the Mustang. This is a cool group of cars here
Yeah,
at
it is.
Sebring
It's a really
International
eclectic
Raceway.
group, but I like it.
I tell you what I love. Look at all the campers at the Sebring Speed Tour. And
I know, Ben, you've told me this before, but just go. I mean, how would you put all these two groups together, and how do you go about the groups? In terms
so
of
these
deciding?
are production cars. Group 6 is basically American muscle cars, big bore production cars from 1972 or earlier. Group 12 is big bore production cars from 72 or later, or other cars that kind of fit in to the same lap time. So those BMWs are in this because it's a safety thing with putting them in to cars that can kind of do their same lap times and similar brake zones. But watch this. Here's something that's really cool to see. When the cars come in, especially into turn 7, you're going to see the old vintage Corvettes get on their binders, get on their brakes, and they're going to move around a lot, back and forth, left and right, which can kind of spook some drivers as they come into Mission Foods turn 3. And then, as we keep mentioning, all the different racing surfaces here at Sebring International Raceway, the campers getting an unbelievable view of this racing. This is usually our crowd favorite, the Group 6. You know, everybody can relate to the American muscle cars of the day, and just look at the sight we're seeing.
Yeah, Scott Borchetta setting the cat amongst the pigeons with a 219.065, so pretty handy. 214.7 in qualifying, so he's not on pace yet for his own pace.
Yeah, Scott is racing in our Group 6 GT class in a 1969 Chevrolet Corvette. Look at that, Jerry Robinson on the inside of Claire Schwendeman. Turn 10, treacherous turn 10. Coming around.
Nicely done, though.
That was nicely done. And Wallow right behind Claire. And Larry Ligas got by that BMW. But watch out for DeGainer. This is going to be quite a race here. This is pretty equally yoked cars between Larry Ligas and John DeGainer. John DeGainer was pretty happy today. I saw him putting his car up on jack stands and went over to him. And he's had a huge smile on his face. He said he ran his best time. And a lot of times that's the goal for these gentlemen as they come out to race.
They are kind of racing themselves.
Oh, yeah, they're racing themselves, but if somebody's in front of them or behind them, they're racing whoever that is as well.
Yeah, sure. Well, as we say, so many of these cars priceless, and if not in value, to the people that own them. Scott Borchetta, though, pulling away at the front. The Viper not able to, at this point anyway, stay with him. In second place, that's Jerry Robinson. He's got back into that place.
Claire on the inside.
She's coming back. Wallow Birchinger in the Grand Spo.
Here comes the Grand Sport. Two Duntov Corvettes coming at it. Let's see what Wallow Birchinger can do. And then there's Larry Lee. This looks like the 12 Hours of Sebring right here. From back in the heyday. Going around Mission Foods turn 3. And it seems like the corner that causes the problems rotates. But it seems like today it's Mission Foods turn 3.
Yeah,
that
and it
seems to be
often
the
is, isn't it?
Yeah.
It's a heavy braking turn. It's bumpy going in. And yeah, it can be definitely the site of many a bad moment. Through comes the 37. I made an adjustment to that car that wasn't intended. I apologize.
Oh,
Claire.
yeah. Claire, yeah.
An adjustment he wasn't expecting.
Yeah. Look at this. There's Lindstrom coming through, racing. Jeff Lindstrom in that Group 12, 1998 Ford Mustang Coupe. And I really like these BMWs running with us. Surprised we don't have more of those. And Jared Kahlo's going to like that Fiat 124 up there in the stands.
Yet again, I always like to see the sort of where we go from when you've got a 63 Jaguar out there and a 2020 BMW BMWs. So just 2 years old. Now, how does that qualify to be a classic in a race? Gary Moore?
You know, I don't know the answer to that, but Bill Glavin has a BMW CSL that he runs with, trying this out, and we always try to find places for cars to race. He's a longtime vintage racer, so we know that he knows what he's doing, and we know that he can race with that vintage attitude. So we encourage anybody to come in with
it?
that. Yeah, that's more the point. And what a great show. I've never seen one of these cars on track, so I'm just loving it.
Good little battle here.
But I got to give it up for my boy Larry Ligas and that Jaguar. He's had a rough couple of years. So glad to see him back, and he's got this place more dialed in than anybody. So we need to talk about this because it was Larry Ligas and Jim Pace that talked about you're going to see a blue dot when we follow this Falcon around.
Yeah, you'll see
Look
it.
for the blue dots on that bridge. Right there. You see that blue dot?
Yep.
Jim Pace, years ago, the legend, Skip Barber instructor, legendary in vintage racing, but also in IMSA and Daytona. He spray painted that to tell all of his students that's the fastest way through turn 17. And the blue dot continues. We lost Jim Pace, unfortunately, a few years ago, but a great guy, and it's cool that that blue dot tradition lives on. I love that Falcon. So where are we at,
nice.
people? Let's start reading. Oh, man, we've got people watching from Paraguay.
Wow.
Ascension, what part of Paraguay are you in, Jorge? Watching from Maine. So the first two comments, Paraguay and Maine. that shows the reach of SpeedTour.tv.
Well, we've got some races from Panama, but not Paraguay.
Ooh, look at that. You see
that
Gary
nice move.
Moore get onto the binder. Look at this. 3 different Ford platforms. Mercury, Cougar, Mustang, Falcon.
Couldn't have had any more different Fords than that.
Yeah.
And Jim Farley's probably watching on. He was in the previous group.
How cool is that?
Good to see Luca Mars doing a great job earlier in Trans Am.
Yeah. I love seeing the development drivers that are going to develop into a great career in motorsports starting in Trans. Oh, Larry's out.
That's Larry Ligas and that Jaguar. Slowing right down. Look, there he is.
Yeah, Predator Performance out of Largo, Florida. And look at
Shannon Ivey.
Shannon Ivey getting onto those Hawk Performance brakes there. There's an E in his name, so it's I-V-E-Y. But look at the speed on that Camaro. That just looks right. That looks like a really properly prepared Camaro. Shannon Ivey, thank you for bringing that out. I know that you went through painstaking preparation to get that to the TA standards of the day.
Yes, that's something you don't really give a lot of thought to when you see them racing, but it's the prep that goes on in making these cars what they are.
Yeah, we got North Carolina watching. Doc Merritt, Knoxville, Tennessee. I'm from Tennessee. Love it. John Weber. Delaware. That is awesome. Look at that. Grand Haven, Michigan.
Well, the Jaguar's going to make it. He's coming down the Ullman Straight, but
Yeah.
I think he's just going to try to crawl his way to the pit lane.
Look at that, 72. I love the 1970 Boss 302. The lines of that car. John Cloud has such a pretty one. The ones that race in Trans Am, the Bud Moore School Bus Yellow, Boss 3. Those are some beautiful cars. And these are the BMWs we're talking about. So if you're out there watching this and thinking, I don't know if I want to drive a vintage race car, this is the way to go. Automatic transmission, air conditioning, a little over 400 horsepower, super fun to drive, readily available parts, BMW 2 Series. Watching from Little Rock, Arkansas. But I love all these comments. But ladies and gentlemen, what are you? Are you Ford? Are you Chevy? Are you Dodge? I think I might be a Bizzarini man. I love that Bizzarini there. Driven by, let me see here.
Is that Stephen Shoddy? Oh, that's a Shelby Cobra. The only 5 we've got down is that Shoddy car.
Yeah, I don't have him.
Yep.
Oh, there he is. Carlo Falcone driving a Bizzarini. That's perfect, right?
Yeah.
I feel like he's going to take out a hit on me. Look at that. Ah, if that is not just sex on wheels.
Well, they've got him down as Stephen Shoddy. That's not
Stephen Shoddy. Yeah, I think you're, well, no, that's not it. No, it should be the 5A. So it
yeah,
should
that's
be,
just a...
It's 5A.
Yeah.
Carlo Falcone. That, Carlo, thank you for bringing that car, because that is art on wheels. Look at that.
Yeah, there it is. Yeah, I see it now, 5A. 15th place overall, fastest lap of 2:24.124. So that's his personal best in that Bizzarini. Bizzarini soup to nuts.
Yeah, I like that. I think he added that, but that's what it is in the dashboard too. I think that's really fun.
Plenty of great stories up and down the paddock here.
Beautiful GT350 coming at us right now at the Big Machine Vodka Spike Coolers. Turn 17, look at that.
And I mentioned while you were down on the podium, you know, you've been mentioning where people are tuning in from. If you want to get involved in SVRA, you can literally take your vintage license, can't you?
Yeah. Yeah, actually, we have a school at Willow Springs Raceway this September. Easy way to get into it with us. So that was Dolan there in that GT350. And then in that number 4 Corvette, Ray Zisa, who always has great races with us at Lime Rock and here. So Ray, thanks for bringing out that beautiful Corvette going into Mission Foods Turn 3 here at Sebring.
Yeah,
Ray is
really,
really good competitor. Some of the best racing footage we have is with Ray Zisa racing with us at Lime Rock. Somebody's slowing down there under the Sebring Bridge, coming into Franklin Road, Turn 7. Is that Corvette? You know, I need to brag a little bit. Well, let's talk about this car. This car actually raced in the 12 Hours of Sebring, that number 80. That is such a cool car.
Seth Bergen.
Yes, thank you for bringing that out. But I got to brag on this man right here. Last year, we may have witnessed a vintage racing miracle.
Tell me.
Group 6, Scott Borchetta finished every race on the lead lap.
That's right.
He won every race in his Group 6
that's
competition
not
last
done.
year.
I
I don't think that's ever been done. I don't think Greenwood could build a Corvette that reliable. So that just hats off to Scott Borchetta, Dylan Hellman, that whole team there, Scott Borchetta Racing. That's unbelievable. I don't think it's ever been done, and we might see it done again with the same team, but look at that livery. That is power 70s. If I went out there and shot that with a 16mm Bolex, you'd think I'm looking at the 1970s film. I love the care and the detail that they put into that to get it back to its former glory, what it was. Former driver Kurt, Tony DeLorenzo, they've got to be just ecstatic seeing this out there.
Oh, no question. No question. Look at him drifting it in the closing stages of this one, Scott Borchetta. And he's got to do qualifying in a bit too, so he's just getting his hand in.
So if anybody knows the family or Kurt Wetzel, make sure you reach out to them and tell them they need to watch this race tomorrow, because Scott Borchetta is doing Kurt Wetzel.
Yeah, he's put in some handy lap times too. 2:18.7 his best lap time so far. And compared to second place, Schwendeman.
Now we got to watch out here, because Sam LeCompton and Scott Borchetta are good friends, so Sam LeCompton may not let him by, but there he goes. That's fun. So here we are, Scott Borchetta coming into Big Machine Vodka Spike Coolers, turn 17. Maybe another lap left. We'll see if we get the last lap flag here. Look at that. Great shot there from our Greenlight production studio around Big Machine Vodka Spike Cooler, turn 17. Look at how wide he comes out. Last lap sign there. So SVRA, we see the LL sign signifying last lap.
I know Scott gets a lot of call-outs, A, because he's winning all the time, and B, gets a lot of coverage because he's leading all the time. But I want to give him a little bit of an accolade, or at least the company, because we know Big Machine Vodka, we know Big Machine Records, but I thought it was great during COVID that they turned the distillery and stopped making the vodka. Well, they didn't stop making the vodka, but they actually put a portion of the vodka making side into hand sanitizer. And Scott literally gave everybody in the paddock some hand sanitizer to make sure, you know, during COVID, best precautions took. So hats off. A worthy cause.
Yes. And we saw that a lot from our paddock is full of business owners, and a lot of them kind of shifted and, you know, made PPE or they made masks, things like that. So
Three-dimensional services made some stuff. A lot of companies actually involved in basically the fight against the disease.
Mopar guy. Got a comment from Forrest. Loves Mopar.
Well, there's not many people who don't.
New Zealand. Ken Worsley is watching from New Zealand. North Island or South Island, buddy? Because I love both.
Well, we'll be down there next year, or I will. Coming to see your muscle cars. They've got a great muscle car historic scene down there.
They have a great everything in New Zealand.
Yeah.
The Kiwis have it going on.
I love the food, I love the people, I love the country, and I love the racing scene there. So hats off to New Zealand.
Kevin Cornelius from Gunnersville, Alabama says Corvettes rule. And right now,
They do.
Scott Borchetta from just north of you, Nashville, Tennessee, is proving you right.
So closing stages of this, the Group 6 and Group 12A, and Scott Borchetta, as he does pretty much most weekends, has wheeled that Corvette to yet another victory, or he's got one more corner to go. Can't see it going wrong here. Famous last words, but in he comes in the number one with the new paint scheme to show off some of its heritage. You may not know of that before, but here it comes out of the last corner, and Scott Borchetta does the business. There's the checkered flag, and Scott Borchetta keeps on winning.
I bet you right now Dylan Hellman, his crew chief, is just sighing a bit of relief, knowing that the season is starting off right. Good job, Dylan Hellman, Scott Borchetta, and the whole Scott Borchetta racing team. There's Jerry Robinson.
He's going to pick up third place in that Viper.
First in Group 12. Claire Schwendeman's going to be second place, Group 6.
Yeah, good job.
Man, Claire Schwendeman, great vintage racer. Just out of Dallas, just an all-around great person to be around.
Yeah, to be honest, you could do a whole documentary on what the jobs and what the backgrounds of some of these guys are. Very, very interesting kings of industry.
Oh yeah, really cool.
And this is their fun. This is their playtime.
Yeah, and it's hard work to do this. Like I'll see Claire, you doing so. Ladies and gentlemen, stay tuned. But right now we're going to throw to some commercials here at the Sebring Speed Tour. But do not go anywhere.
Why am I excited to drive?
It won't be a burden on my family to drive me to my extracurriculars, including swimming, show choir, voice lessons, youth group, and leadership programs.
Places I need to be, like sports, so my parents don't have to drive me, and so I can have a social life.
I'm excited to drive so I can go from 2 horsepower to 100.
I could say because of freedom, but I'm more excited for what I will be driving. A 1972 Datsun 240.
I'm excited to drive because I'm going to save the manual, like this one.
Hey man, you can't drive that thing yet. You don't have a license.
I'm excited to drive because it'll be a monumental step to a life of independence. And who knows, maybe my dad will let me drive his Pirelli.
Beats walking.
Feel the power. Experience the excitement. You're in the driver's seat. At Skip Barber, you learn from the best. Whether you are a new driver that wants to learn accident avoidance or a seasoned racer looking to improve, we have a program for you. We're your #1 destination for auto racing and driving schools. Skip Barber. Feel the power.
Welcome back to Sebring, and a beautiful day here. It's warmed up dramatically as the day has gone on. Puffy clouds, no chance of rain at the moment, and I'm glad to say it's going to stay that way, I hope, as we welcome you to the Speed Tour here live from Sebring International Raceway. It's the first of many events to come in 2022. Bumper fields. Really, really impressed with the entry lists in all categories, actually. As we turn our attention now to our next group up. And this is Group 1, 3, 4, and 5B. As is the way, we get them down on the pre-grid and get some thumbs up and have a closer look at the cars. It's one of my favorite parts of this, as we take a look at Travis Engen in the Lotus 23B. John Nash, another regular to the series in that lovely Lotus Super 7. British flags, a la Brian Redman almost. Brian used to have it all the way round the helmet. With those British flags, Brian just down the road in Vero Beach. Evidently had a very successful Targa 66. Good to hear him. He's been a Grand Marshal here before now. Raced a lot of these cars. There's a beautiful Porsche, that number 8, Andrew McLean. Excuse me, not Andrew McLean, Nicholas Clements. Porsche 356B Roadster. Now, what does it say here? National champion 2019, racing group 292nd overall in that number 79. That's Scott Fraser in the Austin Healey Sprite. James Freeman in the Devon SS. I like the Lotus colored overalls, very nice.
Yeah, you know what's funny? The American has a whole so people when they're diagnosed, they can connect with that to wig.
How about this? Lovely. 26 Keith Denahan in that 356 from 64, that car. And I saw that parked up yesterday, and we looked at it and thought, that would be fun. Lovely car. That car qualified in 7th place. They all do a qualifying. They have practice sessions and qualifying sessions before they head out. Tom Brown in the Spitfire, the Triumph Spitfire. The roll cage, thumbs up from him.
Literally rainbows and butterflies. Nothing, they're not get well cards, they're just happy pictures. And that's the biggest impact.
And next to him, in that yellow, orange, and green, it's David Gott in the TR4. A lot of bright green out there. There's the 007 Rick Fraser in the MG Midget. My grandma used to have one of those, but it had a roof on. But she drove it like a racing driver, to be fair. Mike Pomeroy there in the Morgan +4. Beautiful car. Look at that radiator. And the distinctive Alfa Romeo logo and grille. We almost got in then. That's the 93 of Frank Farrell in that Berliner 1972 Berlin. Back to the Brits and the MG. The MGB from 1964. An MG. There's probably more MGs in the United States than anywhere else. Such was the success of MGB in its day. They certainly did a lot of SCCA racing in their time. Very nimble. May not be straight line speed. And as Adam Andretti pointed out earlier, the fastest car in a corner is the Miata. Faster than anything. So here's the battlefield, so to speak, as we look back down the pit lane towards the bridge in the final corner. That's where they'll be coming at us. This is turn 1. We're taking this angle from on the left-hand side of the pit lane. On the right-hand side, you see those 2 yellow flags and the mobile sign pointing down to the last corner, and there's the safety car just coming out, and now the field will follow him along the warm-up lap. Nice and wide at the entry to turn 1, but then it narrows quite dramatically on the exit, and often seen cars go wide on the exit of 1 and then try to gather it all together. And they line up behind the pit lane, as is tradition, holding place. And about all of these races are about 18 minutes long. That's plenty along the bumps of Sebring in an historic car, especially some of the older 60s cars. And here's the approach to the first major braking point. And in a moment they'll pop out down towards this, the hairpin. This is turn 7. They've come under the big bend, as it's called. This is it. And just behind them is the bridge. So they've come out of that complex through 3, 4, 5, into 6, and then down towards really the first, well, the second opportunity for major overtaking at the hairpin by the hotel before they swing right onto the Fangio straight. Travis has already been in action already, so a lot of these guys do race a couple of cars a weekend, either their own or an owner will say, do you want to take my car out? They love to see their cars race if they're not a racer themselves. And these guys do a pretty good handy job of taking care of them. And well, they might. You don't get asked again when you wreck an historic car. No, no, no. Although I have to say, I've seen some pretty aggressive racing in my time in historic racing. There's Ben's favourite bug eye. There's that Porsche. There's a lot of green out there today, especially the bright green. Shoma in Mazda MX-5 Miata. And that is a, let's have a look, that's a 99. And I reckon that would give the modern day Miatas a run for its money. That car just, just keeps on going. And that's the view up the Ullman Straight, looking back down towards turn 15 and 16 Le Mans. And in the distance, the airfield. And the lights go off on the Honda, signifying that we are ready to go racing again for our Group 1, 3, 4, and 5B, their first run. They'll have two, of course, another one tomorrow. And that is how we go in SVRA. They get 2 bites of the racing, plenty of practice, and a lot of fun. Now, what can John Nash do at the start of this one? Lines up on the front row in that 61 versus 62. Lotus 23 versus Super 7. Love that MGTF Roadster at the back there, the white and maroon that we just saw come through shot. And as they dive into Sunset Bend and onto the main straight, I see the green flag and away we go! And a great start by Travis to the 2:28.3 in qualifying, and he's already ahead of Nash by some distance. The bug eye going through in 3rd position. So, good clean start. And Travis Engen not holding back. Away he goes. Nash will follow him through down to the hairpin, and just in 3rd place there, that's the number 8 of Nicholas Clements in the Porsche 356B Roadster. Good start by car number 114. That's Philip Gott in the Triumph TR4A. Oh, little spin, little moment there for Nicholas. Isn't it? And he wouldn't want to spin too many times like that in that lovely Porsche. But luckily, a-okay. Very rare in the SVRA do we get any major incidents. Oh, I say that just as the other Porsche starts to smoke a little bit too heavily for my liking. Yeah, there's a lot of smoke. I'm going to keep an eye on that. Through comes the 24. That's Larry Barker, yeah. I think that's time to come in. A little too smoky for good reason. And sure enough, he's got off the racing line and got his hand in the air. And sadly, Porsche 356 in all green from 1964. Keith Denahan just trying to nurse it to the end of this lap and then take it in. Look at the lead that Travis has built up in the opening lap. Very impressive. And then John Nash leads the following group, but almost 30 seconds behind at this point. 2x2 through the last corner. And that's the beauty of that sunset bend. There is plenty of room there, and there are plenty of lines. There is one fastest line, and Ben was pointing it out in the previous group race. And Travis Engen already building up that 17-second lead now over John Nash in second place. Scott Fraser in third in the Austin Healey Sprite. And then Mark Pomeroy in the Morgan. Looks effortless, though, by the Lotus, doesn't it? Leading the way. Colin Chapman, famous for his lightweight cars. Anything he could do to reduce the weight. And again, we range from, what, 58? Of the cars out there. No, 58, 59, yeah. To about 67. So just when Trans Am was coming into its own, these were the cars that were racing sports cars of the day. The small displacement, that is. I've got no, I'm going to check that, no number on the 50 at the moment, but check a little bit of time. Yes, it's Andrew Moore in the MGB, in that number 50. He's not on mine. I don't think he qualified the car, but he's out there anyway. He may have just missed qualifying. Here comes your second place, John Nash, coming out of the heat haze. John Nash holding off Scott Fraser for now in that Healey Sprite. There it is. Beautiful little car. And they pulled ahead of this next group as he vaults out of the heat haze. Mark Pomeroy in the Morgan, then James Freeman in the Devon.
My favorite group.
You say that every time.
No, this is the small bore British cars.
I know.
Just love it. There's an MGB TR4 Morgan.
Well, the only action you've really missed is the 356, the all green 356 Porsche going round at the hairpin.
Wow.
Nobody else involved, and simple spin, and he got it back going again, so no problems.
Well,
Travis Engen's killing it. He's way ahead
Yeah.
in that Lotus 23B.
And, you know, that's to be expected. Travis Engen is a very skilled, great driver, and those Lotus 23s versus these MGs, that's sometimes like taking a gun to a knife fight. But a lot of these cars and makes, the MGBs, the MGAs, the TR4s, all raced in the 12-hour Sebring back in the day. Spitfires, 23Bs.
Yep.
Not sure if it, but I'm sure we've got people online that can tell me. So who knows the 12 hours of Sebring? Let's start a list on the comments. Which one of these cars would have raced? Or look at that red car.
You mean back in the day, here at Sebring?
Yeah,
good point.
Which of the, ooh, man, Fraser, you went real wide on that. Look at that Triumph Herald.
By the way, we did have a smoky Porsche as well. I think Keith Dennehan's Porsche pulled out, just started smoking quite heavily, and yeah, he just pulled off to the side and tried to nurse it back home.
So let's see if that Herald can get Rick Fraser. Rick Fraser in that MG midget that I call Booger.
That doesn't sound very...
And his son is in Kermit, the Frog Eye Sprite, in third place. Look at that Morgan, ladies and gentlemen.
That's my favorite. Now, what's he done at the back there?
Frame,
Is he just
well,
taken
he took
off
out the tire, but you can see those
he's
slats.
taking it off, though.
That is wooden slats.
Yeah.
The body frame of the Morgans, still to this day, are made of wood. Ash wood, the same wood that they use in Louisville Sluggers. to make the body frames for those Morgans, and the Morgans are just a piece of art. And even like, you can look at a Morgan from the 50s and a Morgan of today, and they're still reminiscent of each other. And there's John Nash, followed by Scott Fraser, so that's our second and third overall, 2 different classes. And then this TR4. That should be David Gott.
Yeah.
Looking at, trying to get organized all my sheets. Look at that Spitfire there. We have some thank you for airing these races. I love it. Thank you guys for watching the races. So tell us, which one of these cars is your favorite, and where are you watching from? Yes,
I like
Johnson.
that Triumph Herald, actually. That's just
do.
classic. I mean, I know it's boxy, but it's just distinctive. It doesn't look like a race car, but they raced them. They rallied them.
It's crazy. But I want to give a shout out to Ben Johnson. We will see you in NOLA in April. Excited for that. I love coming to NOLA. Nicholas Clements there in that 356. And then James Freeman in that beautiful red Devon SS 1958. Look at the rear of that car. Beautiful car. Coming into Mission Foods, turn 3. Man, this just looks like they're having so much fun. And look at the crowd we have at Sebring Speed Tour. I think we're going to break all of our spectator records. If you haven't been to a Speed Tour event, go to speedtour.net. They're the most fun motorsports, the greatest show in road racing are Speed Tour events. You can buy tickets. They start at $10. We've got a great schedule coming up. Next, we're in Charlotte, then Road Atlanta. Look at that. We've got a pass. 3 totally different cars.
There was some screeching then.
Yeah.
Screeching then.
I love it. It's nothing cooler than wire wheels. So just right there, you've got a front engine, rear-wheel drive. You've got a rear-wheel drive, air-cooled rear engine. Just battling it out. So many different interpretations of what a car should be in these groups. Absolutely love it. You know, a lot of people complain in modern racing like Formula One, IndyCar, NASCAR, you can't tell cars apart. You can definitely tell the difference between these 4 cars right here.
Oh, yeah. Nope, bouncing over the curbs.
Yeah. I mean, that's basically a tractor, these Triumphs like that. They're just like torquey little cars. Just really fun to drive. I had a 63 TR4 that was just so much fun. Just a ton of torque. Just like that red one coming up here. There's Kermit, the Frog Eye Sprite.
He's been around for a while.
Scott Fraser, yeah.
Raced with Evis for many years.
He was our champion a few years ago. His brand new baby and son and wife are here. Jensen, named his son Jensen. He's helping him work
or is it
on
after
car.
the Jensen Interceptor?
I don't know.
Yeah.
Maybe Jensen Button.
It could be.
And the 007 there, Booger, is his dad, Rick Fraser. Glad to have Rick back. He had a wrist injury last year. Couldn't race a lot with us. Wish we could see Andrew McLean out there. Unfortunately, he's not out here with us.
What happened
we
to
love
Andrew?
having Andrew. Andrew had an incident yesterday on track, and a scary incident. So he's okay, but the car is not. So it's going to go back to the shop for a while for Mitch to one of the greatest British car mechanics to work on it and get him back out here. Look at these 2 MGBs. Oh, I love MGBs.
73.
Anthony Hess. MGBs are just some of the best looking cars ever.
Yeah, I never liked it when they put the rubber bumpers on it.
Thanks
it
a
just
lot,
took a lot
Ralph Nader. Look at that MGB Miata. Miata was basically the Japanese interpretation of the Lotus Elan and the MGB. And there they are racing.
They do say imitation is flattery, and certainly in the car industry, especially in this era, everybody was looking at what everybody else was bringing out and going, well, what can we do that would do the same?
Man, we've got North Carolina, Belgium, Anaheim, California. So Chevy Pellet is
what's
in
a popular
Belgium.
Belgian car? Do they make cars? How many cars do they make?
They make some good waffles.
Can't drive a waffle.
but I had a waffle this morning. Look at these shots. I don't know. That white MGB got around the blue MGB. See the number of that as they come around Franklin Road, turn 7. That's the 149 of Jeffrey Barber. 1964 MGB. You can tell it's an early MGB by those tail lights and the door handles, followed by that Miata. Alan Schammer, I'm going to guess. 1999 Mazda MX-5 Miata. Blue and white. Love having the Miatas out here with us.
Just wondering what's happened to Nicholas Clements, because he's dropped down to 8th position, but he qualified 3rd. So either he's had a spin or, I don't know, lost some time, but down in 8th at the moment.
That's a good-looking MX-5 Miata right there.
Yeah, I was just saying earlier, that probably would be still competitive against today's Miatas, wouldn't it?
Yeah. Yeah, those are just fun cars. Oh, look at that. Oh, yeah. MGTF Roadster from 1955, driven by Glenn Moore. And then followed by a 67 Fiat Abarth.
That's absolutely
gorgeous. Look at that. Look at the wheel. Look at him drift over. It's got that beautiful MGT Series dash.
Did they ever weight the passenger seat when they're racing alone like that?
Did they ever what?
Well, just put some extra weight.
Some ballast?
Some ballast. Well, just simply, if you're trying to push it.
I don't know. I think
all the weight's on the left-hand side, isn't it?
Yeah, they want it to be pretty light. Well, there are people that think that the British MGs or the British cars, right-hand drive, are more of an advantage here in America because there's more right-hand turns than left-hand turns.
That's statistically true, is it?
Yeah, except at COTA. COTA, because I don't know why COTA's the track that we run American, counterclockwise, where everything else we run clockwise pretty much. Kind of weird.
Well, you're absolutely right. There is more clockwise circuits than anti, that's for sure. Well, and that's worldwide.
Yeah. So it's an advantage to have the weight to the inside.
Yeah, true.
And so it'd be a huge advantage for me because it'd be a lot of weight on the inside.
You and me both.
I'd give a lot of downforce.
See, I'd come in with you. I'd come in with you, and then I could balance it out for you.
Yeah.
I can give you pace notes.
You could announce me racing.
Not even I'm that slow.
That MGTF, that is so cool. And John Nash, his wife Lorna, so happy to have them back racing that Lotus 7. As we can see the heat here at Sebring on this 3/4 mile straightaway. In that MGTF, I think Glenn Moore could probably have a snack or check his emails while he's driving down that thing. But Glenn, thank you so much for bringing that. The TF, the car right before my car, I have a 59 MGA. And there he is, Scott Frazier. Look at that. That is a cool car.
Bouncing through sunset.
Yeah.
Love it. So we're getting down to the end of this, our Group 1, 3, 4, and 5B first race of the weekend. Travis Engen has, well, he's probably finished by now. The rate he's going.
Well, the LL sign is out. I really like that Fiat Abarth right there behind that MGTF also. All right, Triumph Herald versus TR4. Hope they
side by
see each
side
other.
through sunset.
I didn't like that.
That could go wrong. And we're just waiting for our leader to come down and finish his race. Pretty much.
If I were a betting man, I would say Travis Engen has more SVRA red hat human on the face of the earth. So if you win a race with us or podium, you get a red hat.
Mm-hmm.
Travis Engen sometimes races 4 cars with us a weekend and usually podiums in all of them. He probably has a closet full of all of them. Red hats. Travis Engen, look at that. That is a beautiful car. Look at how low it is. How do they even fit an engine and transmission in that profile?
that's the real question, isn't it? Elongated engine. Anyway, he's coming out of the last corner, and he'll see the checkered flag at this point.
Really
There it is.
well-prepared car from GMT. Travis Engen always having fun here with us at the races. Love seeing him with us.
Good day for Travis. He's been out twice already. Now, John Nash will pop out, I'm sure, in a moment. But it's going to be Travis Engen, John Nash, and Scott Fraser, your top three in our group 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5B.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, that's the Sebring Speed Tour through the small bore British car groups. Stay tuned. We will be back after these messages from our fantastic marketing partners.
Tell your Paul Newman story.
Oh.
Yeah, Jonathan, I'm going to set you up. Ask him to be racing Trans Am. Ask him about racing with Paul Newman.
All right.
Okay.
All right. We'll get to that. Dog all right? Dog all right? Welcome back to Sebring, where, as you can see, the wind is picked up, actually. It's got quite breezy, but I'm looking at here, and it's not dragging in anything untoward, if that's the best way I can put it. When you're in Florida and you see the wind blow like that, you suddenly think, aha, it's going to be a storm in a minute. But I don't think that's going to happen today, which is rare, especially here at Sebring. It usually rains at some point. I'm delighted to be joined once again by Kerry Hitt as we look through some SVRA. And what's interesting about SVRA is sometimes it's very old cars that you've never heard of or you've never seen, and others you may have even raced. I bet there's some more modern cars out here today that you're very familiar with.
Well, actually, some of the old cars, Jonathan. I just Frank Cappuccini has the Camaro.
Yep.
I raced against that. It looks like I believe, is that the McElvern Mustang coming up in there? Is that Dylan driving that car?
Yes, it should be Dylan McElvern. Yes.
Yep. Raced against that car. So yeah.
You probably raced against Dylan McElvern, probably too.
No, I raced against his dad.
Yeah. Yeah. True. Well, Kerry is an established and long-time member of the Trans Am paddock, and very much one of the doyens of our paddock. We're delighted to have him. Not racing this weekend, but that means we can drag him up here when we can get him from talking to everybody down the paddock. But I know you don't like to just sit in the stands or even be at a racetrack if you're not doing anything, so
no,
better to have you here.
I'm a bad spectator. Yeah, this takes some of the pain away from not being out there in the track, so I thank you for that. I appreciate it greatly.
And you will still be racing in TA when you get back and going again?
Yeah, we're planning on doing that.
Your thoughts on what you saw in TA? Pretty good run. It was a shame to see so many cars not making it to the finish for various different reasons. But
it's the first race of the year. You know, there's still some gremlins.
Sure.
You know, these cars during the winter months have been torn down to nothing and all put back together again.
Yeah.
And some of the, I won't say who it is because they would be embarrassed, but one of the cars that dropped out, it was a 1/4-inch nut that was holding the throttle onto the, it just came loose and they couldn't get full throttle. So these things happen, but hey, it was a green flag from green flag to checkered flag without a stop, and that's. I think that goes a lot to say for the drivers of the TA series.
Well, while we've got a chance, because we'll get into racing in a moment, but I'd be very interested to know what of any of these, you mentioned a couple, but we've got cars from the early 90s all the way up to 2020 and 2021 in the Cayman GT4 that you have pedaled before and know something about. Not necessarily the actual cars, but the ones, that are like the ones that we're looking at.
Yeah. Well, that McElvern's car right there is a Trans Am car. Tommy Riggins built that car, and he and Tommy builds great cars, great driver, and a great chassis builder. So Dave McElvern, right? Yeah, Dave is his father. And race against Dave. Actually, I ran in the Rolex series against Dave back in the early 2000s, and the car was fast. The car was good. There was a Camaro in there that Frank Cappuccini is driving, black and white Camaro. Actually, I'm sorry, yellow and white Camaro, a yellow and black Camaro, and Frank was really good back in the day. The body styles that were run with the Mustang and with the Camaro were kind of what were part of the Trans Am. Is this the start? You want to catch us or?
No,
it's not.
Down the Almond Straight. Yeah,
I see it.
Keep going.
So the body styles back in the day. There's Frank right behind. Okay. They were pretty much the same body styles up until maybe about 6 or 7 years ago, and we wanted to upgrade and kind of bring it into the modern era. So we did the modern style Camaros and Mustangs, and we did the Challenger, and of course I did the Cadillac then too. Mm-hmm. So it just sort of brought us into the modern day looking cars, but the Trans Am cars, the Camaros, boy, they here we go.
So here we go then to start our Group 10 GTs at a roar past our commentary position. Kerry Hitt bringing you some colour commentary here for some very familiar cars out there, as there always are, as they all dive into turn one. And a good clean start, which is what we want. Through goes the 21 of Mark Sharon in that Weaver Racing Concepts Dodge. And Poncho Weaver here today, as always. I say as always, not always here, but he's got running Boris said again. So just as Kerry was pointing out, this sort of dynasty of Trans Am and sports car racing here in America, it seems that the more it changes, the more it stays the same.
Yeah, it's true. Well, now NASCAR is going to be running road racing, so it's going to be.
Yeah.
I think I think it has come time that people are going to. They love the road racing because there's a lot of action, but they couldn't see the course. But with the Rovals and the grandstands, it's going to put a whole new different spin on it, I would say.
Yeah, and also I think the willingness for NASCAR to be brave enough to go to a COTA, to go to places that aren't what I would call, they're not Bristol, it's not Dover, it's not places that, are NASCAR country, as we call it.
Yep.
But they're taking risks like that. They went to LA.
Oh, yeah.
And everybody went, what are they doing on that tiny track? And I said, well, this is kind of how it all started, guys.
Yeah, the short tracks.
So away we go then. Dylan McIvern, a very famous name, and continuing that dynasty. He'll be racing later on as well in TA2, but he's out here in Historics, just getting his eye in Group 10 in a Ford Mustang. And Bob Nearpole, he's already been out as well. He's in a Porsche 911 GT3. Is it hard to adjust to a modern, let's say, GT3 Porsche car with all the gizmos compared to a Trans Am?
I don't know because I've never done that. But I hear people.
Well, let me put it a better way, or a different way.
Yeah.
Why did you choose this kind of racing rather than going into necessarily production or IMSA-based racing?
Well, I love the challenge of being able to build a car.
Yep.
And you can get, you literally build a car from a pile of tubing all the way up to the finished car.
Yeah.
So I always have. So that's probably the reason why I've done that. I say I always have. I started out running production. I ran reproduction for a number of years, and that was a Corvette. That was a 67 Corvette Coupe, and that was a stock chassis car, But when they went to the tube frame cars, then of course those old chassis cars weren't competitive anymore, and those are the cars that you're going to see here at SVRA. I mean, to come out, I tell people to come out and watch SVRA because you really get to see all of the old cars and all the cool cars.
Yeah, it's history of movement, isn't it?
Yeah.
It's history of motion.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. It's interesting enough there. You see the Camaro and the Challenger. The Challenger, of course, is the new Weaver Concepts car. And but they're pretty much the same.
Yeah.
Underneath, they look pretty much the same. Bob Riley, who was kind of the father of the modern chassis, they started out and they did a car, and his comment was they make changes by evolution, not by revolution.
Yeah.
So they make little itty-bitty changes, and those cars really could be, with a little bit of work, could be upgraded, put a new body on it, and run competitively in the Trans Am, which I'd love to see happen. Because we could use more cars out there too.
No, I agree.
Yeah.
We're just looking at Phil Lasco in the red, black, and blue Ford Mustang that circulating. Well, he qualified in 5th place. And that 2016 car, the leader come through. That's Dylan. And this is the gap he's already built up in the first couple of minutes over the 2nd place car of Jonathan DeGainer.
That's Frank Cappuccini, isn't it? I think.
Yes, in 3rd place. Yes, it is.
Now, that car right there, I'm not sure if that is one of the Corvettes that were run back in the Trans Am day. I don't know, but it's the same body. It's the body style that they used back then. So I would imagine it's a tube frame chassis. And Speedway Engineering built those cars. And I don't know, as I said, if that's a Speedway chassis or not. But David Hobbs, I think, won the championship in that. I'm trying to think of the other. There was another driver. They were quick. They were very quick cars.
Yes, David Hobbs will be going up to Hobbs Country, Road America, very soon in the summer.
Does he live up there?
Yeah, he spends a lot of time up in Wisconsin. Yeah,
that's a beautiful area in the summer, but boy, it's cold.
Oh, yeah. Could do without it in the winter. Yeah. So we're looking at the old field. Through comes the 7A in currently 8th position. That's Charles Wick in the Porsche GT3 Cup car.
I bought Charles Wick's old Corvette and turned it into the Camaro. That's the Camaro that we have. There's an example of taking an old body and putting a new body on and still using the same chassis. It's a Rocket Sports chassis.
For those that didn't hear you yesterday, you know your bodies because you are, well, pretty much the main reason our cars in Trans Am look like they do, because you basically design and put together the bodies for a composite design and bodies of the cars, right?
Yeah. We kind of developed a process. We developed all of the bodies on computer, and then I have a 5-axis router with a 10-foot by 10-foot base. That cuts out the body pieces, and so finally we've got the left side and the right side of the car exactly the same. Back in the old days, it would take 8 months to be able to build a pattern, and it would really be time-consuming to get one side as close as you could to the other side, but never really quite. Now we're looking at 6 to 8 weeks to be able to do that, and they come out perfect. So we're looking at trying to add, possibly add another car. We've looked at the Toyota. We have a lot of interest in that. So the more manufacturers we get involved in Trans Am, I think the better it'll be.
And are you itching to innovate in any other way? You mentioned that to see some more cars. We've just seen the next gen NASCAR come out on display at the 500. I'm sure you watch with much interest, and Poncho Weaver, of course, had a part in that with his Group 10. But what would you like to see for Trans Am next in terms of maybe not redesigning, but maybe changing some of the stuff?
Well, Aaron Caldwell, is the tech director, has been doing a really good job in kind of adding things. We've done a lot to these cars with aero.
Yeah.
And this year, wow, we really got a little bit more. I mean, it started out, we got the tunnel under trays, went from flat under trays to the tunnel under trays, which gave us more front downforce. And we kind of build up on that. Then last year, we were allowed to put the dive planes in the front, and that helped quite a bit. And we added a little bit more splitter on the front, and that helped. And now he added, he calls them S-flaps, or they also call them gurney flaps. And it's a little bit of a wicker bill that is right in the very front of the front wheel well opening. So when the air comes across it, it trips the air, speeds it up, and creates a vacuum in the wheel well. It does two things. It pulls the air out, makes it actually brake-wise, it's cooler, it'll run cooler, and it also makes the tunnels work a lot better. And then he added the bigger sideboards on the wing. So these cars are aero pretty well, and they're putting out probably close to 1,200 pounds downforce on the front of the car. Oh yeah, it's amazing. Of course, every time you do something like that, then there's a new set of circumstances that you've got to resolve, and then it's keeping it from hitting the ground, but little by little.
Ariel Wolfgang in the Porsche Cayman GT4 going through shot. We just saw John Cloud. I'm sure you're very familiar with his career and his abilities over the years.
With
John Cloud.
Yeah. I don't know him that well, but
I've raced him.
Yeah.
Yeah, he's out there at the moment. He's in that Chevrolet Camaro TA2.
The TA2. Okay.
2020.
Yeah. That is, it looked like it had ECC colors, I believe.
Yeah.
Was it? Yeah. Okay. Yeah.
So this field in Group 10 spreading out quite significantly with 8 minutes to go. I love watching this shot because you see them go straight and then they break. And you see how the car did Michael Kern.
Yep. That's one of the older Trans Am Camaro bodies. Actually, that car looks like it's one with the wide 5 wheels. I get a better look at that. They had the center locks. They had some of the old chassis with wide 5 wheels. What's interesting is back in the 80s, John Tomanis was tech director at the time. Yeah, that's a wide 5. They came up.
Explain what you mean by that.
Okay, the old Fords had a great big hub, and the wheel was more of a rim, and the center of the wheel was kind of the hub, and it had 5 bolts that hold it on. Okay, and they were really big in racing. They're light. When this formula that SCCA came out with for the Trans Am was pretty much the way they've gone with the TA2 cars.
Right.
They had basically stock car chassis and stock car components, and they were trying to keep the cost down. Oh,
well, that's
I hate when that happens. Yeah, I know.
The good thing is you can do the long loop.
Yes, yeah. Unless the brakes are on the floor. There he goes, right back. Yeah. That was not a shortcut, though.
No,
you know,
not by any means.
Right, for sure. So anyway, the format was a tube frame chassis, kind of a stock car chassis, and then you could go with the wide 5 wheels, 5-on-5 wheels, and those rules were run for a little bit, and then they decided they were going to go with the square tube frame. Bob Riley came up with the first generation of the car that had the center lock wheels and followed the rules, but the idea of people that are building these things is you read the rules and stretch them as far as you can, you know, and that kind of got stretched into what the cars are today.
Yeah, there's that John Cloud car just going through shot there.
Yeah, I see that. Yep.
So at the moment, it's still Dylan McInvern. Some 4 seconds up the road from now second place, Frank Ciappatini. Is that the right way?
Cappuccini, yeah. Frank's from New Jersey. Cappuccini, yeah.
I like the paint scheme. Rouse Racing.
Yeah. I don't know if that's a modern livery on that, or if it's if that was back in they ran that same paint scheme on it.
Well, it's a 98 car, but yeah, I don't know the answer to that. Davidson Panos GTS. This is an interesting history, isn't it?
It sure is. Had a tremendous amount of effort put into it, that's for sure. Yeah.
Yeah, it's always hard unless you're a Ford or a Camaro or whatever. It's very hard to go racing when you're not, you don't have that industry behind
right.
you. You're basically building a small amount of cars, enough to be homologated, but not necessarily making huge amounts of cars.
Yeah.
But some of the customers, some of the buyers really like that.
They did.
Like
unique.
I mean, that's what McLaren's doing
unique.
at the moment.
Oh yeah. Doing well at it too.
Very
for
well.
Sure.
Yeah. And it's a good car by all accounts.
Yeah.
Here is Dylan again.
Dylan's doing a good job.
A bit of a warm-up before his qualifying at TA2.
Yeah. Frank's hanging in there too.
Yeah, he's not that far behind.
No, he's a good driver. Always a good driver. Yeah.
Phil Lasco in third position in the TA2 Mustang at the moment. And then Jeffrey Bernatovic in the Corvette, GT1 Corvette, is in fourth position. That car, a 1990.
Be interesting to find out what the history is and that if that is one of the Speedway engineering cars.
Yeah.
They had Camaros the year before that, then they came out with the Corvettes when the '84 Corvette came out. And they were good cars. I do like that paint job.
Yeah, it is good.
Yeah.
It stands out in the full logo, absolutely. Here comes your leader, and he's coming up on the Panos rather quickly. I was saying earlier, if you're doing this kind of racing, it's almost more important to be aware, because with the different groups, the change of either braking or change of pace, how quickly somebody can come up on you.
Oh, yeah.
Especially the leader like this now on the final lap. You really got to have your wits about you, don't you?
Yeah, absolutely. It's interesting, though, that Panos is basically underneath pretty much the same as what that, it's the same concept, a tube-frame chassis, as what the Mustang is, and the Camaro out there.
Was there ever a time when, I mean, the tube frame, obviously, you know, it's synonymous, but could you mess with materials? Or did you?
About the only thing that they
I'm
did.
thinking more like, obviously, the lighter. It's got to have the
Well,
strength.
Porsche did that. They had an aluminum cage, they had an aluminum chassis, and I can't recall her name. A girl, really good driver, crashed hard with a Porsche, and the cage collapsed, and she was
Wasn't
she
Ellen
was
Lure,
hurt.
was it?
Who?
Ellen Lure?
It may have been her.
Yeah,
I think that's who it. Yeah, that does ring a bell.
I do remember that. Yeah.
And I think from that, the non-ferrous metal car chassis, what happens is the aluminum work hardens. So these chassis go through an incredible amount of cycles, during a lifetime, and then it becomes brittle, and then it'll break. So that's the bad thing about it.
So on his final lap, then, Dylan McAvern enjoying his day out before he gets to the serious business of his own championship. So it's great to have guys like him, and we've got some big names. Cameron Lawrence out there, or obviously Rafa Matos, Adam Andretti, and household names certainly in Trans Am. And it's great to have people like Paul Maynard and Boris said still running,
Still doing it. Yep.
Yeah, still doing it. And for that matter, Tommy Dreesy and a few others. Simon Gregg, obviously, team managing this weekend. But, and yourself, of course.
Yeah, I'm just watching and talking. So, like I said, it takes the pain away from not driving.
There you go. So out of the last corner and to the checkered flag comes our leader, Dylan McAvern, to take the checkered flag, and does so in style. Slapping the entire field, but doesn't matter as long as he enjoyed it. And in a moment, we'll see Frank Captini and the Panos coming through shot.
Back in the day, the car that Frank's driving, they ran 302s, I believe. So I don't know if he's running that engine or not. If it is, then the Mustang was outpowering him, which could be the reason there, because both cars look pretty good. They look like they were driving them very well.
So checkered flag is out on our Group 10, their first race of 2 over the weekend. We've got a few more group races to come for you before we head to qualifying for TA2. That's local time 5:45. What sure won't is to watch Trans Am. But until then, we've actually, if you are a Trans Am fan, we have got an all-stock car race coming up at 4:45 Florida time. That's Eastern time. So watch out for that. And while we have a break in the action, we'll do the same. We'll take a short break from Sebring. Join us for more SVRA, part of the Speed Tour, after this.
Hungry for SVRA action? Well, the best way to enjoy classic auto racing is with a delicious classic from Mission Foods. Green flag your race-watching snacks with Mission's mouth-watering race day recipes. Try some of our tasty tacos, piled high nachos, fresh chips with guac, and more. So gear up your ride and fuel up those stomachs with delicious Mission Foods. Now that's too fast, too tasty.
Welcome back to Sebring's SpeedTour, live from Sebring International Raceway in Florida. It's a beautiful day here in Central Florida at the iconic Sebring track. And as you can see, as fast and furious as our next group, which is Group 8 and 12B. A bunch of Porsches out there, and Alfa Romeos and BMWs, and a real smorgasbord of different cars, mostly European. And always good to see these cars in action. We're looking between 1966 Ginettas. I didn't know Ginetta had gone that long. A company from Leeds in England. All the way through to what, the mid-80s?
Yeah.
Well, actually, there's a 95 BMW M3 out there, so that's about the most modern. But a really interesting group of different cars here. Alongside me, Kerry Hitt. What do you fancy here?
Which car?
Well, yeah. What would you like to drive? I always say that when you're watching historics, because that's what it's all about.
I've always favored the big bore stuff, so there's a Corvette in there, and that's what I drove for years. So that's probably. But some of these other cars, the 914 is an interesting car. I mean, that's got a lot of racing history.
The 914, yeah, absolutely.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's interesting being a European and coming here and realizing that the snobbery that we pervade in our car industry or our racing industry in Europe, and then seeing it from the other side of the pond is really interesting, because you can see how, the Americans, it was very much all about the engine, all about the power. And really, when you look at the racing, drag racing, quarter miles, it's all about what can you put down to the ground. Whereas,
exactly.
As you know, European cars, it was all about, we want to sell it as a race, we want to sell it as a production car, but we wanted to go racing, so the lines need to be good, and the production, and the performance needs to be good. And a lot of times you'll see the Germans taking on Audi, BMW, and they're in their own world of competing against each other. And the same was true of Britain in the earlier days, and the same is true of Italian manufacturers. They've always wanted to be one up on each other in their smaller bore cars especially. But I love the period where the small bore European cars came over here and actually had success against the big bore.
They did. The learning curve Detroit had, I think, was probably hastened by the fact of the cars coming over there, and they learned some lessons, and it was there was more than one time when you had a little underpowered car beating one of the big Detroit Iron cars, and of course they didn't like that, so they did better. They did better,
Well, and also the circuits here were not necessarily, certainly the road circuits weren't long straighted. They didn't give the advantage away at all to the big ball.
That's true. But those are the most fun tracks to drive.
Yeah.
That really.
I mean, I can imagine a big bore car going around Lime Rock would be tough.
Yeah.
There's no straights.
Yeah. No straight. Well, there's one, but not much. Yeah.
Whereas Road America, I can see the advantage of that hill.
Yeah. And then look at Laguna. That is another. They've got a long straight on there, but there's still some tight turns in it, and it was a handling track.
So these drone shots have also. What do you think, Kerry? I mean, you like the rest of us have witnessed the transition to drone coverage. It's totally changed the game, hasn't it?
It has. It's fantastic. We were talking a little while ago about the NASCAR going road racing, and the drones kind of give you the same concept as the grandstands do.
Yes.
You can see everything. You can see a lot more.
And you can certainly see when somebody is chasing somebody else down.
Yep.
It's all very well to say, well, he's 0.2 ahead or he's a second and a half. It doesn't mean anything until you actually see it. And also where the traffic is and what is maybe ahead.
Correct.
Lights are off on the Honda then. Race pace car, safety car, as this full field of cars get ready for Group 8 and Group 12B, their first run. Host of European, but as Kerry rightly points out, the odd Chevrolet Corvette is out there as well. We've got an 89 out there in the hands of John Miller. But they roar past our commentary position as the green flag waves, and it is the BMW getting the advantage for the moment. There's that Mission-sponsored car right at the centre there, and the 110 of Lisa Hansen in the 911. Through goes the 51. Is that the 81 of Mike Gonzalez? Everybody cleanly through, though, the first corner. This is the corner that worries me.
Yeah. Everything bunches up down there, and, you know,
Am I right? It's bumpy going in.
It's bumpy going in, and the quick way through that, you really need to hit the curbs, and that bounces the car around. And I mean, more than once I've seen daylight underneath the tires of the cars that are in front of me. But they made
Down towards the hairpin for the first time then. Everybody safely through for now. Somebody hesitating then. And down the Fangio straight they come.
That is a fun straight, and it's a fun turn, but boy, you really... Oh, wait, no, wait, I was the wrong one. There we are.
Yeah,
this is the next one. Now. Yeah, this is the next one.
Yeah, that's Lisa Hansen in the Porsche. Good throaty sound to all of these cars. As they go through Bishop, which is the toughest part of Sebring.
Yeah.
What's the corner you don't, or you worry about most?
That one right there.
Oh, really?
Yeah, yeah.
For what reason?
Because your mind tells you can go flat out through it.
Right, but you can't.
But boy, you don't.
No,
yeah, yeah.
I see. Yeah, that makes sense. Yeah, those are the worst.
Yeah, yeah, exactly.
Teases you.
And every time you think, okay, I'm going to do it this time. Yep, I got this. And then, well, maybe next lap. You know.
So it's the 182 of Ernie Wilding in that BMW M3 who got a great start.
Whoops, somebody's off. Aren't they?
At the back?
I thought I saw a red car there on it.
Okay, well, we'll check that out. Through goes the 81A. That's Nicholas Clements. He's been out already just a couple of races ago in that 911S, but not in the same car, but he was racing in one of the other group cars. So everybody gets 2 or 3 runs, I think, or 2 or 3 different cars to run if they're lucky.
Yeah.
It's a hard day.
Yeah, it is.
Physically?
Yeah, yes.
Do you do a cool suit and stuff like that or not?
Oh, absolutely. I tell everybody I get 30 years younger when I put my cool suit on because it just makes a big difference.
Yeah, I'll bet. Big time. So, a highly competitive group, as you can see, or groups, I should say, 2 groups in all, 8 and 12B. Quite a lot of there as well. We've got several BMWs, a nice little GTV Alfa Romeo, a Datsun 510 from 72 in the hands of Ike Keeler.
Datsun 510 is that's a car Paul Newman started driving.
Ah,
yeah.
Now you have a Paul Newman story, I hear.
Well,
you raced against him.
I did. Oh yeah, yeah. In fact, Paul and I started running just about at the same time. And we went through our novice races. With SECA, you had a certain number of races. You had the novice races. And we both ran our last novice race up at Lime Rock. And I had an old 69 Chevy station wagon with an open trailer, and I towed in there with my Corvette. And I parked out by where the old oak tree used to be.
Yeah.
Okay? So, and I pulled in. I just pulled in. There was a space there and got it unloaded. I went to the race alone. Okay? So I got the car unloaded, got everything. Oh, lock up.
Go ahead.
Yeah. So went out on the track, and first time I was ever at Lime Rock, so I kind of got in behind blue Datsun 510. And the guy knew the course pretty well, so I followed him 2 or 3 laps. And after I kind of felt as though I knew the track, I passed him and gone down the straight, which was kind of easy with the Corvette, you know.
Sure.
And, after it was over, we came back in, and of course, his crew was around him, and I didn't have a crew, so I was just running back to the pit just as he was ready to pull out to go back to the paddock area. So I let him go, and I kind of went down through and pull in, and he pulls in right beside where I was parked, you know. And
you were quite right. That red car did go on.
Yep, yeah. It looked like it was, yeah. So he's down at a bad spot, or is he? I don't know.
Interesting to see what they do there.
So got out of the car, and I walked over. The guy got out of the car. I looked at the car, and I said, hey, thanks for showing me around the track. I said, you got a pretty good line. He said, oh, yeah. He said, it's my home track, and I've been practicing driving here, you know. And so we talked for a little bit, and I walk over and extended my hand. He said, my name's Kerry Hitt. He said, I'm Paul Newman. And it shocked me because I didn't recognize him.
Yeah.
And
that's probably what he wanted.
Exactly, because I didn't, and I was embarrassed, you know, and I apologized. You know, I didn't realize. Well, he thought that was great, you know, because we were racer to racer, and that's what he was. When he came in, he was racing, and that's what he wanted to be.
Yeah.
I think he would have rather been a racer than an actor. You know?
To be honest, Brian Redmond told me the same about working with Steve McQueen, same thing.
Yep.
The biggest thrill Steve ever got was being in a crowd of racing drivers where he was treated like a racing driver.
Exactly.
And not as this superstar.
Exactly.
And Brian was the first to say, having seen him do the film and work with him with that car at 917, that he could have been a fantastic racing driver.
Oh, absolutely. Absolutely, yeah.
And Paul was. I mean, Paul
was
got
an excellent driver.
NCAA national titles.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Yeah, I think it was his first national championship was down at Road Atlanta. I remember this. I'll always remember this. It was before he won an Oscar, and he was telling everybody how much he appreciated, and the speech went something to the effect of, you know, people can do something well in a walk of life, and then when they want to go to another walk in life, and you know, they are treated differently because, you know, they aren't treated special, you know.
Yes.
And he didn't want that. He wanted to be a racer. He wanted to earn his reputation, which he did, and he did it well. But at the end of the speech, he said, this is one of the greatest days of my life. And he held the trophy up and he said, screw the Oscars, you know. And so,
you know, it's very true, and that's what I love about the fraternity of motor racing. It's very true. Scott Borchetta, I know, I haven't discussed it with him, but I know, just seeing his demeanor and having interviewed him a couple of times, that he doesn't want to be talked. He doesn't want to talk music when he's here. He wants to talk racing, and he wants to be known as that.
Yeah.
Frankly, if nobody knew what his other career was, he'd be quite fine with it.
Oh, yeah. Yeah.
And he probably has more respect for someone like you and what you do, and wants to learn from someone like you who's been racing longer. And he is just enveloped. And I know we did an interview with Patrick Dempsey when WEC started out, and it was the same for him. You know, he has, had to get out of that shadow of being a famous actor, but he is now respected. When he won class at Le Mans and now obviously runs a team, everything changed. And in the racing world, he's just another racer.
and that's what everybody wants, you know.
Yeah, but this is a rare environment where that's possible. You couldn't do that as a tennis player. If you are a famous actor and you start picking up a tennis racket, you're going to be paralleled all day long. Whereas, generally speaking, A, most people help each other here, and B, like you say, you're not looking for film stars. No,
it's interesting because this is one of the few things that we're really a family. I mean, Trans Am is a tight family.
Yeah.
I think tighter than a lot of them. People have worked all night trying to help a competitor get his car back together to go out and race him on the track. You know, years ago, I had a part that I borrowed and I needed it, and I said to the guy, I said, thanks. I said, I really appreciate it. And he said, hey, man, he said, in here we're family. Out there we do battle.
Yeah.
And that's what it is.
Yeah, I fear for poor old Ernie Francis Jr. just across the way in St. Petersburg this weekend. You know Ernie. He would have followed you around going, are you okay? You know, do you need any, can I help? I saw you had a problem with your caliper. I've got a spare. He would have helped you all night long. He'd have probably put it on for you.
Yep.
But he won't find that in Indy Lights.
No.
But great that we develop champions like him, young as he is, really, really good. And he's got that absolute tradition of a Trans Am driver.
Yes, he does, and he has the passion and he has the hunger to do it, and he just wants to do well. He wants to do better.
Yeah, and I can't think that anybody in this paddock won't be tuning in to make sure or cheer him on in his endeavours. He deserves more, and he deserves a break, and I hope he gets it.
Yeah, I do too.
So we've got 8 minutes to go in our Group 8 and 12, and it's spread out pretty quickly, but it's been some fun so far. And we've been talking as Ernie Wilding has been ploughing through in his BMW M3, as we take a look at the 88 of Robert Mokas in the Alfa Romeo Spider. Alfa Romeo, they've had an up and down career in racing, sometimes brilliant, sometimes not. And they continue at the very sharp end, back in Formula One, of course, but they've always produced pretty and fun cars that anybody would want to drive. I think that's the biggest thing you could say about it, Alfa Romeo. There's never a dull moment in one. Juan Gonzalez currently in second place in that Porsche 914. And then just behind the Ginetta, incidentally, the G4 of Tomas Grudovic in the oldest car, I think it's 66 out there.
How long has Ginetta been around? I didn't realize
well,
they were that long.
That's what I'm thinking. I
Yeah.
would have thought that must have been one of our first years.
Yeah,
sure.
Yeah.
I always think of it as a modern day company. We had them winning in GTs here a couple of years ago. And they're just not, again, it's a bit like the Panos. I mean, unless you're from that country, you know, it's not a name you'd hear a lot. We've got a caution. Now, what's happened here? You know, we've had so few cautions this weekend. I'm shocked.
No. His T-shirt there says corner worker. You know, those guys just really never get enough credit for what they do.
No.
They have. If it weren't for them, there's no way we could be as safe as we are now, and maybe we wouldn't even be able to race. Who knows?
But I'm sure you've been in the odd bar or two when you come across the corner workers.
Oh, yeah.
And my word, their love of the sport. I mean, they can sit you down over a beer and tell you everybody they've seen race, what race it was, what corner they were on, what happened, whether they spoke to the driver or they didn't. I'm sure you've had a few retirements where you've got into deep conversation. You can't get away.
Absolutely, absolutely. You know, and they're all gracious. You know, you get there, get out of the car. Of course, you're hot. They hand you cold water, and you know, they're just very pleasant.
Yeah, there's very few sports where people never participate but admire and love and enjoy watching other people do it, knowing that it is unobtainable for them, myself included. I'd love to have raced, but you know, that's what it is. But we just, being around the sport is enough, and that, therefore we get your respect. You don't have to be a world champion racing driver to get your respect. The fact that we show up and are interested in what you're doing, and the fact that we want to be here and we want to see this racing and we enjoy it, it's what we do for pleasure as well. I think that's why the fraternity that is everybody. It's not just the drivers.
Exactly.
It's everybody involved.
Exactly. You know, the thing is, though, right now, the younger generation does not seem to have that passion and interest. And the entire the corner workers, track marshals, whatever you listen as, we need more. We need people to get involved.
You know, yeah, you're right. This sort of, and I don't want to get too political on the new generation, but you're right. I mean, certainly when it comes to driving cars, the youngsters of the day aren't interested in cars. They're not interested in driving them from A to B to go to the party or to see the girlfriend, which amazes me, because as you did and I did, when I was 15, 16, I was chomping at the bit, stealing Dad's car to get where I needed to go, because that was the only way to get there. And I lived in Texas, and so you had to have a car, but I'm just amazed that this day and age, and I think it will come full circle. I think that will change. It is a sort of period of computers and access and virtual and all the rest of it, but I think that nostalgia and that ability to drive an old, as it will be, combustion car and hear the noise and feel the wind and all the rest of it will come back. And I think it may not be as big as it ever was, but and life has changed. We're in a virtual world a lot of the time, and generations change. But I'm really glad that the Peter Gregg Foundation are doing what they're doing and encouraging people that there are careers and there is money and there is, you know, an industry waiting for you. Checkered flag is out after that caution, so not a surprise that we end under caution there, and Ernie Wilding will take the victory. But would you see, you know, you agree with me with what the Peter Gregg Foundation is doing?
Absolutely, yeah. I thought
we need them.
Yeah, they're doing it good. We need them. Absolutely, we need them.
And it's no good giving them, let's say, a racing Tesla and saying, well, yeah, we've got to get the springs and we've got to get this right and we've got to go. You know, if they've never seen a basic racing car, it's no good getting an electric car and presuming that you can just make that go fast. There's a lot that comes with learning the mechanics and mechanical engineering, and it doesn't matter whether it's an electric engine or a combustion engine. You've got to know the physics.
Yeah, you've got to know the physics. The whole idea is to put the tire contact patch on the road surface and keep it there, and get the best grip you can get out of it. Doesn't matter what's powering the car.
Powering it,
yeah.
Well, Kerry Hitt, thank you so much. Again, we'll take a short break here from Sebring. More action to come from our SVRA coverage. The first round of the 2022 season.
One of the main reasons for poor vehicle performance is a dirty fuel system. It can cause decreased fuel economy and actually do harm to your engine over time. By adding Lucas Fuel Treatment to your vehicle, it cleans and lubricates the entire fuel system, pump, carburetors, fuel injectors, and valves as you drive. It also improves your vehicle's performance. It's a non-solvent product designed to protect both gasoline and diesel engines. Lucas Fuel Treatment. It works.
So welcome back to the roar of stock cars. Thought we'd let you hear that because I know you enjoy it. No words need to be said. This is muscle car racing at its best. Alongside me, Kerry Hitt once again. Not racing this weekend, and it's killing him.
Well, at least I'm here and I'm having fun watching it and talking about it. So,
well, you've got plenty to talk about in this one.
Yes. Yeah.
Lots of names that you're very familiar with. Lots of cars you're very familiar with, and certainly an era and a group of cars that are very familiar to you and your history in racing. Trans Am primarily, but you know these guys and certainly know the cars. Anybody that sparks straight out to you on this Group 10 stock cars? I guess Joe Nemechek is one that stands out a mile.
Absolutely. Mike Skinner, Kenny Bupp I raced with in Trans Am. Matter of fact, Kenny Bupp won a Trans Am out here, right here at Sebring. I was second, and Claudio Burton was third. And we believe that was the chronologically the oldest podium in. Well, I mean, it's got a.
There's a fair few years amongst you.
There were quite a few years, exactly. And Claudio was the baby of the group. Kenny is what, 85, I think. Yeah. I'm not sure. He's my hero. I mean, my gosh, he's got 9 or 10 years on me, and he is out there doing it. And I'll tell you what, he is a racer. Really.
Well, it's another, I tell you, talk about attitude and lifestyle. I think golfers, tennis players, and motor racers are, I see more of them in their mid-80s, still playing golf, still hanging out, and a lot of them still driving.
Yeah. There was Kenny just a moment ago on number 6.
And, of course, Bupp Jr. has got a good career going as well.
What a driver, yeah. He has really, really come around.
It almost feels like you don't have a choice as a son of or a brother of or whatever. If you've got an Andretti or an Unser name, you're going to go racing.
You're going to go racing, yeah. But, I say families that race together stay together.
Right.
It really makes a huge difference, I think.
Yeah, I agree.
In today's society. We just don't do enough as a family anymore.
No, we don't. And because of the distractions, which aren't our fault, racing's a great way to say, well, you can still watch TV or play PlayStation when you're not doing this, but hey, it's time to go racing. That's what we do. Well, the lights are off, and talking about going racing, we're about to do just that in what we're calling our Group 10 stock cars. It's absolutely beautiful sound and sight of these cars here at Sebring. And we'll tell you some stories about each and every car as soon as we get a chance, because we are about to go green. The pace car, the Civic, comes off, and the green flag does wave, and away we go. This their first race of the weekend. Scott Holly, Joe Nemechek leading the way at the moment. Jeff McGee, Mike Skinner, who you mentioned, Kenny Bupp right in there too. Not an easy circuit, I would have thought, for these kinds of cars. Used to ovals more or less. And as somebody who's had a big part in the Trans Am side of it, how do these cars compare? And I'm just talking about the basic NASCAR, stock car, race car, compared to the Silhouette. Because it's very similar racing.
It is. It's similar racing, 2 cream chassis. But these are pretty robust cars. I mean, the term, if you ain't rubbing, you ain't racing, really fits with them.
Yeah.
So,
and there you go.
As I was saying.
Just
right?
as I was saying.
Yeah.
And that was Wiley Todd. And the number 9 of Stephen Kennelly. Just getting it around there in the Dodge. The red Dodge, but no harm, no foul. Like you say, I think they're robust enough to keep going, those two.
Yeah, they are. I'm glad to see they're running them in a group of their own, though.
Yes.
Because,
yeah.
I mean, you run those with a Trans Am car, and the Trans Am car just, they're more nimble, but they're a little more fragile,
So one of the basic differences, obviously you can see from Trans Am, we don't have that. We have a much more, a bigger rear wing, flat than the NASCARs do. But what else? What are the major differences?
Well, the ride height in these is a lot higher.
Right.
They aren't running. I don't believe they're running wings at all. They're running spoilers in the back of the car.
Yeah.
And they are, like I say, they're really robust. The suspension is pretty tough. They've got good forged spindles and uprights, which are kind of a takeoff in street cars, because you drive through all the potholes in street cars, and they've got to hold up for hundreds of thousands of miles. These are a takeoff of that.
Do you think that they've got the new generation in the right? There's another repeat of that accident. I think there was just a touch. Just 2 cars involved, the others avoiding action. But do you think they've got it right? Because a lot of people complain that, the stock car racing doesn't really look like the Dodge or the Camaro that they drive at home, and obviously it can't really. But
that's true. I mean, back in the day they did. I remember the Fords and remember the Plymouth, the high wing Plymouths, and but they were like the cars, and that was what wins on Sunday sells on Monday. That was the theory behind it.
Sure.
What they've done, and I think safety has had a whole lot to do with it. I heard stories back in the early days with having a bench seat in the car, and just a seat belt. I mean, it just makes me shudder to think about that. Having been in a fairly good chunks, you have the cage around you, and you have a good seat around you, and belts. I mean, the safety has improved just fantastically over the years.
But there can't be a lot of cushion when you hit metal to metal or wall to wall in a stock car or a Trans Am. You're going to feel it.
Oh yeah. Things like the soft walls that they did in the stock cars was great. I mean, it just takes that initial impact out. These cars back in the day were rock and sock,
That's actually the 2 of Scott Holly, who had been leading this race. The 2A is Matthew Butson, and he's down in 7th place at the moment in the Charger. Some interesting names. Kenny Buck, you've already mentioned. Randy Walker out there, Donnie Strickland. And Joe Nemechek, no introduction needed. Multiple winner and champion. Fantastic racing driver, and still going, as you can see. 2:10.5, pretty good laps too.
2:10, one of those is pretty good. They got big motors though too. You see the ground clearance on these cars?
It's much higher now. I see it.
Yeah.
And that is that because of oval racing, or is there any other particular reason?
I would think so.
Yeah,
I would think so, because these cars, they get on the banks. People don't realize the amount of G-force that's involved with the car, like Daytona. I mean, you're on the 24-hour Daytona, and these cars, they just collapse right down on the suspension. You sort of have to have a place to put your left foot and hold yourself there, and you're also looking out the top of the windshield. You don't realize that. You're not looking straight ahead. So,
I hadn't even thought about that.
Oh, yeah.
When you're on Daytona, you're never looking straight forward.
First time I rode Daytona, I had it was the Greenwood Le Mans Corvette that we had, was down there, and I went down, and that was before they had the bus stop. So we went down. The first time I broke 200 mile an hour. It was 207 mile an hour down the back straight, and then into turn 3, and then turn 4. And I had to actually crank my neck to look up out of the left corner of the windshield, be able to see straight ahead.
22 degrees, isn't it?
Oh yeah. And it's a big, it's a lot of bang.
Larry Hoopo in the Monte Carlo, just going through the Kellogg's colours, and that's the number 40. Looking down, that's Neo Fernandez in the Dodge NASCAR, and that's a 2007 NASCAR. So we've got I think the oldest we've got out there is an 87 Ford Thunderbird, and that's Carlos Gan, and then we've got a 93 Lumina. That's the 19. Donnie Strickland in that Monte Carlo. Sounds great.
Sure is a huge change between those cars and the new cars that they have out there today.
Yeah.
And I think that those cars were really designed to go road racing. I mean, they have a full bottom closeout under tray, bumper to bumper. There's a lot of aerodynamics involved in the transaxle. I heard. I guess they made the announcement. I heard that the reason they were using the transaxle is they wanted to at least have the opportunity to go to a hybrid drive.
Okay.
On that, so that would be that would be interesting. A lot of suspension travel in those cars. You can see where they hit the bumps and they're bouncing
big time. Yeah, this is, like I said, this is a tough track for them.
Oh yeah. Doing a good job. I lost track of Kenny. Where is
Kenny still going? Where is he? He's dropped down. No, maybe we have lost him. I don't know. Hang on. No, he's still there. 7th place at the moment. Oh, just behind Matthew Butson.
That's respectable. I only lost 1 place. He was gridded 6 when he started. He'll hang in there.
So yeah, we've got Toyotas, Dodgers, well, a few Toyotas, Fords, and Chevrolets, obviously, in the Monte Carlos. Well represented, the Thunderbirds out there.
I think all the old truck A-arm types or suspension, they had like a. They were like, yeah, I'm not a NASCAR guy. I'm trying to think of like a trailing arm type suspension.
Okay.
Car looks like it's going a little dogged, doesn't it? Like it was canted a little bit.
Yeah, maybe.
Not tracking right. Maybe just the camera angle.
Well, that's always what amazes me when you see a car set up for the ovals.
Oh yeah.
Compared to a road car setup. I mean, they really do struggle at times to make that adjustment, to make it, effectively a car that doesn't run, on banks.
Oh yeah, they do.
Completely different.
Well, they have the number of cars that these teams had. I mean, 10, 15 cars.
Yeah.
But they had specifically. I remember back in the day, Bob Riley was involved in doing a design. I don't remember which car it was. For a road race car. And he built the car, built the suspension. I think they went out to one of the tracks out in California and just cleaned up. It may have been Sonoma, and just cleaned up. And then they started building road race cars. They have road race cars. They have speedway cars. Each one of them has a little bit of different body shape to it. The aerodynamics is very critical in speedways.
A nice shot there of the 9 of Stephen Kennelly there, and a little bit of damage to the rear of that car. Dodge Intrepid. And that genuine draft, all black and gold, another synonymous paint scheme. It's so often you remember your NASCARs by your paint schemes.
By the paint scheme, yeah.
Yeah, here's that car we were talking about. Man, take a look at the back of this car. No, we can't see it this time. Coming down that long Ullman straight then.
That was a 9 car. That may have happened when he out of the hairpin.
Oh, yes, yeah. Of course, it will have done, yeah. 299.
He did a little bit more than rub back then.
Yeah, I got that one. That's Stephen Papalas.
The Jeff Gordon car. Yeah, the drivers, you relate to the paint scheme to the cars.
Yes, exactly, yeah. There it is, coming at us. That's a Lumina.
I think those are that was the era when they first put the cars out that they really started having a lot of trouble with the cars just blowing over.
Okay.
And then they went into the flaps that they put on them, and these cars probably don't have them. But then they as the years went on,
I'm amazed. Those flaps have made such a big difference. When you see a big crash like we saw at the 500 last week, and you see these cars going 140 miles an hour, but sticking to the ground, spinning around, but not flipping over. Yes, we saw, I think it was Burton that flipped over, but that was because of contact. When they're on their own, the flaps work, keep them glued really to the ground.
Yeah.
Very good innovation.
Those are pretty sturdy too. Yeah, they're carbon fiber. They're very strong. You figure they've got to because they flip open, and then there's an inertia behind it, and then it goes into 180, 190 mile an hour wind.
Yeah, here is Joe Nemechek in that number 8. Finally get a chance to see him race. But yeah, people often ask me, it seems so adrenaline junkies, they say, or rich kids having too much fun. When you actually see what the innovations that the designers and the people who are behind the scenes of motor racing and what they can develop for safety, that basically trickles down to our own road cars, whether it be brake systems or airbags. Not that they use airbags, but my point is that anything that is made in racing, it's a test tube, isn't it? It's basically
it's a test bed.
It's R&D.
It's a huge test bed. Yeah, yeah. All the big car companies would be they've been very involved, and they come up with a lot of innovation.
And it's only obstacles that they would find when pushed to the very limit, like that.
Yeah.
When a car is flipping, or when the brake calipers go, oh, well, it's a spin, we don't want that. No. Especially not there. That is just coming into 16, or just coming down into the Ullman Straight, and he spun it around and looks as though... Now, I know from knowing this track, there is a way of backing that up and off track. Depends whether it's open or not there.
Yeah, there is.
But there's nobody really there to push him away, unless he can get it going.
Get it started.
He's offline, which is a good thing.
Yeah. Yeah, I don't think that they'll call it yellow on that. He's really offline.
Yep. Jeff McKee in the Camry coming at us. Down the main straight he comes. Some good lap times too. 2:07.9 by Joe. Joe Nemechek at the front.
It's a really good lap time for
I'm thinking about TA2 qualifying next. They're not that much slower, are they?
They're not that much slower, and I think the tires are smaller in these cars too, aren't they?
Yeah, they will be. Well, with some quality drivers out there.
That's true.
Well, with 4 minutes to go in this race, I am hopeful that the car that is stuck out on the exit of 16 will be able to stay where it is, at least, and not cause any problems, although it is pretty precarious. We'll see what they do. Down towards the hairpin they come in another famous livery. The Home Depot continues to be a big contributor to stock car racing, and well, it should be. We've had Home Depot, we've had Maynard's, we've had everything this weekend. We just need a Lowe's car out.
Yeah. Dueling of the lumber companies.
I really do think, and when I think of people like Jimmy Johnson and a few others, I've got a feeling that some of these guys are going to end up in Trans Am if they want to keep racing them. Yeah. Simply because they just love racing.
Yeah.
And Jimmy's different. He's gone to do IndyCar, and that's fine. But there's probably quite a few guys who, are in. An Elio, somebody like that, who probably, even his IMSA days are numbered.
Yeah.
May just say, you know what? Rafa definitely won't go anywhere.
Anybody who's driven a Trans Am car says that it's the most fun that they've ever had.
Yeah.
It is. The car has, like I said, it's unique. It's a thoroughbred. It's nimble. It is a little fragile, so you don't get out there and bang them up. That's not. It's part of the gentleman part. That's what I like about the driving of it.
Check it out for Joe Nemechek, and another win to add to the millions of others. Not quite that many, but yeah. But yeah, you're exactly right. I think that's a very good point. That you don't want to beat them up, but you can race them hard.
Oh, you can race them really hard. Yeah.
And if you look at the way Tony Pirella's got it set up, you could race. You could be a superstar like Elio, come here and race an old car and enjoy every moment of it, or an ex-LMP2 car or an ex-IMSA car, and have a lot of fun in that with some guys that are capable, and then you could jump straight in a Trans Am car and probably get a lesson from someone like yourself.
Well, I think there are a lot of guys out there a lot quicker than I am, but I'm having a lot of fun.
As long as you're having fun.
Exactly.
So that concludes under caution a little bit, I think. The checkered flag coming out early, but Joe Nemechek taking it from Jeff McKee and Mike Skinner, the top three. No real surprise. Scott Holley started at the front, finishes fourth, and Lee Arnold finishes fifth.
And Kenny did a 7. Better than a lot of other people. Maybe half they're his age.
Let's take a look at the highlights then. We got underway as they roared into action. Our stock car race, Group 10, NASCAR's roaring round, and a little bit of trouble at the hairpin. Cars going everywhere, skittling out, but no harm, no foul. But as for Joe Nemechek, well, he was never, ever in doubt. The 19 in full song of Donnie Strickland. Nemechek battling his way. He really didn't have to battle too hard with anybody else. And he took that number 8 in style, as he often does. He had another win, but this time at Sebring, stock car, the rare setting.
It's interesting looking at that car. The ride height is not as big as that. That may have been one of the cars that was developed just for road racing.
Okay, yeah. Maybe he had a bit more of an advantage than we know of.
Could have.
Yeah, good point.
He's a great driver, though.
Yes,
so.
Don't want to take that away. Well, that name is still going. So, my thanks to Kerry once again. We've got more action to come. Coming up next, we've got IGT, and we'll take a short break. We'll be back with IGT and TA2. Don't go away.
Classrooms. What do you think when you hear the word classroom? Books. Notes. Tests. It's time for a change. Here at the Winner Circle Project, we are reinventing the classroom.
Welcome back as we take a look at the man who had such a brilliant early part of the day, Tom Pank, as he got victory in the IGT Race 1. And they do it all again, this huge field of over 50 cars. And this is International GT Racing, a quite unique championship within a championship, so to speak. Ken Fengler, who may well be up here if there are no major problems to sort out. Kerry's just gone to take a brick break, and hopefully Ken or even Ben might join us for this one. And in fact, I've just seen Mark Miller, of all people. What a perfect person to have. Current IMSA driver. Even better. Just joining us here. And Mark Miller, one of our former champions, of course, from Trans Am. and still very much involved in racing, looking after youngsters, looking after whoever's in the team that has his name. But I'm sure a very interested party in this sort of racing because, well, there are different marques out there, but in terms of how they race against each other, and I mean Porsches racing against Porsches and Ferraris racing against Ferraris, you have the Maranello Cup, you have the Stuttgart Cup, and you have a lot of returnees who've raced each other many, many times before. Well, first and foremost, let me say hello to Mr. Miller. Long time no see. How are you, Mark?
I am good. Thanks for having me up here.
Good to have you up here. What are you up to? First and foremost, we know you know all about these cars, or a lot, or pretty much about these cars, but what have you been doing this weekend, and what are you doing?
I love the multi-class racing. I've been lucky enough to compete in some of these international GT events and team events. It's nice to do driver changes.
Yep.
I just got back from the Rolex 24-hour. We had a really strong showing there.
I watched you.
It was a lot of fun until it wasn't. You know, just
but
a little
but
thing.
Isn't that the story? A story on again. And
yeah, you have
Daytona.
to just be perfect all the time. And, you know, if you have any type of mechanical issue and it puts you down the order, it's hard to really claw your way back up. But we had a really strong showing, had an opportunity for a podium. It would have been really great for our Gradient Racing team.
Will you be here in March for the 12 hours?
I will be here. I'm helping with our Gradient Racing doing strategy for the 12-hour, and it'll be, I love this event. I love this track. I've competed at the 12-hour several times, and obviously Trans Am and several other type of series. You know, the TA2 and Trans Am programs put on a great show here, especially with 48 cars in the TA2 lineup this weekend. It's going to be great. And that brings me to why I'm here this weekend. Unfortunately, I'm not driving, but at the same time, I figure, you know, if I can't drive, you still want to be here. So I'm here coaching the Stevens.
Good.
Helping with engineering and helping set up the cars and work with the new drivers. We've got a lot of new drivers.
Yeah,
over
tell
there,
us about those young new drivers that you've got.
Well, obviously we have one veteran, still younger than me, but Tyler Casera.
Yeah.
We've welcomed him to the team. He's driving the 77 Liqui car and doing a great job. He's one of those drivers that's proven himself in the past, and you just give him a good enough car, and he's going to be right there at the front. He's already proving that. That's a brand new car. We're trying to sort out. So,
I had to take a close look at it. It's immaculate.
Yeah, everything they've done. And then Rhett Barkow, new to the team, but not new to the Dodge Challenger because
Rookie of the Year last year.
he raced the car that I raced in 2019 for the last 2 seasons. Done another great job. But we have another brand new Dodge Challenger in the fleet, and had the opportunity to shake that car down a couple weeks ago, and it's another great piece, very quick. Once he puts the whole lap together, I think you'll see he's going to be a pretty good competitor this year. And then we have 2 newcomers to the team. One guy that I've known for a long time is also, I'm a big fan of his sponsor because it's a bourbon company.
It's a bourbon. I know. I've been looking at that. It's a great story too. We'll get into it.
It's a great story,
tomorrow,
but Jeff is really coming in. He's coming in brand new, so he barely has done any testing in this type of cars. He's coming from production car racing and open wheel, so this is definitely a new thing for him. But he's starting to come alive in that last practice session. So we're looking for great things. And then young Evan Slater is in our 4th car and also broke through. Yeah, no, young, smart, doing a great job so far this year. Just kind of chipping away at it. And I feel like at one point we had all of our cars solidly in the top 20, and that, to me, that's in a 48-car field. That's a good thing you want to do, and something to build on for qualifying. So all my work is done. So I was happy to be able to come up here, and I can't make those guys do anything that we haven't already talked about. So I'm going to watch just like everyone else and cheer everybody on. But what a great field we've got here.
All right, you're listening to former Trans Am champion and current IMSA driver, and as he said, 12 hours, Daytona 24, you name it, he's done it, and he certainly knows what to do and pedal in one of these things as well, and certainly knows this track very well. And as we get underway, Tom Pack took the earlier race in IGT. No reason to think he wouldn't do it again. He's a steely-eyed veteran at this kind of racing, but what's the key when it's all effectively in this particular race? One make racing, rubbing's racing, as they say.
Yeah.
But what's the key? Because a lot of these cars, in terms of parity, are very close indeed.
They're close, but they're close at different parts of the track. So the overall lap time is pretty solid.
Yeah,
and is really similar. But some of these cars, unless you're a GT3 Cup running against the GT3 Cup, if you've got a mixture of cars in here, some have more power but are heavier. Some have better brakes. Some have ABS. Some don't. So there's a little bit of change in parity, but how they produce the lap time is different.
Yeah.
So it makes the wheel-to-wheel racing a little more interesting. You'll see cars that just don't have the straight line speed, but man, are they! So they may come from 5 car lengths back and close right in on the bumper, or if you leave a door open, they're going to stick a nose in there. So you see it a lot in this type of racing. But I like that multi-class racing format. Racing in IMSA a lot, particularly in the GS and ST categories. We're used to production car-based cars being way different in weight and power formulas, and it makes the racing really interesting.
Any of the fields you would point at that you've either raced against or know, particularly?
I haven't looked at the
lineup
here.
Yeah, I'm just going through it here. Basically, we've got
Johnny Reisman, I know.
Yeah.
I coached him before. He and his dad they're great. It's nice to see them out here, and he's also got a Daytona prototype that he likes to play with too. So the fact that it's out there and in what looks to be like a GT3R is pretty cool.
So we've already got a good breakaway already at the front. Pippa Mann is out there too. It's good to see her racing. I've seen her race all the way back to her early days in single-seaters, and of course she is a multiple entry into the Indy 500. She does a hell of a job raising the money every year just for that one race, but she continues to do sports car racing, and when she pops out and is also a big proponent of women in racing and helps young girls get up and running or trying to find sponsorship and giving them a helping hand if she can. Yeah, Tom Pack, Stephen Hammond, and that's the top two at the moment.
Part of that Shift Up program that's been so popular, helping female drivers really get an opportunity.
So somebody coming in, and that is not a scheduled pit stop. And that's Patrick Mullaney. Now, what could this be, do you think?
Anything goes.
I don't know, but it didn't seem like there was any massive panic on anybody's face or diving or jumping to anything in particular. I know I've asked this question to many a driver, but what is it about this Porsche that is such a great race car? Why is it such the perfect race car? Everybody points to the mid-engine or where the engine is and how it's... But there's got to be more to it than that.
For me, coming from an engineering mind, the actual layout is a detriment. Having that rear engine so far, it definitely takes a different approach to driving it in anger. But I think really where you see the popularity of Porsche is just how strong the culture is and how the motorsport program and their customer program has been so successful in creating opportunities for the average person to go out and race and have a great amount of customer support, and just you see so many of them out there, and there's a reason for that. This reliability has always been a strong point of the Porsche mark, and some years they're dominant, some years they're not, but they're always there at the end.
Yeah, I think that's what is outstanding. You don't see many Porsches parked on the side of the road at a race weekend, and that I think is that reliability is, yes, it's an expensive car, it's a beautiful car, but at the same time, its results at Le Mans stand alone. It very rarely doesn't make it to whatever race it's in, short or long, and it can be a short car race, it can be a sprint car race in a Carrera Cup race of 25 minutes, or it can be a 2 or 3 or 5 hour, 6 hour, 12 hour race car, and it fits just fine.
Yeah, I had the opportunity to race a GT3R here, the latest generation, the 9912 GT3R, and it was just so easy to drive around this track in anger. It's so stable under braking, really good power down, and the previous generation we really struggled with, but we got the new car and came here and immediately fast, and it was just a kind of a great experience. But I've been on the other end, the other side of that too, where just never felt really comfortable behind the wheel of one of the 911s, and so they can be finicky. But usually the setup window, and here more recently the setup window for theirs is quite large. So you can have a really big opportunity to get really close to optimum.
Yeah, I've heard from a lot of gentleman drivers saying it flatters them because it's such a good car and an easy car to drive quick. But then you talk to a Patrick Long or someone like yourself and they go, yeah, but when you're at an IMSA level, everybody's got that advantage. And then suddenly you're not looking at half a second, you're looking at 2/10.
Yeah, or less, or half a tenth, or a quarter of a tenth. And then it comes down to, like the fact that they're very easy to get in and out of.
Yeah.
Just there's a lot of spacious room. Ergonomically, it was very easy to get in and out of. And that half a second saving on pit stops or ease would help. Just that alone. So it's kind of worth it in a way. The Acura NSX that we drive is mid-engine format, great downforce, great balance, but has its really good strong points and stuff. But it's also really cramped inside, so it's tough for a tall driver to kind of get in and out really quick. So if there's time to be found there, we work very hard to try to make the driver pit stops go quicker and faster. And we really did a good job there at the Rolex sorting that out. We're making some changes a lot quicker.
Who's your tallest driver?
Till Beschelsheimer is our tallest driver. He's been a long-time co-driver, and his 6'2", 6'1", I think. And but he's been working out lately. He's getting in and out of the car quite quick.
Well, like I said, we've got a few marks out there. There's the odd Ferrari 458. We've got some Audis. You see one there in the background. Have you driven the Audi R8?
I have not. I've not driven the R8 at all. But if you noticed recently this weekend, Daskalus won in an R8, and it was an early generation R8, so not even the latest version. So it seems to be those R8 GT3 cars have stood the test of time when it comes to racing here, much like the Porsches have. And you see a lot more Audis out there than most other GT3 cars.
Yeah, it's interesting when you watch manufacturers go head-to-head, especially at the world level. You see them sort of look at the mark that may be the 911 or it might be the 997 or whatever it might be, and then you'll see the 458 come in, and then once they get it right, they dominate for 10 years or can be at least as dominant for a good period before another iteration comes in. And we've got the head of Mission out there as well. And of course this championship sponsored by Mission. Good shot on board there. Coming under Sunset.
He's using all the track.
Yeah, and almost run out then.
Yeah.
But
it's a still tight race up front.
Yeah, it's a good race. Ooh. And side to side, wheel to wheel, out through 10, take the inside, take the outside, take the line away. And that is excellent stuff.
Yeah, we raced the International GT race at Daytona, which is always real fun. Some of the West Coast guys will come over as their season's typically over and add that to their schedule, and had a really great amount of time. But some of these cars that are here using a little bit better exhaust and maybe a drop gear here and there, and have a little more power. So I love the amount of flexibility you can have, so that a GT3 Cup car may be able to compete with a generation or two old GT3R. Maybe not have as much downforce, but has good amount of power. So it's kind of an interesting mix. You can see a kind of different variations of the Cup cars over the years be able to all be up here at the front.
Would you have a shorter race like this? Do you fuel to the appropriate level of where you're going because the fuel makes that much difference, or does it matter?
I think it only matters if the balance change doesn't change. You really don't want to have much of a difference between the beginning of the race and the end of the race as far as balance goes. So if you found a good balance in your race car over a fuel load, you want to kind of fuel for that. Less fuel is obviously going to accelerate better, but you don't want to get an opportunity where it has now made the balance a little bit more oversteer or understeer or anything, and then you don't want to be, if it goes green all the way, there's no cautions, you don't want to be worried that maybe we took out a little bit too much. So you always want to be a little bit safe.
Yeah, they're coming up on some of the back markers now, but we've seen it quite change around as we came down that front straight. Stephen Hammond taking the lead on the last lap, and now David Tuati and Tom Pank now going to third. So we've got a real rip-roarer at the front, and And behind them, Bob Neopole and Marcel Feyen in 5th position. Reg Williams, who was a factor last time out this morning. This is their 2nd race of the day. And there is Reg Williams in 6th place, sharing the car with Tom Long. And Pedro Torres is 7th behind him. Juan Feyen in 8th position. So across the line they come again. Wind's been breezy all day. You can see from the flags that are being waved. We've got yellow flags out at the moment. We've got a caution. Not sure what that is, but we'll find out fairly quickly. Now, give me your sort of modus operandi. As soon as you see that yellow flag, what do you do?
I start scanning. Because the first thing you want to do is you don't want to be lifting and braking right away, especially if you're in a pack of cars, because you don't always want to be the first person to see the caution out. In that regard. You don't want to get run over. So obviously, like right now, the feed shows like just when the sun's starting to come down, the visibility gets really tough. So you want to be scanning, looking for where it could be. And the flags, the corner stations usually do a really good job of the urgency level. So when you see the flag sitting out, you know that there's caution. But if they're frantically waving, you know, the intensity level of that corner station usually gives you an idea of
you
what's
can look at the whites of the eyes of the corner markers knowing whether something big has happened, right?
Yeah, but you're always trying to scan and make sure. You certainly want to slow down and you want to be cautious. That's what it's for, but you don't want to cause so much cautious where you get rear-ended.
And the truth is, you've all been there. You've all had to stand on the side of a track, and you know darn well if somebody doesn't slow down and you're trying to get out of a precarious situation, you would be pretty darn peeved.
Yeah.
And that's not the right word, but you know what I mean, if somebody was just hooning past you, showing no care for your safety.
Yeah, it's always the case. Yeah, again, you know, we're all guilty of still going at a good pace, but just having some self-awareness of what's going on around you is important. A lot of drivers will get into that zone. They call it like the zone where they get tunnel vision, and nothing else can be on my mind at that point. And I said, well, caution comes out, something better be on your mind. Yeah. You know, you want to be aware of what's going on around you, even no matter how focused you are.
Yeah, in the little experience I've had with track days and so on, just trying to go fast, your emotions are such a big part of this, and you can let your adrenaline and your emotions get the better of you and forget everything you've ever learned and forget how to go fast or what you were doing in testing. When it comes to a race situation, suddenly it's all a little bit more frenetic and it all goes out the window. And that is the key, and I think that's the difference between what I call mere mortals and racing drivers, is that ability to kind of take it all in, slow it all down, identify. You said scan was the first word you used. It wasn't where can I get an advantage? It's like scan the situation.
You need to know have that awareness. I mean, part of the coaching that I do, and I travel around the country and I do driver coaching and things like that. Part of that is just putting a system in place, like a repeatable process, and be able to get that procedure in place to where it overcomes the adrenaline, the increase in heart rate, all those emotions that go through your mind. If you have those procedures in place, then some of that takes the back seat, and you can really kind of actually focus on what's going on. And if something happens, you don't think about it. It's already a learned procedure that can make the process a lot easier for you.
Let me put you in an even tougher position. GT4R of Tom Pank. You're in 2nd place. The clock's ticking down. There's 3 minutes and 25 to go. The light's still on the safety car, but how are you going to play this if you want to win this race?
Well, 3 minutes to go, and we'll see this here, what's going to happen here. That's at pace, the lap times are 2:10, so when they come around that final time under caution, it's hard to believe that they're going to not just throw the checker. But if the white comes out right now, there's not much you can do, and it looks like they're throwing the checker.
This is going to be a yellow checker. So okay, unfortunately, I didn't get my wish.
So what's going through his mind now is damn it.
Yep, I set myself up for that one.
Yeah. And that's always the case. It's like, how much time is left? And it's like, you kind of know before you know.
Yeah, there's a guy that drives a Mercedes at one of the highest levels who had that moment a while back.
Yeah.
He still hasn't got over it, I don't really think.
I don't think he'll ever get over it. I'm not even going to go there with my opinion.
He did the right thing, I think, was just to keep the heck out of the way for a while.
Yeah, leave social media.
Whatever I've got to say isn't going to help anything.
Yeah. It does. I've been in that situation. It's just like, what can you do? you can argue your point to a certain amount, but in the end, it's the end. Yes. So you need to just move on. And it doesn't define you as anything. All you can do is put your best performance together. Sometimes you win, sometimes you don't.
Go back to what you're doing, Stephen Miller Racing this weekend. What have you learned? What are you learning from them? And I don't mean yourself. I mean what is the team working? How does it cohesively work when you've got a new driver like Casera who's a hot shoe and has everything going for him and will want to go for the title, and then you have a 16-year-old. I've interviewed him. He's a shy young man. He's obviously not got a lot of experience. He's done Ford Spec and a few others, but mainly karting. I mean, This is really a baptism of fire. How do you nurture him but also get the best out of him, because he is going to have the talent?
Well, it helps to be just in a good team environment. Stevens Miller Racing is like when I've always been involved since 2015 as far as back, I ran a couple races here and there with them, but 2019 we really kind of developed a culture around the program where you have kind of a leader in there that you have good data with, and that sets good examples and things like that, and then you kind of build the team just around that flow of having that approach where you've got a support system. Cars, and we've got several brand new cars. Those guys at the shop really kind of busted their butt all winter. I had nothing to do with it. Those guys just worked really hard to get cars together. I was happy to be. Anytime Joe Stevens gives me an opportunity to come shake down cars or test cars or help develop them, I jump at it just because, one, it's great seat time, and two, I just love to do that. But I had a opportunity to be here this weekend, and after the test, you really want to just go through those systematic approaches of how we're going to communicate as a team, how you want to get the mechanics and engineering type staff and the drivers all kind of working in a flow so that it's repeatable and you can be consistent. You've got good communication and you're making good decisions throughout the weekend. Because if you're just all working together, all working apart, all under the same tent, you're not really growing as a team, and you're not. Individually you may have some successes, but you need to be always bringing each other up all the time. And no matter who the fastest or the slowest driver that particular session, everyone can learn from everyone, and I think having that environment together is going to be key. So that's kind of been what we've been doing the last 2 days here, and starting from the test, is putting that procedure together, which has been really helpful. I think everyone's starting to show it now, and qualifying is the time where you really have to make it shine.
Well, you've been listening to Mark Miller, who is, he's a good friend of the championship. I was going to say we miss him. I wonder how much he misses him. Here in Trans Am. He's on to bigger and better, and of course we'll be back here doing 12 hours, and you name it, you can watch him in IMSA, and he's doing a pretty good job at the moment as his career.
We're currently still trying to put together a deal to run more IMSA races. So
good.
If that doesn't happen, any of those TA owners want to have me try TA1 car, I'd be all for it.
Okay, we'll take that. Well, the race finished under caution, which is not the way we wanted to go in International GT, because I think it was rolling up to be a good race, but never mind. Tom Pank right at the sharp end, but so too several others. And, more racing to come from IGT over the weekend, but we'll take a short break here from Sebring TA2 Qualifying. You don't want to miss it. It's coming up.
When the finish line calls, we answer. Hit the road with insurance protection from Hagerty. Whether you drive a built racer, sports car, or exotic, and save an average of $264. Get a quote today at Hagerty.com. When the road calls, we answer. With our guaranteed value, unparalleled service and expertise, and savings of $264 on average, Hagerty has you covered no matter what's around the bend. Get a quote today at Hagerty.com.
So there we go. You can see a full lineup now of cars. Some 55 cars, 48 cars, excuse me. That's the previous round. But 50 almost cars lined up here at Sebring for the start of this one. Alongside me, Jonathan Green, is Mark Miller. And Mark, I know you're kind of chomping at the bit because you'd like to be out there, wouldn't you?
I drove one of these a couple weeks ago. Man, it was so much fun. I was just doing the math. There's like 24,000 horsepower that just started up down out there. 48,000 horsepower or something ridiculous. That's incredible.
Let's take you through some stories which you know of, but our audience may not. As we look at TA2, there's been not that many changes, but some significant changes. We're on board with Rafa Matos, our current champion, two-time champion. Like yourself, has been a champion in Trans Am, and that takes a full season of consistency. He had that last season, and he's looking forward again. But I thought it was very interesting. Adam Andretti played wingman to him last year and does so again this year. But out of nowhere, almost in the last week, and it was only just announced on Thursday, Mike Skeen himself, a very, very good Trans Am driver, joins the three-dimensional services team along with the fourth driver and team owner, Doug Peterson. Interesting, dynamic, 4 cars, all capable of winning.
Yeah, I think the Peterson and the three-dimensional team has always done a pretty strong job of stacking the deck in their favor. You know, they work really hard. They have great equipment. They put their best foot forward, and it's not uncommon. We remember in 18 they had Jan Halen come in and run, and you know, they've had a lot of really quick drivers kind of show up and kind of fill a seat and kind of play that wingman role for whoever their lead driver. But, you know, Skeen obviously is a proven driver, proven winner, and was already quickest in a couple of the sessions. So we'll see how qualifying works out. They're clearly, right now, the quickest, you know, like the R4 cars at Stevens Miller Racing. We've been working hard to try to get to their pace, and I know we've got to get close, but the race is still the race. Qualifying pace is one thing, but race pace is a whole different animal. Not too long ago, Rafa was on pole, but over the course of the run, didn't have the best long run program, and with 4 laps to go, had to give up the lead to me, which was kind of great for me. So it just depends. Depending on how hard you work on your setup, it's, you know, a car can be good for 3 laps, or it can be good for 20 laps. You really have to decide, have a good balance between the two.
Full disclosure, I'm delighted to have our former champion Mark Miller with us, but he's got some skin in the game because, of course, he's still a part of the Stevens Miller project or team itself. He's got the team radio here. He's looking a little bit nervous, but glad to be here.
It's a family. Once you get into TA2 and stuff, you kind of work with the team. And just we're all good friends, and we're even the other competitors and stuff. I consider a lot of them, you know, good friends. And
I can ask you this though: what's the procedure in qualifying? You don't have a lot of time. We're now at 18 minutes, and we haven't even put a flying lap in left. So tell me what you and any of the other teams go about their qualifying. How do you do the procedure? When do you go for the flyer? When do you, or is it
you
just
really don't
flat
have
out?
much of a choice, and traffic plays a big part in it. It's obviously an advantage in one ways to start out and be fast in practice, because then you can kind of set your own gap. And it's obviously you see Rafa and Mike have up, and maybe someone that's lining up 15th or 20th, because you have to kind of like spread it out. But they're also the first to run into traffic that decides that they're not going to pick up the pace with 48 cars, you know.
Yeah.
Thankfully, Sebring's a pretty long circuit, so it may not run into traffic, but you know, the first thing you have to do is really build temperature in the brakes. You have to get the mold release off the sticker tires, and then those first 3 laps are crucial, because once the tires start to heat soak and everything starts to get hot, the lap times may start to get worse. But it also is temperature dependent. If it's cooler out, you can get around with running 5, 6, 8, 10 laps and get faster each time. But when it's really hot, over 80 degrees, the track surface is hot, you're really going to get 4 laps maybe to get it done.
Given those circumstances you've just described, we should get some pretty quick laps. It's late in the day. The sun's obviously going down. That's a factor as he comes into the hairpin, as we saw a minute ago there.
Yep.
And you can see the sun. But I love watching Rafa work the wheel here. I think for all of you drivers, we don't really see the finesse required, even though it's what we call a muscle car. It very much is deft touch, little inputs here and there that make a big difference to a quick lap and whether you literally grab the car before it grabs you.
Yeah, and I love the fact that they're showing a lot of this feedback on the V-Box. Live scoring. Yeah. You can see some of the brake pressure, not quite a lot of brake pressure. It looks like it's peaked out, but a lot of the throttle input and how smooth he is on the throttle and when he can be aggressive and when not. And I think that's really helpful to learn from.
Topping it out at about 150.
Let's say 59.
59, yeah, that was it. Bang, you were right on the mark. Into the last corner, which is Sunset Bend, and that's why, because there is the sunset. Now on the main straight, and I saw last time he hit about 143 down this straight. He's being followed by the 88 of Mike Skeen. And like we said, Mike Skeen coming into the team. He's running IMSA this year, therefore not doing a full season. And that's why he's not running in his normal Liqui Moly colours in the Stevens Miller team. But that is another reason why he's now just come effectively with a chance to have a day off and help this team. And they, I think, welcome him into it. An interesting decision by Doug Peterson. But like you say, any one of these guys are capable of winning. And at the moment, setting the early time, Rafa Matos, a 206.6. Misha Goikberg seems to be quick all weekend long so far. He's gone second with a 208.024 for BC Racing, the Canadian entry.
Yeah, Misha's always quick in qualifying and can really throw a lap down, and he's been quick in practice. BC's always done, Blaze has always done, has built a quick car. And really put good cars on track. So there's a lot of really good teams out here, a lot of good drivers. So it's always kind of a mix to see what happens there in qualifying. But every now and then, a young driver or someone that's will just like absolutely surprise you and throw down this absolutely flyer. Rafa not spending any time waiting around. He's already in the sixes, which is a pretty big gap compared to P2 right now already.
Well, it's certainly good for us, the audience, to watch Dylan McAvern in his SLL car be up there. Another great of Trans Am. Tyler Casera may be a little bit new to the scene, but already right on the pace in his Liqui Moly Turn 14 distribution Chevrolet Camaro, and working obviously for Stevens Miller Racing. Great to have him on board. What a rise to fame he's had now with that full factory. I remember it was him and his dad and his brother showing up. What a difference. Yeah, and that's when he was like the most successful too, and I remember racing against him in 19, and he was just always quick, and they're nice family, really quiet driver, like quick, really professional. I'm pulling for him for sure, obviously. Like you said, part of it is because I get the chance to work with those guys, but really want to see him do well this weekend. Well, the other SLR car, of course, we can't miss out, is Connor Mosack, as he just goes to second place. Connor having a great season last year, and he's another youngster on the move, and one we can't count out for a win this weekend as we look at the Franklin Road car of the number 6 of Cameron Lawrence. And again, another fantastic peddler here. Yeah, and this is a new TA2 operation. Showtime Motorsports and Kim Thwaites put together, brought Cameron on board. I think Carl Ryquist is there, another TA2 driver with them, and Cameron's got a lot of work to do. Like, it's really tough to bring in a new program and bring up a new program, develop a car, take something and build from it. And you can see he's already a little loose coming off 17 early, so they were still working on the setup to perfect that, to balance that car. It looks like he's really struggling. He is looking with very loose, isn't he? But sticker tires. He'll probably throw in a decent lap here, but it's already up to P3. But he's using every bit of it to do it. Yeah, I mean, obviously qualifying is near or damn it 10/10ths, but it can't be, can it? You've got to leave some. No. I mean, you can see that now. Like, he's not leaving much. Yeah. And it just depends on how stable the car is for how long you can do that. You got to put it all out there. You may be a little conservative in certain spots, but it's only because you need to be really, really strong in other spots. So you certainly don't want to attack every corner at 100%, but
there's obviously an issue with being able to run that lap over and over for an hour, and it's going to be tough to do that. So they may have a qualifying setup to run super loose, and they're going to tighten it up for the race, but definitely need to put that all together for the race.
Yeah, as you mentioned, Cameron Lawrence going to third in that last lap, keeping an eye on Connor Mosack. We just saw him flash by. Here he is.
Yeah, and my thought process was the pole was going to be in the 5s. I felt like in the test we could have run a 5, and I'm guessing that like one of these guys is going to be able to dip into the 5s for sure.
Okay. There's no question Rafa's got his tail up. I think he really enjoyed last year, and of course coming back to the team where he got his championship in 2018, so now a double championship. Andretti moving up the board to third place. That's a useful moment for them if they can stay in that position. Goikhberg dropping to fourth position. Cameron Lawrence now fifth. And Robert Noaka, is it Noaka?
Nope.
Noka.
Noker's raced TCR and IMSA, Global MX5. Been racing a lot of lower horsepower cars. It's nice to see these guys like Connor, Evan, Slater, and Noker all like taking interest in TA2 and the higher horsepower, more GT style cars. We kind of point and shoot it a little more than try to float that mid-corner speed. And they have that experience to get the most out of the car mid-corner. So, but there is some adjustment to getting the most out of the car.
Another youngster coming through, Brent Cruz. First time you may have heard that name, but he's top 6. Impressive. Yeah, very impressive. Here at Sebring, at a track that everybody knows and has got data for, and to get him up there in the Ford Mustang for Nitro Motorsports, very impressive.
And that car was obviously quick from last year, too. Those guys seem to know what they're doing when it comes to putting the car in, quick car in for qualifying. I think they were on pole last year at VIR. One thing I'm a little surprised is seeing Skeen in 8th right now. Yeah. I don't know what happened. He's been over a second and a half faster in both of the previous sessions, just at regular trim, so I'm not sure what may have happened there.
Good to see Carl Reitquist coming in this season to do the full national championship as we go on board with the 48 of Scott Borchetta in the Big Machine Vodka Spike Coolers. One of our big sponsors, and Scott, one of our big championship runners. He does SVRA and TA2. Or he won a race today.
Always seems to do double duties on these SVRA weekends. That's nice.
I think if you gave him a chance, he'd do all the groups.
Yeah.
Loves racing.
And nice to have the support from his company and from the Nashville Nashville racing.
What a revelation
put together.
You got to do
job,
that one, my friend.
Yeah.
Checkered flag is out, and that's interesting because we've still got 8 minutes to go, but the checkered flag is out. Now, why would that be? Unless our timing's wrong.
Are all the... well.
There's a big track. Well, that's Adrian Lostowski at, what, 4?
17. Turned 17. Yeah, it looks like he backed in. That was a big hit.
Well, he's got himself out of there.
A couple feet shorter right now.
Yeah, no kidding. No, isn't that? Where is
17. It's coming in the pits right here.
Wow. So that is a heavy hit because you're going...
Now, are all 48 cars out there is my question, because there was talk that they were going to do a 10-minute session, and then...
that's what it is then, yeah, you're right.
So they've cut it in half. They've split it in half so that not all 48 are out there.
Yeah, you've got 24 cars out there at the moment at quick times, and Carl Reitquist at the bottom of that group.
Yeah.
And then from 25 down will go next. So, yeah, that explains that. I wasn't aware of that. Thank you for putting me right.
Yeah. So there's still a chance some of the guys that did not get a great practice lap, maybe didn't log a good lap, that were in the last half of that field. They're gonna line up, and it's possible that the top 10 could change still because of someone putting in a flyer here.
So the second half of the huge field of 48 cars, a sensible move. I think we've done that at Detroit before now, at Belle Isle, just to split them up a little bit, because you've got so many cars out on track that if somebody does have a problem, it's going to ruin qualifying. Yeah. Look at that.
I kind of expected a few more cars to be in the 6s given the track cooling down a little bit, it gets a little bit quicker at the end of the day sometimes. But I was not surprised to see Rafa. I think he pulled off a 205.
Maurice Hull, Silver Hair Racing. I love the sort of speckled matte finish to that black there. It really is cool.
There's the Florida, what do they call them? Florida Leafs. All inside the paint.
I also
scheme,
like
I
this
think.
Joker look from Mark Austin for the man from Texas.
That car scares me every time I walk by.
It's a bit scary, isn't it? So, they've split them up half and half. We were busy looking at the front, but it makes sense. So we've got another 10 minutes of glee to go. That makes things tough, though, when you've got 10 minutes, that's all.
It does. Unfortunately for this group, if something happens early in the session and no one logs the time, it really, really makes life difficult for them for the race. They've got a big, a big mountain to climb for the race, for sure.
Are any of your cars in this group?
We were fortunate enough to have all of our guys.
Yeah.
So that's good.
So you can relax now.
We can relax now.
Are you happy enough? I was going to ask you where you wanted Evan Slater to slot in his group in terms of.
I'm
I
pretty
think
happy
12.
with his performance. He's right there with Tyler Caceres. So
yeah,
and Evan's
and
car
pretty much on the same time.
Yeah, Evan's car we haven't had to really put much effort into. Just work with Evan, and his improved every session is now dropped another second off of his time. So he's done a great job so far. And he's going to be quick throughout the season. We just got to keep him focused on good improvements and not overdoing it and not trying too hard. He's showing his speed from here.
And I love this group from 13 up to 6th, well, up to 5th place, if you like. You've got Cameron Lawrence, race winner, championship winner, then the youngster Brent Cruz, another youngster Noka, and then Dylan McAvern, speaks for itself. Mike Skeen, former champion,
Yeah.
Jack Wood coming in new, Tyler Casera, relatively so,
Yeah.
and a 16-year-old ahead of Thomas Merrill.
It's
no mean feat.
It's mixes of teens and 30s.
Basically,
like
yeah.
Just mixes.
Yeah, that'll get the hair standing up on the more wiser, experienced drivers to see these young guys coming up.
The average age of that group is low 20s there right now.
What they do is they bite. I know. Yeah, I just want to know a little bit more about that Adrian Lostowski crash, because it was, like you said, I thought it was earlier in the lap, but it wasn't. It was 17, as you rightly point out. You should know better. But he went backwards. You take it from here. What happens?
It looks like got in a little hot, maybe some wheel hop on the brakes. Some wheel hop once you get in a bumpy part of the track with some wheel hop. It could have even locked in gear because it didn't sound like he was getting a downshift in here. I wish they'd play it one more time. But
next question: can they fix it? You think?
Interesting things. You got a lot of time from now to noon tomorrow, and the interesting thing about what I've learned in TA2 is it seems like everything is fixable, and it's these guys all can like really work hard, and I know there's lots of teams that will let Adrian know if there's anything he needs. They're willing to help, and you've got great support with all the chassis manufacturers that are here. That are supporting their own cars and their products, and I know we had great experience with Chaz Howe and his program, and it's been great. So it's like under 3 minutes to be able for these guys to get their laps in. This is one of those upsides of being at the end of the day schedule, is you can be a little more flexible with the schedule, give some of these guys a little more time.
Yeah, but the other flip side is that that sun is very low now, and coming into sunset and coming into the hairpin, vision's not going to be that easy. Not that you need vision per se, but it's a distraction when it's right in your eyes. It's got to be.
Yeah, that's all. But we deal with that for the 12-hour race,
yes,
on
true.
a regular basis, and it's like just something you have to get used to. But the upside is the track temperatures continue to cool down. Yeah. And there's actually an advantage. I mean, if you
cooler air, cooler temperature,
cooler track temperature, opportunity for a little faster.
So they're all chasing Rafa Matos at the moment with that 2:05.717. You were saying earlier you think that's about the pace that you expected to see, maybe a little lower?
Maybe a little quicker than what I expected. I figured they'd dip into this in the fives for pole. I thought that was definitely going to be possible as a high five. So he overachieved.
Well, he'll get a high five, maybe, from Doug. But
oh, yeah, I'm sure, yeah.
So the sun going down here in Central Florida. Mark Miller, one of our former champions, delighted to have him on board. He is working this weekend, but not at the sharp end of racing. He's helping out with the team, and just delighted to have him on board and take us through some of the nuances, having been here, both racing and coaching and team managing and doing endurance races here, because as he said, very used to the sun going down here at this particular track, because of course the 12 hours coming here in a few weeks' time.
It's my favorite stint. Is that sundown, that sunset stint. I managed to always get that stint at Daytona or any of the 24-hour races. Sometimes I get the sun up one here, but we don't get that. If you're still driving at sun up the 12 hours of Sebring, then you're a little late for the race.
Yeah, it's interesting. I've done the 24 hours of Le Mans with bike race. Well, I've done both, but I one of my co-commentators he actually won the 24 hours on a motorcycle. Whoa. And four riders, and I was with him the whole time, and basically I was cleaning his helmets, getting him visors, whatever he needed, because imagine when you're on a motorcycle, and it was raining for 22 hours, as it always does, and so I was drying his leathers, I was getting him new visors, but what was interesting is he was explaining the emotion that you get when you're still in the race, when it's 10 in the morning or so and the sun's come up and everybody's kind of stretching and you're still going.
Yeah.
He said the emotion you feel for lots of reasons. You're exhausted, you're tired, you're still in the hunt, so you're still alert, and you've got to be on your mark, and yet you're pushing your every sinew to be there.
Exactly. Yeah, I mean, it's even though we were out of contention for a podium, I ran the last two stints at the Rolex and was able to finish, have our team cross the finish line. It was really kind of
it's a huge thing.
But I had maybe 90 minutes of sleep, and you're working on 100% focus and adrenaline at that point. Still trying to, at no point in IMSA racing now are you conserving.
No.
The cars are so good, they're so reliable that you're 100% every lap all the time. And to be able to cross the finish line like that, there's just this level of a complete exhaustion.
So here we go. The second half of our qualifying session for TA2 is in action. And we've already had the first 20 or so cars in action. Rafa Matos was fastest with a 2:05, which you just saw there, 2:05.717. But the green flag flies for the second half of this qualifying session. And the sunset is going down. It is cooler. So if anybody is a hot shoe, they might have a chance. There again, confirmation at the moment, provisionally, 2:05.717. It's hard on any day to beat Rafa Matos, but that's the benchmark for all of them to go out. And the question will be, where will they slot in? At the moment, the fastest three cars out there, interestingly enough, Adam Andretti was faster than Conor Mosak in the dying seconds there. So we've got a 1-2 at the moment for the three-dimensional services team, followed by SLR and the Camaro of Conor Mosak. Goikberg in fourth, Lawrence in fifth, and Brent Cruz, the new kid, in sixth position. And then down all the way to Mike Skeen in ninth, Jack Wood in 10th, Tyler Casera and Evan Slater from the Stevens Miller team. And the man alongside me, Mark Miller, very interested in watching that. Thomas Merrill, disappointed, I'm sure. He's had some problems. He's down in 13th position and could go further down before the end of this session.
Yeah, you just never know. You have to look at the list here. You can see how bumpy this track is and how much the cars move around, particularly on cold tires. They're soft. They haven't built up a lot of tire pressure, so they're already got a pretty big sidewall on them, and they have a lot of movement, a lot of compression and back and forth. So when the tire pressures are low, it really moves around on the straightaway. Kind of gives you a weird sensation, but visually you can kind of see how they bob up and down, and that'll settle down a little bit as you build some tire pressure.
I'm very interested to see how one young man gets on in that number 5 with 8 minutes to go. His name, Connor Zilic. He was pole position in his one and only race at VIR last year. Shocked everybody, but not necessarily the man he beat, Rafa Matos, who's been watching his kart career, a man from North Carolina. Connor Zilic. What do you make of this kid as we look at Michelle Abate in her all-new colors?
Connor has been, fast right from the get-go. It just, can they give him what he needs to stay up there and put in fast race laps and good qualifying laps? And I mean, you really want him to have good opportunities. And right now he's got a tough situation of getting in position here where he's not having to pass cars to make things happen.
Just see the black flag come out.
Black flag all is not going to help this group whatsoever.
No. Now, what do they run the black flag for? I mean, it means everybody.
So basically, it's red flag, same as red flag.
Yeah, you're just coming in the middle of a session. Right?
Yep. There's a tow truck in between turn 7 and turn 10 on the way to go somewhere. So obviously, here we go. We've got a feed.
Yeah, because I'm sure many other people are used to seeing a black flag as to an individual driver, but in Trans Am we use it for the whole field.
Exactly. Yeah, and it looks like the 16 car Jim Gallagher had a big off. I believe that was his car.
Yeah.
A lot of body work gone, and I don't know what that's going to do for this session. But this is the downside of having to split a session based on a group size and shortening your time. Because if a 15-minute session with everybody, this may have happened, but everyone's in the same boat.
What would they do here? I mean, effectively, this second group haven't qualified their cars.
The only option they have really is to either lengthen it, give people a couple laps, but
we're running out of light.
But you're running out of light, so
do we do another session in the morning?
At that point, the track is completely different. You can say it's much cooler in the morning, and that's if SVRA has a slot to give you. Yeah. This is where it gets tough, and this is one of those things where, damned if you do, damned if you don't. A decision on giving everyone proper track time, but in the event that someone has an off or mistake or something like that, it's like, well, what does that do to 24 cars?
David Hoots will sort it out, I'm sure, very experienced, but it's really, the first question is how quickly, first of all, how is Jim Gallagher? I just saw an ambulance there. Is he in any danger stroke problem? And if that's the case, and if there's an ambulance there, that tells me, well, he's not actually, we'll see. But if there is a situation where he is in trouble, it's game over for this session.
Right.
Then, next question, okay, let's say Jim's fine. How quickly can you get the car off? By the looks of things, not that quickly. They've got a tow truck there, and there is an entrance right here at the halfway point down that straight, but it's still going to take time. And look at the size of some of the trucks that are out there on the track.
Yeah, they're bringing a tractor out, which means that a wall got moved somehow. So it was a big enough hit.
I've got a feeling he bounced off the inside and bounced out.
And came all the way out. Yeah, that's what I think too. And that's just coming the exit of 16, which is leading onto the long back straightaway. So,
All right, Maestro, how long have we got? You've raced in this light. How long have we got?
If you got headlights, you've got it all night.
Nah, well, I'm talking about Trans Am.
I mean, there's still ambient light everywhere, and actually, once that sun kind of disappears, it for about 5 minutes, it's really pleasant to drive. But once the sun is now below the horizon, then it's just dark.
Drama indeed then in the first race of the season and in the first qualifying session for TA2. The first session went without a hitch. We did have Wostowski going off, but then here in the second group, it suddenly went horribly wrong because we had Jim Gallagher go off. There is a tendency to him, but it was a hard hit, and it looks, Mark Miller agrees with me, that it looks as though he spun into the wall, or spun out of the track from hitting the inside wall. That would be the obvious reason why the car is smashed up and on the outside of the track.
Yeah, so they'll have to move some tire walls around just to reset the track, and that's not a short fix. So no. I don't know what the time left is actually on 3.5 minutes. And we saw that race earlier got down to 3 minutes before they started, and they just checkered it. So not sure. You can see that definitely there's up the front straightaway, there's a headwind is picked up, so that's the track cooling off even more.
Is there a precedent for scrapping qualifying and going back to practice time?
As far as precedent, I don't know. I mean, I wouldn't put it past them to make that decision.
I wouldn't want to tell Rafa that myself. But
I mean, you put that effort in, you put new tires on, and you do what you're supposed to do, and that's the opportunity. There's going to be 24 people that are going to be petitioning for, hey, this is the way you wanted to do it. We didn't demand this.
Yeah, we didn't get in your way.
And we put
look at that. Gorgeous George has got us the shot of the day.
See, the sun's still above the trees. We still have plenty of light to go. Just how much they're going to give us.
And he's not using the special filter, folks. He's just a great cameraman. Beautiful night here in Central Florida.
Well, it's not snowing.
I have to say, most of the country probably tuning in literally from a swathe to Texas to New York are in real cold conditions. I left Texas and barely got out, ice on the wings, all the rest of it. And, I'm glad to be here.
Do I hear engines that have fired up?
Yeah, and we are about to go green. So we're going to give this a go at least and try to get one flying lap in before we go dark.
Unless they've extended the time. It looks
like. They have, actually, because we were 8 minutes before. They
gave us 5 more minutes.
Okay.
So I think they just erased that black flag time frame and added some. And again, this is the upside for being where we're at the end of the scheduled day and there's still light out. We're going to have that opportunity. But the downside is now, before, when we left pit lane, you left from turn 16 or 15, and you could take the green right away and get going. Now everyone's kind of backing each other up here. It's going to slow the process down to get a complete, so it's going to take 3 minutes to get around, but you may only get 2 laps.
Could be better, surely, when you've done a lap.
It could be better, but it's already warm because they've already been out there. So at this point, I would have loved to have just been coming out of 15 again and take a green because you already have tire temperature, and it would shorten up the amount of time needed to actually get a lap in.
Yep.
All it takes is some guys like kind of messing around to get tire temps. You see one guy just off and gone, but you've had a huge gap to the rest of the cars just from someone leaving pit lane slowly.
And I don't need to be a team manager to know the tactics here. Get a lap in, mate.
Yeah.
Quick.
Yeah.
Whatever your first flying out lap is could well be it, right?
Do your job.
Yeah.
Do your job.
But this
right
is the
now.
pressure you guys work under and like to a certain extent, and it's not a hard thing to say to a racing driver, mate. It could be just one lap.
Yeah,
go for it.
Yeah. You kind of do that anyway, unless you've got, especially when you have a big group of cars, you're already kind of jockeying for position. Try and get a clean lap in. And that's Connor just trying to get a clean. He knows he's only going to get one. He had to pass 3 cars on his out lap to try to get a clean lap before that black flag came out. It just depends on who you're around. They may not think so, but that's a conversation you have afterwards.
Yep.
It's like, this is what I have to do. Unfortunately, still has 3 cars in front of him that he may catch on his fast if he only gets 1 lap.
Yeah.
So at a certain point, he's got to decide, okay, I'm not going to get there to get by him to start my lap, so I need to now build a gap. I like to back everybody else behind me and build a lap so that I don't catch those guys on the 1 lap I may get. And this is that science of qualifying, and why it's also nice to be in that front group sometimes.
I mean, the guy at the front's going to be happy, isn't he?
Oh, yeah.
He's
got a
clean
nice
air
gap.
and he's ready to go.
He made himself a nice gap already.
Yep.
So
behind him is the 37. That is Mark Catensi, another one of our new young men.
And unfortunately, I think Connor is just too close to these guys right now to kind of create a lap for himself, and he's already going to get checked up here by John Cloud a little bit. So now he's going to have to check up in the center and make sure he gets a good run out of the front straightaway.
Yep.
And hope to goodness that he's going to get a clean lap in the wrong spots.
Tough circumstances then for the second half of qualifying for TA2. Rafa Matos in perfect conditions in many ways set the pace, and then we had some dramatic accidents, including Jim Gallagher going off. A black flag came out, and now everybody's just scrabbling in the last 5 minutes or so, or just under, to try and get 1 lap in to qualify, maybe 2, but it's more likely 1 flyer, especially if there's any problems whatsoever. But that's racing, folks, and everybody knows the circumstances. There's only so much you can do.
At least it's qualifying when you have this situation.
Good point.
The race is going to be completely different. You're going to have to deal with lots of traffic here, and see Connor already kind of in traffic for this lap. So you know, I'm sure he's hoping, I hope I get one more after this because I'm not going to have enough.
He really
of the
doesn't
gap.
need this, does he?
No.
And you can see how much of a
He's
faster
trying
driver
hard.
he is.
He's trying
really
hard
to get
by.
through.
You got to, yeah, and you can't wait. You got to be a little impatient and do wherever you can get that to make sure you set yourself up for a good lap.
Some of those tuning in on our live stream, the feature race tomorrow for TA2 will be 1 p.m. local Eastern time. And there you see the top 3 at the moment from the first group. But can this man, with a bit of clean air, change that? Well, he'll want to. But that feature race, 75 minutes for this TA2 race, 48 cars in all. You don't want to miss it. The first race of the year for Trans Am TA2. All in action. We saw a great TA race, and we're about to see, I hope, tomorrow another great TA2 race. Mark Miller alongside me, Jonathan Green, join us tomorrow for all the action. Looking forward, though, to this last few minutes. And several fast guys out there looking for a lap. And the main one being a man who's been pole position in Trans Am, and that is Connor Zilic.
And he's already kind of putting himself in another position where he's going to run into traffic again. He had an opportunity here to back way up to the guys that he just passed and maybe give himself one clean lap. But I feel like he's just going for every 10th he can whenever he can get it.
Yeah.
But he's going to run into traffic this lap, and you're going to see it happen, and that's going to be the one chance he has. So that's just a situation, or maybe
that first lap at 209.8, that's a lot. Yeah, like you say, this is the worst possible scenario. And he needs to get past these two guys now before this corner, and he's not done it.
Yeah, but it's already cost him the lap, the time here. So, like I said, he could have backed up 50 car lengths and maybe not even reached them by the time the lap, or at least caught him in the back straightaway, or maybe get a nice draft.
Now he's blown it completely. He just took to the dirt in an effort to try and get past, and while he has done that, it's now just thrown
done
dirt,
damage
mud,
to the
wrecked the car, damaged the car.
Yeah,
a little bit of inexperience perhaps there, trying a little too hard.
Yeah, I could have thought that out maybe a little bit better, but I mean, I remember when I was a teenager. I probably would have made the same decision, or probably have in the past.
And if I make you 16, I think you've done exactly the same.
At that point, if I was on the radio with them, I would have said, listen, you have two options here. You're going to either try and get into a situation where you're going to ruin that lap too, or you're going to back yourself up, give yourself the best opportunity to get a clean lap and a top 15 starting position. But he's still trying.
Is the wheel rubbing now on the...
Yeah, it's locking up. He's flat-spotted it, so it's going to get worse and worse. At this point, this becomes dangerous. He's not going to generate the lap he needs to
and I suppose his mindset now is to try and get round before the clock ticks down to 0, because he may get one more flyer, but the cars are not there with him, is it?
Yeah, it's not going to work. I think he's already...
Is there anybody on this list that you might see might make a dent? I'm looking down. There's nobody. I mean, they purposely spread the field between the faster group and the slower group.
If they could, they've already would have done it.
Yeah. Well, Zilic is coming into the final corner, and he could do another lap, but to say the car's not there.
Yeah, he's already missed the apex from that, from locking up in 17, and at this point he's just making worse staying out there. And I hate to say it, is actually ruining the chance for the guy behind him right now, because if he has an issue where it locks up or the tire goes flat, he's going to do more damage.
What is, is that just bodywork rubbing on the tire there, or is it a flat-spotted tire when he brakes there? You see that little smoke.
He locked
you see the flame, but that's from the exhaust.
He locked up for long enough. That's a complete lockup. And that's the third or fourth time that's happened.
And that's the tire just completely locked, so he's flat-spotting every time.
Yeah.
Oh, wow. There's no way.
And the bigger the flat spot, the easier it is to get to that flat spot, and it just gets worse and worse. So 7.
And the car behind him has just spun. Yeah. And that's not going to make it any easier for anybody else trying to put a lap in.
I'd bet to say this is going to be a
slower group, isn't it?
A brilliant flat spot here, too. That thing's going to go flat.
Not. It looks very dramatic, but it ain't fast, folks, and he's given up the ghost. The silver hair has just gone to become the tortoise, I'm afraid.
Telling him to come in, he just doesn't have a radio plugged in. But I don't see the upside to being out there with a flat spotted tire. So it could make, if that goes and at the wrong spot, it could make the guys work a lot harder tonight than they have to.
So as the sun goes down here at Sebring, drama indeed at the very end of our TA2 session. Sadly, Connor Zilic with a rather impaired car Every time he brakes, you can see the flames pour out, but also, so too, does the bodywork and the flat-spotted tyre not help him whatsoever. And he had hopes.
Still not a horrible set. I think that tire is letting go right now. You see debris flying all over the place at this point.
What happened here? This is the car at the back that just, well, he just took a wheel onto
that's, yeah, I mean...
Connor, no, excuse me.
Yeah,
that is Connor Zilic
replay.
going up the inside. That's what caused his car to be in a mess.
Give it to him. He made the pass, but it ruined the splitter and the tire in the process. There's that first big lockup right there.
Yeah, it was basically Connor making a desperate move up the inside, got onto the grass and the dirt, and then just basically ruined the car a little bit. So not what they wanted, but it does mean that our current champion, Rafa Matos, will be on pole position, and his ever-present wingman, I say that because he's going for the title this year, is Adam Andretti, but it means that they can work together. The checkered flag is out, and I really don't think anybody's going to affect that top five all the way down to Lawrence in fifth, and Brent Cruz will hold on to sixth place, and I don't think anybody in that second group is going to make any inroads. Barry Bowes in 28th position, nope. Charlotte Barté in her new team. So that's how it ended. Not the way we wanted. We always like it competitive, but it means that the first group, led by Rafa Matos, are the top three. That's Matos, Andretti, and Mozak. Connor Mozak, that is. Let's head down to the pits and join Ben Sissel.
Here I am with Rafa Matos, another Motul Pole Award. Ceremoniously slap that on that windshield. Rafa, our 2021 champion, how does it feel to start the 2022 season so well with Three-Dimensional Services Group?
It feels great, Ben. I think it's a testimony of all the hard work that the Three-Dimensional Service Group does. This team is amazing, you know. Adam Andretti, second. I think it would be 1, 2, 3 if Mike Skeen didn't have a clutch problem, but, you know, just an amazing moment for us to start a season like that. Here at Sebring, first race of the year. It's a very hot track, very hard to overtake, so we have the best view in town.
Nice. Well, Rafa, congratulations. Two-time champion, way to go. Motul Pole Award winner, good stuff. All right, here we go.
You want to get by your car?
Sure. You want to get on that side? Right here. Come on up here. Adam Andretti, second place. 1, 2, Three-Dimensional Services Group. We're talking about the sun going down. I was talking to Rafa. How was it out there? Was it blinding?
Yeah, I mean, I very fortunate. I got really good visor strips, so I just kind of tilted my head, and Bell Helmets makes the greatest sun-resistant visor, honestly, and the support that they give me there. And I honestly wasn't flying blind into 17. I had a really good view into 17 myself, so that might have been the difference and what really kind of helped us. But honestly, it was this group right here. It was a lot of tenacity this weekend. I couldn't get below the 208s, and we were really just scratching our head. And really, hats off to that whole three-dimensional group and services group and Peterson Racing. Just their heads are always down trying to find us more speed, and you know it shows because we're both up here.
Nice. Where is that helmet? Did you put it away already?
Put it away.
He's got such a great helmet. We're going to show that tomorrow at the fan walk. But look, Adam's going so fast. The stickers can't even stay on there. You need better adhesion. Nice job, Adam. Congratulations. And then Connor Mosak. Let's go to Connor Mosak. Actually, I don't see Connor Mosak. So, Jonathan, I'm going to throw this back up to you, buddy.
Thank you, Ben. Yeah, interesting to see Rafa Matos, a delighted Rafa Matos, and Adam Andretti, of course, who will be delighted. A front row start for him in the new season alongside his teammate. Well, it was a strange qualifying session. Let's take a look at some of the highlights of that TA2 qualifying for round one here from Sebring. Well, the sun was still up when we started, and everybody was looking for a good lap. BC Racing's Misha Goikberg looking very quick and looking very svelte and ready to go. Connor Mosak made an effort he would end up just ahead of Goikhberg, who got fourth. Mosak would take third place with an excellent 206.9. And on board with Adam Andretti, the Bell Helmets, doing his job for him. He said he had a perfect view to a front row start. Didn't matter that the sun was going down. But it was Rafa Matos, the man of the moment and the champion of the series, who takes pole with a 205.717 to lead the field tomorrow. There's the hotel where they'll all be relaxing, getting ready for dinner, or a quick swim, or a cocktail. Ah, how the other laughed then. So the sun has literally disappeared, and that pretty much tells you that it's the end of the day. We got no headlights. We're not the 12 hours of Sebring. We are the Trans Am, SVRA, and SpeedTour. It's our first round at Sebring, the absolutely perfect place to be. This is where it all began back in 1966 for Trans Am, and I'm glad to say it's more than alive and kicking. It is absolutely bursting with energy, numbers, and talent. Trans Am at the moment. We have a new big era for Trans Am in the future, and it begins right here this weekend. My thanks to everybody on the crew and for all those who took part in commentary here. I'm Jonathan Green. We'll be back for a full day of racing on the live stream tomorrow. So thanks for joining in and being part of our broadcast. We'll be back tomorrow, bright and early. We'll see you there. Wow, same with you, man.
As you can tell, I like to go fast. Our race team is really well prepared. We like to look good, but we also like to dress good, and that's why we shop at Franklin Road Apparel. I own the company, and I wear the clothes that we sell in that store. So check us out. We carry all the top brands: Baldwin, John Barbados, Billy Reed, Goodman brand, and on down the list. So come see us. Franklin Road Apparel, Franklin, Tennessee.
If your tooling isn't quite ready and you need parts, and you need more parts than just a few, or if your run is just not that big, look to the experts in low volume production, 3-Dimensional Services. Whether it's 10, 100, or 1,000 parts, we can meet your needs. And if it's 10,000, we can do that too. 3-Dimensional Services delivers high quality parts for short runs, 70% faster than industry standards. 3-Dimensional Services. Prototype, production, proven.
Menards is the Midwest's ultimate home improvement store. Family owned since 1958, Menards is the one-stop shop where you always save big money. Get the Midwest's best selection nationwide when you shop online at Menards.com. We make it easy to complete your projects around the house, big or small. From hardware to plumbing or paint to appliances, we carry it all. Visit Menards.com today to save big money at Menards.